Just before we go live, there's just a few house rules for those of us in the room, please. If you have to keep your phones on for emergencies, please make sure they're on silent. Hi, Henk. And if we need to get out of here, if there's an emergency, there's 2 exits at the back, and there's one hidden around the corner here as well. So we all collect in the car park, please. And yeah, we're going to go live in about a minute. So if you could sort out your mobiles in the meantime, please, that'll be great. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see so many faces here in the room. I'm Rod Bell. I'm CEO of CropLife South Africa. And on behalf of my team, CropLife South Africa team, the Executive Council of CropLife South Africa, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the CropLife South Africa Conference of 2022. As you would have seen, this conference is a hybrid affair. We have some of you here in the auditorium with us today, but the vast majority of our attendees are actually participating remotely. So we also have the virtual component, and they are joining us via live feed as we speak. So welcome to everybody who's joined us virtually as well. We're really excited that the attendees for the next 2 days of this conference are joining us from all different parts of the South African agricultural industry, but also from all different parts of the African continent, Europe, and even the USA. So we're really excited about all of that. We have a great program for the next 2 days, but I really do encourage all of you to participate. We are only going to learn from each other. We're only going to get as much out of the next 2 days as everybody's going to put into it. So please, when we get to the questions, when we get to the discussions, really do participate, ask your questions, and get involved. So to this end, if you're in the auditorium today, once we get to those sessions, just raise your hand, and the facilitator of that session will call on you to make your comment or ask your question, and they will facilitate it that way. If you are a virtual attendee, please type your question or your comment in the section that you'll see on the conference page that you're looking at right now. And the facilitator will see your question or your comment pop up on a tablet that he or she will have sitting here. And they will then call on you to either make your comment or ask your question, or they will read it out on your behalf. They will also, as facilitators, will make sure that they only bring those questions that are relevant to that particular discussion. So each of the sessions for the next 2 days is going to have a facilitator, as I say. Not only will they be watching the time to make sure that we don't go over in each session, they're also going to be asking questions, posing them to the presenters and to the panelists. So we'll have some really good interaction going forward there. Some of the presentations have been pre-recorded. We wanted to be prudent with that. Some of you who live in this part of the world know there was no electricity here for a few hours yesterday afternoon. So with everything being pre-recorded, it doesn't really matter. If power goes down, there is backup generators, so we can still broadcast the presentations out. There will be some presentations that will be done live, but the majority of them have been pre-recorded. The pre-recorded ones, don't worry. Everyone who's pre-recorded will be joining us virtually for the discussions. So it's not that they're just presenting and you don't get to interact with them. They will be live and joining us for what's going to be hopefully some really good discussions. If you've had a good look at the agenda, you will notice that there's a common theme, and we pull that out and say the common theme is stewardship. You've all heard many of Gerard's presentations. You've all seen the CropLife Stewardship Arch. So you know that in our industry association, everything we do has got a stewardship component to it. Now, this is from discovery of a product up to its manufacture, up to shipping it around the world, up to transporting it in the country, but from your warehouse out to the farm. It's down to the responsible use of products on farm. It's even down to the collection of empty containers and also handling obsolete stock. So it really is overarching, as we've always said. So stewardship is critical, but one thing I'd like you to remember as we go through the next 2 days, stewardship does not just apply to your so-called traditional plant protection solution. Whether you're talking plant biotechnology or whether you're talking new biologicals, they all have to be handled within our stewardship principles. Also, you will hear from some of our speakers, especially this morning in the first session. We do not operate in South African agriculture in isolation. We are working on a global agricultural industry, and global events are certainly impacting us. There's no doubt about that. You will hear this morning about globalization bringing many opportunities, but as we see with current geopolitical issues, many hurdles and problems as well. So our first session this morning is going to be ably facilitated by Wandile, Chief Economist at Agbiz. Wandile will be our facilitator, take us through the first pre-recorded sessions, and then handle the discussion at the end. So again, whether you're in the room or you are joining us virtually, a very warm welcome on behalf of my team and the Exco, and we look forward to having you with us for the next 2 days. Wandile, over to you.
Thank you, Rod, and good morning to all of the colleagues joining us virtually and all of you in the auditorium. It's good to be here after a year of doing discussions virtually, so it's good to see so many familiar faces. The first session is an important one, as Rod was saying, because if you look at South Africa's agricultural sector, 1994 up until to today, in value terms and in volume terms, this is a sector that has doubled in size. And what has been at the core of that is the rise in productivity, the seeds, the agrochemicals, all of the excellent work that is done by the farming community to put us to the place that we are in. But at the core of that, we've also relied a lot on international trade. We are now, for example, at a place where South Africa's agricultural sector is exporting roughly 49% of what we produce in value terms. That is about $12.4 billion of products as of 2021. And I think then all of the other geopolitics that Rod was referring to that are happening in the world, they present a key risk, and we need to monitor what's going on in the world if we are that dependent, and we've grown so much over the past couple of decades depending on that global market. And I think the next speakers that we're having will help us illuminate some of those things that are happening. Our session, for example, will rely a lot on what's going on in the EU, but we'll also reflect a bit on what's going on with the geopolitics that you are seeing in the Black Sea countries. And we have a couple of speakers, about 4 speakers, all of them eminent and well-established in their areas of research, and I think that everyone that is joining virtually as well here in the auditorium will benefit greatly from their insights. And to kick us off in this session of the international markets, it's going to be Ms. Julia Di Tommaso, who is CEO of CropLife International, and she'll be speaking about innovation in agriculture which again has been at the core of the success, at least us South Africa, we've enjoyed over the couple of decades. Her presentation is pre-recorded, but you're welcome to send us some questions. If you are watching visually, we will be able to raise those with her. And if you are in the hall, if you can just take notes as she speaks, we'll have an opportunity to raise those questions after her. So we're passing on now the bot to Julia to go ahead. If you can just bring up Julia's presentation, please. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate in your conference. I have fond memories of working with Unilever South Africa on sustainable sourcing with smallholder farmers in Port Elizabeth, and then in Durban, a job. I wish I could be with you in person, but hopefully one day soon. I'm delighted to see innovation at the forefront of your CropCon agenda, and I'm looking forward to my colleagues' presentations examining public policy perspectives on innovation, as well as the impacts felt closer to home here in South Africa. At CropLife International, our purpose is to advance innovation in agriculture for a sustainable future, and working with others play a leading role in enabling sustainable food systems. Against the backdrop of the conflict in Ukraine, food security has never been more vital, nor our role in supporting access to farm inputs more critical. With exports in difficulties, prices continue to rise around the globe. Governments are reevaluating their existing policies to maintain food security, with the major shift seen in the EU, who announced last week to delay a number of measures related to the Green Deal, announcing new ones, as well as joining the Coalition for Sustainable Productivity Growth, of which CropLife International is a member. It is imperative now that we champion the role of innovation and technology can play in addressing the paradox of producing more nutritious food for a growing population within planetary boundaries. Innovation in agriculture is key to ensure access to food by allowing farmers to produce more nutritious food, while at the same time reducing emissions, halting biodiversity loss, and improving rural community livelihoods. First, it's important that we know that innovation extends well beyond the boundaries of R&D and specific products. It can include how we structure our organizations, approach partnerships, generate ideas, and optimize our decision-making processes towards a particular outcome. It includes how we interact with our customer, both farmers and beyond, in co-creating solutions with them, and continuously learning and improving through collaborations and partnerships. And regardless the type of innovation, we must look at both near and long-term impact and efficacy. Innovation ultimately needs to generate positive impacts on the natural world and on people. Specific to our sector, we must focus on innovations that can make agriculture more resilient, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, while still allowing farmers to grow more nutritious food with less resources for a hungry world. On the product side, for example, scientists are developing even more drought-tolerant and optimized hybrid maize varieties that are vital to the South African economy. These innovations have been the result of years of strong partnerships with private and public institutions here in South Africa. Our industry is also pioneering new seed treatments and coatings to protect crops from pests and diseases, to work in concert with improved seed varieties. Game-changing technology is emerging to help farmers adapt to unpredictable weather and disease. With digital agriculture, pests can be identified, and the best and the most precise treatment can be effectively and timely determined. However, if we look at the scope of the challenge facing us, providing safe and more nutritious food to 9 billion people by 2050, it is clear we must do more beyond just individual product solutions. To drive the innovation we need, requires significant investment and commitment from both the public and the private sectors, but also a forward-thinking perspective. Recognize that more of the same is not going to get us there. CropLife International CropLife Network is in a unique position to help develop industry-wide innovations such as commitments, best practices, and ways of working, and champion their implementation. Along these lines, we should look towards cross-industry models that push forward the global goals such as zero hunger, carbon neutrality, natural positive, and respecting and promoting human rights, as well as transformational partnerships that cultivate new innovation. For example, through our CropLife International FAO partnership, we are working together to reduce the effects of pests like fall armyworm, which can have devastating impacts on farmer livelihoods and severely affect food security for vulnerable populations. By sharing information about new plant science innovation, technical expertise, we can work together to identify the most effective tools to mitigate the impact of plant pests. Working in partnerships with others frequently unlocks some of the best ideas and delivers a range of new and exciting innovations, new tools, new technology, new solutions to the complex challenge facing agriculture. We also have the opportunity to go beyond our traditional ways of working and promote industry commitments toward aspirational goals on plant sites product usage. South Africa has historically been a great example of integrated innovation in agriculture. Your vineyards are a great case study where numerous plant science solutions have been deployed to improve productivity while simultaneously enriching biodiversity between the vines and creating local economic opportunities through tourism and wine production. However, we cannot be happy with just innovation. It must be responsible innovation, grounded in sound science and good stewardship practices. Through our stewardship regulatory programs, so CropLife International, in partnership with our CropLife network, with CropLife South Africa, leads the way in promoting the responsible use of plant science solutions to help deliver on global sustainability objectives, including safe disposal of obsolete stocks, empty container management, and launching our sustainable pesticides management framework, which equips farmers with technologies and practices to deliver innovative benefits and support climate mitigation and adaptation. Our members are leaders in responsible innovation. They demonstrate this by evaluating all new innovations in their portfolio through a lens that considers potential for climate change adaptation and mitigation, impacts on biodiversity, and productivity potential. Of course, these developments won't mean anything without availability, accessibility, and adoption. Our collective sustainability challenges are too big to leave any innovative tools or solutions behind, and innovative products that remain on the shelf will never positively impact our food systems. The challenges before us require all available solutions, including enabling environment that facilitate open and free trade. South Africa has long been at the forefront of trade and innovation on the African continent, and it is important this community continues engaging and advocating to promote access to agricultural innovations. The threat to global food security will not disappear anytime soon. We must have the courage to challenge ourselves and our networks to champion new innovations and new partnerships, and to ensure equitable access to these critical technologies and inputs that move us forward sustainable food systems. I wish you every success with your important discussion, and I hope to see you very soon in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Julia, for that insightful presentation. I think Julia mentions a couple of points in there, and at the core of it is the fact that as the world, we are in a place where population is rising and people have to be fed. And at the same time, we have challenges around pests and diseases, particularly as the continent of Africa, and climate change continues also to present a couple of risks. And I think the core at of it there is the fact that how do we manage all of those pests side, and what can we use, what sort of new innovations that can come about from institutions or members like the CropLife's one. And at the core of it also, we have to think deeply about productivity. And I think productivity is what has enabled South Africa, as I said in the opening, to be at a place where we are at this point. And I mean, if you look at a couple of indexes like the Food Security Index, you'll find that South Africa is the most food secure country in the sub-Saharan African continent. And at the core of it is, of course, the points that have been raised around innovation and the stuff. So we're going to move now quickly to Laurie Goodwin. Laurie Goodwin is also the Vice President for Public Affairs and Communication at CropLife International. Laurie is going to offer us useful insights in the context with some of the key issues that are emerging. The Green Deal in the EU, very important for South African exporters, and also to some extent look briefly on what's going on in the Black Sea and innovation in the complex of that. So Laurie will give us insight on that. She's joining us also virtually from the EU, from the US in Washington, DC. If at the time as she's speaking, you can just jot down any questions as you've done with Julia and send them through. At the end of all of these speakers, we'll still have a panel discussion on that. If you can bring up Laurie's presentation, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be a part of this panel and for the chance to address an important topic, how public policy can support or create barriers for innovation. My name is Laurie Goodwin, and I am the Vice President of Public Affairs and Communications at CropLife International, based in Washington, DC. I'm pleased to see this topic on your agenda, as it is one that is very important to us here at CropLife International. We just heard from Julia about how innovation is critical and important to agriculture. And was also mentioned, it is not enough that these innovations exist. They cannot positively impact or accelerate our transition to sustainable food systems without commercialization. Equal access to technology is a core value for us at CropLife International, and one I know that is supported by all of you. Whether we are talking about the technologies we represent or other food systems innovations, it is not enough to just support research and development through public policy. We also need to foster a policy environment that supports getting these innovations into the hands of farmers. And we know these types of public policies which support innovation and equal access can have significant and positive impact on productivity. If we take South Africa, for example, as early adopters of plant biotechnology, you saw an estimated $5 million in ecosystem benefits between 2001 and 2018 as a result of GM white maize, according to a 2021 peer-reviewed study in the Journal of Global Food Security. And the same study estimated the total welfare benefits attributable to GM white maize for the same time period at almost $695 million. And while the transition to more sustainable food systems is at the center of many global, regional, and country policies, these transitions cannot compromise food security. The two topics are inextricably intertwined. And while we can and must accelerate our transition to sustainable food systems, it cannot come at the expense of achieving our ambition of zero hunger. At the heart of most of these policies, the ambitions are the same: to provide nutritious food for a growing population while allowing farmers to maintain and increase productivity, while reducing emissions, halting biodiversity loss, and improving rural community livelihoods. Where these product policies frequently differ is in the prescriptive nature of how to achieve the objectives. Although right now the global conversation has rightly shifted to food security as a result of war in Ukraine, the intersection of biodiversity and climate and its subsequent impact cannot and should not be underestimated. The ongoing crisis in Ukraine is putting food security and food sovereignty at the front and center of all policy discussions. And I believe that these global conversations will be viewed through a food security lens throughout 2022. If we simply look at the Russian and Ukrainian share in global markets of cereals, it is impossible to imagine a world where this crisis does not have a long-lasting impact on global food security. Conversations around sustainable food systems are not easy, and we must consider trade-offs and policy consequences in our discussions and decision-making. Benefits in one policy area or one part of the world must not be canceled out by losses elsewhere. Russia and Ukraine are among the top 5 exporters of cereals globally, and prices of cereals will jump in March, having risen by 3% month on month and almost 15% year on year, according to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. This is expected to have a meaningful and long-term impact on food security in Africa, especially North Africa, and I'm sure here in South Africa, specifically where you can see about 35% of wheat imports are dependent on Russia or Ukraine. Long-term impacts on fertilizer and energy inputs will only be understood in the coming months and years, but have definitely created uncertainty and triggered policy implementation to limit exports of crop inputs and commodities. Food sovereignty discussions are on the rise, and we have seen some countries institute these types of policies in recent days. However, open, fair, and resilient global trade is key to supporting international markets and to keeping supply chains moving, a sentiment that has been shared by the G7 agricultural ministers and the FAO. In the face of current global crises, farmers need more tools available to increase their productivity to meet global nutrition demands while mitigating and adapting to climate change. Supporting plant science technologies via evidence-based decision-making and reducing or eliminating non-tariff trade barriers by enforcing international rules and trading standards is more important than ever before. Together, we need to continue to amplify the message of the contribution to food security and sustainability that plant science technologies like pesticides and GM crops offer. The global conversation has shifted in recent years to recognize the interconnectivity between biodiversity, climate, and food. This was on display at last year's COP26 climate conference in Scotland and at the United Nations Food Systems Summit, where for the first time we saw a true global, multi-stakeholder discussion on food systems and systems-based approaches to agricultural sustainability. Historically, these types of discussions tended to happen in silos, often with agriculture ministries talking to each other without contact with their environment ministry counterparts, where we used to have the public and private sectors having siloed discussions about addressing agriculture challenges and the importance of sustainability. And so although there were no new negotiations or conventions arising from the Food Systems Summit, it was the first time that stakeholders from across the world, the value chain, including member states, came together to participate in meaningful and inclusive discussions to identify challenges and solutions to the world's most pressing issue: how to feed a growing population nutritious food within the planetary boundaries. And it did result in several momentous coalitions being formed and launched, including the Coalition on Sustainable Productivity Growth for Food Security and Resource Conservation, or as it's more affectionately known, the SPG Coalition, which will focus on accelerating the transition to more sustainable food systems through agricultural productivity growth that optimizes sustainability across 3 pillars: social, environmental, and most importantly for farmers, economic. Many countries have joined, including export countries like the US, Australia, Brazil, Canada, but there are also import countries like Vietnam participating, and closer to home for all of you, Ghana, and then from the Middle East, Israel and Jordan. So it is an interesting cross-section of member states that don't typically have a way to convene together to discuss these important topics. Since it's a multi-stakeholder coalition, the UN FAO is also involved, as are academic and research institutions like IFPRI, and of course, us as CropLife International are also members, as well as several of our members, Bayer, Corteva, FMC, Syngenta, Bio, and CropLife America. There will be opportunities to support the coalition through the Global CropLife Network, including here in the continent and via CropLife South Africa, as this group offers an alternative approach to food system sustainability based on productivity, not a prescriptive approach like the one laid out in other public policies like the EU Green Deal. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this transition to more sustainable food systems is at the center of many new global, regional, and country policies. And perhaps the most well-known globally is the EU Green Deal, which is made up of numerous strategies, including the farm to fork, and presents a prescriptive approach to achieving food system sustainability, including reduction targets, and proposes imposing environmental trade criteria and mirror clauses on imports. Although the EU Green Deal is having an outsized influence in these conversations internationally, other countries are putting forward alternative policy positions on how and why their agriculture sector is also sustainable. Globally, there is alignment around the ambitions of these policies, which are geared towards accelerating the transition to more sustainable food systems while maintaining or increasing production of nutritious food. At CropLife International, we also support these ambitions and actions to address climate change, improve and protect biodiversity, and increase food security. However, we also believe that there are many types of food systems that can deliver sustainable agriculture, and that there is no need for the prescriptive approach put forward in farm to fork and Green Deal policy. Benefits in one policy area or part of the world must not be canceled out by losses elsewhere. And in our advocacy, we urge the EU to consider all factors that impact biodiversity, land use, food security, and climate change in their policy approach, and to move away from the more prescriptive approach they have currently put forward. I'll leave it to my colleague Samira to discuss in more detail the potential impact the EU Green Deal could have in Africa, but I will note that the influence on non-EU countries is being supported through persuasion and green diplomacy in global conversations and forums, where the EU positions itself as the Green Deal as the standard for food system sustainability. At the end of the day, the EU Green Deal is not yet mandatory or even approved for implementation. However, this policy does set the direction of travel for the EU and has been guiding their interventions in global conversations, such as those at the Convention on Biological Diversity, at the WTO, and at the United Nations Food Systems Summit. Having said this, many of you will have noted a change in tone from many EU member states, and some within the EU Commission resulting from the ongoing crisis in Ukraine and Russia. Some have been very vocal, questioning the future of the Green Deal and related strategies like the farm to fork, as Europe faces increasing concerns with food security and rising food prices. Some have even gone so far as to call for a halt to the implementation or even an abandonment of the strategy altogether. The future of the EU Green Deal and its implementation will ultimately be agreed upon by EU member states. CropLife International and the global CropLife network will remain focused on putting forward solution-based engagement and highlighting the critical role agricultural innovation and plant science technologies can make to sustainable production. As I mentioned, other countries also have strategies that share the ambition of the Green Deal. It is critical for stakeholders and decision makers to hear from other countries how their agriculture sector is also sustainable. Canada has been actively promoting Canadian agriculture as sustainable in international discussions and forums, and highlighting that this has been enabled as a result of their adoption of agricultural innovation and plant science technologies. Japan has also presented its own Green Deal, which is a bit more of a domestic and a long-term agricultural plan. It's unlikely to be mandatory in nature, and it doesn't intend to impose trade restrictions on imports. Australia has a very strong national soil health strategy to improve their soil health and to help farmers adapt and mitigate to the impacts of climate change through a national strategy that embraces agricultural innovation. And in the United States, the Biden administration remains committed and focused on climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Coalitions led by the US, including the SPG, which I mentioned before, and the Aim for Climate provide a space for a conversation about the need for productivity and the critical nature of improving and accelerating innovation in agriculture. And for Latin America, Brazil and Argentina have adopted agricultural innovation and have had tremendous success in elevating their productivity and increasing their exports. Both countries are very vocal internationally and in international forums about the importance of plant science technologies and the resulting increase they've had in their research and development domestically and also in their increased productivity. At CropLife International, we are working with the CropLife Network colleagues to coordinate and align our messages and strategy around policies focused on accelerating food system sustainability. We're putting forward solution-focused engagement on sustainability ambitions, including how agriculture innovations can support food security, climate change, and biodiversity goals, and guiding policymakers towards a workable and enabling framework for more sustainable food systems globally, fostering a holistic review of potential negative trade-offs globally, and offering sound anchor points and advocacy opportunities for policymakers. Advocating for trade policies that support open, fair, and resilient trade systems are also critical in our activities, and challenging countries that diverge from international agreements and trade norms are also a focus. We continue to look forward to our work with you as our success at the international level is dependent on the engagement from our CropLife network and members who are actively engaged in advocacy and outreach with their governments, multilateral institutions, and of course, other key stakeholders. The proposed measures in the Farm to Fork strategy are not the only ways to deliver greater sustainability in agriculture. Many sustainable farming systems exist today that are delivering environmental benefits while increasing food security and making improvements to farmer livelihoods. Further innovation and technological progress in agriculture is essential for the development of more resilient and sustainable food systems. We must unlock innovation in agriculture and apply science and evidence to regulatory decision-making to improve equal access to plant science technologies. There must be consideration for open and fair trade with respect to international rules and trading standards. Some of the proposed measures I mentioned as a result of the EU Green Deal would limit market access and negatively impact the ability of farmers and particularly smallholders to be competitive. And once again, benefits in one policy area or one part of the world cannot be canceled out by losses elsewhere. Of course, the challenges and opportunities faced are different in every region and country, and I look forward to learning from the other panelists how these global policies are creating challenges and hopefully opportunities for you here in South Africa.
Laurie, thank you so very much for that. Very insightful. And I think we're picking up a couple of points. And I would like to start with the first one because you mentioning, for example, some of the gains that South Africa has seen on white maize since the adoption of the GM maize. In the hall, we have one of the prominent farmers, Mr. Derek Matthews, President of Grain SA, who has seen that development over the years happening in the grain industry. So indeed, that has assisted us a great deal, and on food security, of course. But also your point about the agricultural sustainability in other countries on saying, let's not only focus what's happening in the EU, but let's learn also what other countries are doing in as far as ensuring that sustainability is at the core of agriculture. And I think those are some of the key points that during the discussions, many people will probably find those very useful. And I think we will dive in deeper also on some of the points you have mentioned within the Green Deal, which I think they are very important to be elevated. Again, I will remind everyone that is joining us online that if you are struggling with the website, this conference is also on YouTube, and you can play some of the questions there on YouTube. We'll be able to pull them up and bring them into discussion. We are almost now heading towards the end of the session where we will go to the panel discussion. And again, if you are in the hall, do write down some of the questions. We will come back and have a robust discussion on a couple of these issues. The next speaker now that we are going to go to is Dr. Samira Melal, and she is CEO of CropLife Middle East and the Africa region. And she's dialing in from Morocco. And she's going to be speaking about one of the important aspects. I think many people in South Africa, those that are in the fruit industry and in the wine industry, are pretty much very interested on. That's the EU-Africa bilateral discussion, and really narrowing the discussion of the Green Deal that Laurie began to speak to and give us more detail and reflections onto that. So if you can just bring up Samira's presentation, and she is, of course, live online, so keep sending those questions and keep writing down some of them. We will get to them. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be speaking here on behalf of CropLife Africa Middle East. I would like to applaud the effort and initiative by CropLife South Africa in coming up with this event, which brings together key experts to address the implications of the European Green Deal and farm-to-fork strategy for Africa Middle East. It's encouraging to see that the national association are taking a proactive and leading role in having the country voices heard in this dialogue. So pleased to begin my presentation. Let me start underlining that as an industry, our ability to operate in the market is impacted by the policy environment we face. Policies that are fit for purpose are in our interest. That is to say, policies that enable us to bring the necessary technologies to farmers to help improve food security, empower the world's fastest growing continent to be a competitive global trade force, and enable sustainable development. As an industry, we have followed the European Green Deal and farm-to-fork strategy and contributed to the discussion between Europe and Africa and Middle East in relation to these policies directions. And we want to help to achieve a green transition in agriculture, and our member companies are committed to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I will be presenting to you what Green Deal and farm-to-fork strategy for Africa and Middle East and what's needed to be done to achieve an improved sustainable agri-food relationship between Europe and Africa and Middle East. So let me start with the global United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that both continents are working towards. The future sustainability of agriculture is crucial and arguably more important in Africa and Middle East, given it's a key sector in our geography with a massive social and economic footprint. Globally, we have a framework that we are all working towards, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In that, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015, provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At its heart are the 70 Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries developed and developing in a global partnership. Important to emphasize, Europe and Africa have varying reality, and it's understandable that their path to achieving those goals would also be different. Regarding the European agenda, Europe is working to overcome the challenges of climate and environmental degradation through its Green Deal. Food and agriculture have specific Green Deal, which is farm-to-fork strategy that aims to make food system fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly. Moreover, the African Union has its Agenda 2063, which is a strategic framework that sets its aspiration for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. The Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Programme, one of the frameworks under Agenda 2063, aims to help African countries eliminate hunger and reduce poverty by raising economic growth through agriculture-led development, as well as promoting increased national budget provision for the agriculture sector. However, Europe is far more food secure than Africa and Middle East. Home more than 50% of the world's population facing food insecurity. Europe also is not faced pest disease pressure like fall armyworm and desert locusts that are causing an increasing risk to food security and the livelihood of over 300 million people in Africa. Europe also is not growing crop like cocoa and coffee and are not vulnerable to climate change. Let me move on to what Europe is proposing in its Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy and what this means for Africa and Middle East. In May 2020, the European communication, A Farm to Fork Strategy for a Fair, Healthy and Environmentally Friendly Food System was published. And it's a huge and wide European initiative that will have many impacts across Africa over the coming years. So here in the slide is more shown in the impact of 50% reduction of overuse and risk of pesticide and 50% reduction of the use of more hazard pesticide, meeting cut-off criteria or candidate for substitution. Also, at least 25% of land dedicated to organic agriculture by 2030. And also at least 10% of agricultural land should be brought back under high diversity landscape future. The implication of the European Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy for Europe relations with Africa are access to Europe market is made conditional to food being produced without the use of input not authorized for use in Europe under mirror clauses. As you know, France is currently holding the presidency of the Council of Europe and pushing for mirror clauses. Recently, French President Emmanuel Macron has described this idea as a common sense way of using policies, mentioning that our own constraints reflected back to us by the people with whom we trade. So also, and currently, the current European consultation ended on 16 March, calling for evidence on application for Europe health and environment standard to import agriculture and agri-food products. French Agriculture Minister Julien French Agriculture Minister noted he would like to see moral clauses. He has been reported as waiting to piggyback on a planned overhaul of the Europe's agri-chemical legislation to demand strict maximum pesticide residue in food imports. There is also a question mark as to what it could mean for technology produced in Europe that are exported for farmers in Africa, Middle East, and the rest of the world to use. So I touched already on some of the varying reality between Africa and Middle East. A green transition in Africa requires different approach to that of the European Green Deal. Indeed, policies suited to the needs of the one continent will not necessarily be suited to the other. Africa is more vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and its farmers face pest and disease pressure that European farmers do not. Access to the necessary technologies plays a key role for livelihood and improved food security on the continent. Their proper control and responsible use remain a joint public and private sector priority. Moving to the next slide, I would emphasize that Africa and Europe renewed and deepened their partnership in February of this year at 6th African Union-European Union Summit, where they set a joint vision for 2030. Europe did not find a receptive audience in the African Ministry to using the Green Deal as framework. Instead, the UN Paris Agreement was used as a reference point. Team Europe put forward an investment package in sustainable food system to accelerate the sustainable transformation of African food system in support of Africa's agriculture, fisheries, and food development agenda. It aims to support efforts at first creating a transparent policy environment for private investment, second, enhancing the investment in support to agri-food and fish processing, and third, facilitating innovation and boosting improved nutrition. The private sector was also involved in the lead up to the summit through the European Africa Business Forum, which we as CropLife EMI were formally part of it, and we also helped draft the business declaration input relating to agri-food system. You will see in the declaration the reference to the importance of improved trade relationship, including addressing non-tariff barriers. It's also underlining the importance role of private sector. If the Europe does introduce MARA clauses, then arguably it will not be violating the international trading standard, but it will also be going against the essence of the Europe-Africa Business Declaration and Africa-Europe Partnership Agreements. So I will now go over some of the key CropLife Africa Middle East recommendations. We have also submitted this to the Europe's call for evidence on the import of agriculture and food products applying Europe health and environmental standards. First, CropLife Africa Middle East member companies are adopting and committing to measurable sustainable agriculture practice to mitigate the impact of climate change, ensure food security, and keep food affordable. These practices include training in the secure and correct use and storage of pesticide, as well as the implementation of the integrated pest management strategy. It's also imperative that access to local language label and protective equipment be strengthened. Second, a transition toward a circular economy and national program for responsible management of waste is crucial. The plant science industry globally and in Africa, Middle East has developed a stewardship initiative to responsibly manage the full life cycle of products, such as the empty container management program. And the program led by CropLife South Africa members is the best evidence of our industry commitment. Third, data-driven decision-making and outcome-based goals should be the foundation of progress in sustainable agriculture. Fourth, a science evidence evaluation and impact assessment should be conducted on all policies affecting agri-food production and trade between Europe and African nations, taking into account all pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals. 5. Tackling the circulation of illegal and counterfeit inputs and products must remain a priority and collective responsibility. We call for an operation similar to the Operation Silver Axe, supported by Europol, should be introduced. So as highlighted on the last slide, we are proud of the work we have done with CropLife Africa Middle East on the Africa-Europe Partnership and Green Deal dialogue. We recognize that to have a real impact, we need to do more. And by we, I mean all of us here in Africa. We need to step up and we need to do it soon. In many ways, this is a call to action to make a difference and stand ready as partner to support the implementation of a localized green transition in Africa. We, CropLife Africa Middle East, we are here to support and build capacity of the region to understand the different dynamism and impact of Europe and global policies in respective countries towards a sustainable agriculture in our continent. So I hope my presentation and the call for us all to step up has been clear, and I look forward to answering any question you might have. Thank you very much.
Samari, your call for us all to stand together has been indeed very clear, and we appreciate all of those insights. I think you've deepened the understanding of many people of the EU Green Deal, what it entails, how should we be thinking about it as Africans, as South Africa, both in learning and also in preparing ourselves for trading with the EU. But I think you've also nicely highlighted some of the trade-offs that we need to consider. Less chemicals in a continent where there's a lot of pests, and also a continent that still needs to do a lot to improve its yields on the crops. So you've given us a lot onto that, and I think there will be deeper conversation around policy, particularly on some of the recommendations that from a CropLife side you have made, but I'm not going to delve into those because we are now approaching the discussion, and we have just one last speaker, and I think everyone that is in the hall, if you continue making your comments, if you are watching online on YouTube, put down those comments and the questions there. We are now closer to that. The last speaker that we're having is a person that I think many people in South Africa are familiar with. He has spent many years working for this sector, is Mr. Cobus Hardman. He's joining us from Cape Town. He's listening. He has done a pre-recording presentation. Cobus is with the Agribusiness System International, and he'll really take us through the potential impact of trade from South Africa, again reflecting to an extent on all of these developments that are happening in the EU and some challenges that we do face in South Africa. So if you can bring up Cobus's presentation so long, and then right after him, we will be heading for the panel discussion.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cobus Hartman. I have been the technical manager for a local distributing company for many years. I've also been the market access manager for a larger fruit export company for many years. And I'm now in a stage of early retirement and still work as an independent consultant amongst fruit trade, specifically focusing on market access. I was requested to look at the impact of international market standards on South African fresh produce trade, and I've taken a little bit of poetic freedom to and changed the subject slightly. But let's look at the detail. The South African fruit trade, or the South African agricultural exports, derives a huge amount of foreign exchange from processed and unprocessed agricultural exports on an annual basis. We have trading partners across the globe, but we are mainly focused on EU or the EU, UK, and to some extent United States, Canada, Far and Middle East. During 2019, we derived a net income of approximately 44,000 million rand from unprocessed agricultural product and in the vicinity of 7,000 million rand from processed agricultural produce. This is a graph that was obtained from the National Marketing Council and that was published in 2020, indicating the balance of payment between the balance of payment for unprocessed agricultural produce, and there you can clearly see the 44 plus thousand million rand earned as a balance of payment, net balance of payment. And this is the graph for the unprocessed agricultural produce exports, slightly less than in the case of the unprocessed produce. We are part of a global market, and we are thus guided by international market rules. I often get the question whether other countries are subjected to the same rules as we are. Now, needless to say, we are subjected to all of these, especially if you play in this global arena. All our trading partners have similar rules, some slightly more draconic than others. Some focuses more on phytosanitary issues. Some put their focus on agricultural remedy issues, some on both. But inevitably, we are guided by the rules of our trading partners. Everybody exporting to another country or group of countries or conglomerate of countries like the EU needs to comply with these rules, and we are not unique and not excluded as the only ones that have to do that. All growers, irrespective of size or status, face several challenges. We have common challenges, and in other cases, we also have to endure agricultural specific challenges, specifically when it comes to the use of agricultural remedies. The common challenges are in abundance. Things like socioeconomic challenges, resource challenges like electricity, that has almost become an extinct commodity, water, labor, inputs such as finances, and the climate and weather. All of those are governing, to a large extent, our business in agriculture. Then, of course, we also have to endure ever-tightening international clampdowns on crop protection compounds. This is something that has come to the fore over the last number of years, most probably a decade or so, and is really slowly but surely causing major problems in production and our competitivity internationally. We are seeing a diminishing in crop protection compounds, and this in itself is threatening to diminish the quality of our produce and our ability to compete internationally, as we've already said. If we do not comply, we could see our earnings from international trade dwindling. We could see more and more dependence on the net importation of produce because we cannot compete, we cannot get our produce sold, and therefore we have to become more and more reliable on imported produce. And it makes it, as it is at the moment, very difficult for large enterprises to compete internationally. It also makes it more difficult for small and developing farmers to join the international trade. And that in itself is a huge problem, especially if we look at the amount of money spent on the upliftment, development, and transformation of these young and new upcoming farmers. From the 620 million rand plus minus that we've collected last year as a statutory levy, in the vicinity of 45% have been spent on transformation and the development of upcoming farmers. And this whole exercise could become futile if these people cannot share in the international market access. The effect of international trade rules. This affects the international trade rules on the South African fresh produce trade. And it will not burden, well, that is the team. I'm sorry, this is the team that I would like to address in the discussion, is that the effect of international trade rules on South African fresh produce, we will discuss that further. I will obviously not burden you with a myriad of standards surrounding SPS regulations. SPS is the acronym standing for sanitary and phytosanitary regulations and requirements. But I will focus on the effect of these international trade, the rules and the regulation pertaining to crop protection, which I just abbreviated by calling it CPCs, and how these rules affect our international trade and our ability to compete internationally. Over the last years, or over the last almost decade or more, the international trade environment changed dramatically. Since the conception of the EU, which was about 40 plus years ago, in the early 1990s, there was only 7 member states. And it was difficult as it was to export to these 7 member states because of the fact that each and every one of them had its own set of rules. But in the early 1990s, 1991 in particular, they promulgated a regulation called Regulation 414 of 1991, which attempted to harmonize the individual or the different trading partners in the EU, the residue standards for these different trading partners. And of course, if that was successful at the time, it would have alleviated a lot of pressure from international exporters into the EU, whilst you didn't have to comply with everyone's individual standard. You could comply with one standard and it would fit everyone concerned. However, it was not very successful. New enforcement rules came about in 2005, and further amendments to these enforcement rules came about in 2009. And it was in particularly these 2009 amendments that was introduced that changed the so-called cut-off criteria for registration of crop protection compounds in the EU. And with these new cut-off criteria, or the new standards, they moved from a hazard or from a risk-based environment to a hazard-based environment. The regulators in the EU determined that it was no longer sensible to judge a chemical or to judge a crop protection compound only on its ability or only on its risk. In other words, the combination of hazard times exposure, but only on hazard. They said if a product is hazardous, it already flags a red light, and we have to be very careful if we register such products or if we re-register them when they came to the end of their useful life cycle in Europe. This led to a whole new ballgame, and they said we cannot classify each and every product as under hazardous, but we have to look at groups of products. And they said you cannot register a compound, or it would become very difficult to register a compound in the EU if it is regarded as a serious carcinogen. In other words, if it is regarded as a potential cancer-developing or cancer-inducing compound, if it is regarded as a mutagenic substance, in other words, could cause mutations, if it was regarded as a reproductive toxin, or if it was regarded as a persistent organopollutant, and that has a very wide implication. And then, of course, they also added the so-called ill-defined endocrine disruptors. The endocrine disruptors, there are many compounds that could be regarded as endocrine disruptors, and it was very difficult to distinguish which ones are more serious than others. Well, it led to an array of cancellations. Just about all organophosphates at the present moment have seen the cancellation of their registrations in Europe. This includes compounds, well-known old compounds like azinphos-methyl, chlorpyrifos, the whole group of the dithiocarbamates, of which mancozeb is most probably the most prominent one, the dicarboxymates, with the old botryticides like Rovril, Sumisclex, fell by the wayside. Many of the new nicotinoids was classified as unacceptable due to its environmental impact and effect on bees in particular. About all the traditional nematicides that we knew, like aldicarb, phonamifos, cadusafos, all of those have lost their international registration. Endosulfan, DNOC, which was a very important rest-breaking or dormancy-breaking compound in the Western Cape or in the deciduous fruit environment, was seriously affected. Benomil, which is still around in South Africa, lost its international registration for many reasons. And then, of course, many of the synthetic pyrethroids, the carbamates, paraquat, all of them have seen the demise under this new hazard-based cut-off criteria that was laid down by the EU. Okay, the obvious question is, why don't we just develop new compounds? Why can't we just get into the market, get our researchers, get our biologists to develop new compounds for the South African market if we lost the old ones? Unfortunately, it is not so easy. The South African crop protection market, which is to generate the return on investment for these development costs, is a fraction of the international market. We are no more than between 1 and 1.5% of the international trade. And if something in particular needs to be registered for South Africa, I do not think it will solicit the attention of many of the international and multinational companies. South Africa, in any case, spends a fraction of its GDP on R&D, and it has become a problem to get funds to fund research on the level needed for the replacement of crop protection compounds. All of this means that we will simply have to do more with less. This is a graph that I've obtained from UNESCO, and this was again published in 2021, but it was updated until 2018. And this gives an indication of the development expenditure as a percentage of GDP for various countries. South Africa has been included amongst a number of the developed countries. And you can see the South African performance on the lowest line at the bottom, the brown line at the bottom, where you can clearly see that since 2013 and 2017, we didn't come near to spending more than 1% of our GDP on research and development. And this includes all research and development, not only research and development for agriculture. If you compare that to a country like China, which is the next graph above that one, you see that Chinese R&D expenditure moved dramatically in the right direction. And since 1996, the Chinese expenditure as a percentage of GDP moved from 0.5% to just over 2%. If you consider that China is the second largest economy in the world, sometimes just superseded by Japan, incidentally, you can see that it is a huge economy with a huge percentage, and therefore a lot of money can be spent on R&D. Then, of course, the star of the day is the United States, where you can see that they spend in the vicinity of about 3.75% of the GDP in 2017 on R&D. So yes, these other countries can afford it. We can scratch the bottom with what we have available. Are we the only ones that are affected by these international standards? I've asked the question before, and the answer is still the same. No. All international exporters are affected. But there's light in the tunnel. South Africa is a little bit better off than our international trading partners. In many instances, we still have some of these compounds that have been banned in the EU registered in South Africa. We can therefore still legitimately use them. And in many cases, the EU has allowed import tolerances for products that are no more in existence in the EU. In other words, if we have a residue on our fruit or export produce, we can still enter the market and we can still sell internationally, even though those products have been banned in the country of destination. Of course, this creates tension amongst our grower partners in the Northern Hemisphere. They don't like the fact that they are being restricted by the absence of certain compounds, and they would like to see much more harmonization right across the globe when it comes to these export compounds or export use of crop protection compounds. In many cases, we have seen grower or consumer groups like NGOs such as Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, PAN, and others that act as watchdogs over the actions of the authorities and retailers, that they are reacting against the use of certain unacceptable or unwanted crop protection compounds. They are mandated, or they take their mandate from a large or significant portion of consumers. And in the end of the day, they act on behalf of these consumers when they speak to regulators and crop protection companies across the globe. They play a crucial role in influencing the authorities and the retailers, who in many cases are very concerned about the opinion of these NGOs to reduce the impact of hazardous crop protection products across the globe. And they argue that there is absolutely no value in having restrictions on an undesirable CPC in the EU but not having it elsewhere, which I think is quite logic. Further compliance standards are therefore introduced by the trade. And in many cases, and may I say this with my tongue in my cheek, I am not so convinced that the trade would have done this out of own initiative if it was not for the pressure exerted by the NGOs on the use of crop protection compounds. Okay. Let's see if there's any justification for these decisions. In my personal opinion, I think yes. There are vulnerable groups like children, the elderly, immune-compromised individuals, that are exposed to hazardous chemicals and that are more affected by hazardous compounds than the run-of-the-mill individual out there. Over the many years that I've worked in the agrochemical trade, I have yet come across someone that have died from the legitimate use of a crop protection compound. And as such, you can argue that that these products are not so dangerous. Yes, there is an element of truth in there, but remember that everyone that are exposed to fresh produce are also exposed to the residues of agrochemical compounds. Hence, the flourish of the so-called organic production. But that in itself is a story for another day. However, the consumer community have to some extent lost confidence in the safety and the legitimate use of agrochemicals. And we can see that through the uprise of production standards such as Global Gap, Tesco Nurtures, and many others that have come to the fore mainly because consumers are arguing that they do not trust those that handle our agrochemicals in general, and therefore want to see audits, want to see standards, want to see a new approach to chemicals, which have led to many of these, maybe sometimes rather draconic standards that we are seeing. So what does the future entail? I think we will see fewer CPCs to work with in the future. That would mean our toolbox of control agents will shrink. And there are some speculation that we might lose a further 30% of the existing active ingredients over the next 10 years due to these regulations coming to the fore. It also entails that we will not see very much replacements for this 30% because of the cost and the length of R&D. We will also see an expansion of the diversity in the various standards set by retailers. As the retail community becomes more and more stricter, we see more and more standards being designed and enforced by the retail and by these consumer groups. So the diversity, the complexity of compliance largely increases. This, to a large extent, will negate the efforts to harmonize the rules of compliance among various importing countries, especially in the EU, making it much more difficult and in many cases much more expensive to comply. We will see an increase in the cost of registration trials and the cost of compliance, as I've already said, under the so-called Global Harmonization Initiative. Remember what I said about the pressure from international growers, which say that they don't like to endure the fact that they are being limited to not use certain agrochemicals, but their trading partners and their production partners overseas are allowed to use that. There's a global harmonization initiative that's being rolled out from the international regulators into many of the other participating countries, such as South Africa, and there are pressure being applied to the regulators to cancel the registration of these unwanted products, whether it's a necessary product or not in South Africa. And the latest one that fell prey to that was the much used chlorpyrifos in South Africa. We also need more intelligent positioning of existing and older compounds. Many of the older compounds are not obsolete. They are still very useful, often being overshadowed by new compounds with new attributes. But many of these old compounds, if you look at the registration trials, you can see that they perform as well as the new compounds, if in many cases not better. But they house attributes which we can still use and utilize to fill gaps left by the ones that have been cancelled before them. We will see an increase in resistant development against certain existing compounds due to the overuse of certain CPCs. And we have to be very careful that we apply IPM rules properly which in the end of the day becomes more and more difficult with reduced toolbox. We also will see a biological increase in the registrations of biological crop protection compounds. We already see that a large number of these biologicals are entering the trade, but there's a little bit of caution that we have to apply. Normally, and not in all cases, but normally these compounds work best when supported by synthetic chemistry. And they should not, in many cases, be used as standalone compounds. May I say this with hesitance? They often work much better when the pest or the disease are not present. There is some biological products that have huge merit, but you have to consider the cost benefit against the price tag, especially when it comes to robustness. Can they withstand long intervals of application, or must they be applied more regularly, or must they be applied under very special conditions? Unfortunately, like in many cases, we cannot move forward in this new arena if we do not have the support of the regulator in South Africa. We will have to revisit the rules of registrations of new and existing compounds. The regulator in any country is supposed to be an enabler of agriculture. And at the present moment, and I say this with due respect, I see very little of that in South Africa. We certainly cannot wait 3 to 4 years for a new registration to be granted. By the time the registration gets into the market, the compound might have lost its prevalence and became obsolete. This is testimony, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is testimony of a broken system that requires urgent correction. Otherwise, it will cost our country and, in many cases, upcoming growers dearly. I would like to conclude. We have to raise the bar for qualifications and control of crop protection practitioners. This is a profession worthy of professionals, and we cannot allow just anyone to sell, recommend, and prescribe agrochemicals, especially not as the international trade becomes more and more stringent. We have to focus on offering of solutions rather than selling chemicals. Otherwise, we will not be able to keep our agriculture running. Maybe it is time that we consider the same rules that apply for medical professions. You certainly should not diagnose and prescribe from the sales desk. I'm almost finished, and I conclude by saying, who knows what the future will bring? One fact that is identified and has labeled the South African agriculture is that we were always able to find a way to survive. Compliance will be challenging, but not obliterative. Use of crop protection products need not be risky, provided that we apply the necessary caution and, of course, diligence. How safe do you really want these compounds to be? I thank you very much.
Cobus, you were very generous with your insights and touched a number of aspects from the EU side and taking us back here at home. And I think your wealth of experience and many years of service is clear from the insights that you have given us. The evolution of regulations from the early 2000s and to the challenges that we are facing now. And I think the points you are raising about South Africa's low levels of investments on research is a troubling one and the most important issue to tackle. And I think also the aspects about the slow registration of certain agrochemicals is one of the key issues where I hope that some of our colleagues from government that are probably sitting online, they will see this from some of the remarks that you have made. And I think now speaking from a domestic perspective, there tends to be a temptation to see agriculture from an output perspective, where we are enjoying the exports, enjoying the produce that we do get. But I think oftentimes we overlook just the importance of all of the inputs that are necessary to giving us that final number that we tend to look at as export earnings or GDP or jobs. And I think we need to invest a lot in that in South Africa. So thank you for those, Kubas. We are now getting on into our panel discussion, whereby all of the speakers are joining us on stage, and really welcome to all of you. We appreciate the insights that you have given us this morning. And I would say my key takeaway from all of this session is really around the sustainability issue within agriculture. A number of challenges that have been highlighted, from geopolitics to new regulations to climate change, but the core question is to say, how does agriculture continue to thrive in that environment? And the risks that are presented by the climate change and many other aspects, how do then the agrochemicals industries also assist us in that in that quest to pretty much achieve sustainability? But at the same time, for countries like South Africa, we also have a triple challenge of unemployment, inequality, slow economic growth, and agriculture has to play part onto that. And I think for agriculture to be able to respond to those needs, it has to be a sector that is growing, that is having access to all of the agrochemicals that we do need for farmers to perform all of the duties that they can do on their side. And I think also, as I said at the beginning, we are an export-orientated agricultural sector. And what comes out of the EU is very important from a South Africa side. EU, for example, makes up about 27% of our agricultural export markets. So if you are facing some difficulties there in an export-orientated agricultural sector, you are pretty much really in a tough position. So I think the inputs that we received from Laurie, Samari around the EU Green Deal were very helpful. But of course, I think as we move towards the discussion, the core thing is about, are those really going to remain the way they are with the pressures that are coming out of the current geopolitics? And also the African countries, are they going to take those standards and adopt them as they are, or there's going to be deeper conversations around this issue? And I think those are a number of things that we will be discussing as we progress with this session. And I also picked up the key inputs about farmer associations, governments coming together, learning what other countries are doing in as far as the sustainability, and then saying, how do we, this can also influence the debate in about the Green Deal as we go forward. Because in my perspective, I do think, and also just learning from what was being presented, there's a lot of regulatory risks, there's a lot of compliance costs, and those that are in the horticultural sector in South Africa, particularly citrus, they already know the millions that they pay for some compliances in the EU and the other markets. So these are all key issues that I think they're raising input cost of doing business in agriculture. But let me not speak much. Let me quickly move on to the discussion. But before I open up the floor for everyone that is in the auditorium and some questions that we have made, perhaps Rod, I could give you a minute or so to reflect on what you have learned from our eminent panel of about 4 speakers this morning.
Thanks, Wandile. I was very interested with Julia's, Laurie's, and Samira's presentations. When we first started talking about this conference, the EU Green Deal was top of the pops. We had a session here with AgBiz last year talking about strategies. Where should AgBiz be looking at risks for agriculture into 2022? And the EU Green Deal kept coming up. So the presentations this morning, particularly Laurie's, which says the EU Green Deal is not yet enforced. It's not yet mandatory. It hasn't even been approved for implementation. And with what's going on in Ukraine now, some countries even rethinking, is the EU Green Deal such a good deal? So I find that quite encouraging for us, because we heard from Samira the huge amount of work that CropLife Africa Middle East has been putting into trying to get mitigation into the EU Green Deal for Africa. So if we are going to have some delays in the EU Green Deal, if we are going to have some of them disappearing altogether, that gives Africa a chance to go back and plead our case. And we've got lots of cases to plead. You've heard from Kobus. It is not only the normal regulators in Europe, but we have the secondary regulators, the supermarkets, the buyers. They're all putting in additional restrictions on what products can be used on our produce. So those secondary regulators, as Kobus indicated, are also gaining prominence and giving us more and more difficulties. We cannot have any discussion on our industry today without revisiting what Kobus said about our regulatory environment. It is a huge part of CropLife South Africa's daily efforts, is trying to find out how we're going to clear the backlog. How are we going to get a new system in place so that we can bring the new technologies and the new innovations we've heard from our CropLife International colleagues? We're not going to bring those new technologies to market unless our regulatory process in this country has a fundamental change going forward. So those will remain a key focus of CropLife South Africa going forward. So it's like we keep talking about integrated pest management, Wandeli, it's going to be integrated processes for us going forward. We have to look at the local regulatory environment. We have to interact with all of our members. We have to look at our trading partners and the restrictions they're going to continue to put in front of us, and as well as the secondary regulators. So we can't deal with each one in isolation. We've got to look at them all in an integrated fashion.
Thanks so much, Rod, for that. We have a lot of CropLife partners that are in the hall with us. So by just a show of hand, if you have a question, we will really come to you. There's a mic that is roaming around, which is going to assist on that. But as we try to recognize the hands in the hall, I want to just go to our panelists that are joining us in there, and really start with you, Julia. You gave us great insights on innovation, some bit of changes that are happening in global agriculture. But I want to bring you into this Green Deal issue. Given the geopolitics that have been happening now, Julia, are you getting a sense that farmers are fully involved in the discussion about how the EU regulators are thinking, and what sentiment are you also getting from the farmers' perspective, the EU farmers, when you speak with them on that side? Julia, if you could just comment for us on that, we'll really be grateful.
Thanks for a great question, and thanks to CropLife South Africa for having me. Thanks, Rod. So it's great to be with you. I would have liked to be with you in person, of course. Great question, but I wanted to say I couldn't agree more with what Rod just said, which is echoing your question. In the sense, I mean, I just spoke with the Commission yesterday, and they put on halt at the moment the measures on the Green Deal, but it's only a temporary pause because they are very adamant to continue and to adopt the measures anytime soon. And this is important to know because we should remind ourselves that the Green Deal is not the Green Deal as such, it's what is inside the Green Deal. The Green Deal is actually something also we share as an industry, is a SDG-led ambition. And it's a shared vision, is how we get there that we need to constructively challenge. So I see that, as Rod said, an opportunity for our industry to collectively step up and show that there are alternatives routes to achieve the same SDG-led ambition. So we shouldn't be trapped by the Green Deal as such, but we should take this opportunity and perhaps this delay to step up collectively and show and demonstrate alternatives route to achieve the same goals, actually to achieve better the same goals. We cannot forget that the fourth important leg of sustainability in agriculture is not only environmental, social, and economic, but it's also about productivity, inclusive productivity, which is the other side of innovation and sustainability. So, and again, I would say it's a call for action of all of us to work together, to go together as a community, to work together with the farmers, to step up and show the positive contribution that our industry can make and has to make to the Green Deal in Europe, but also to other Green Deals growing in other parts of the world. So from risk into opportunities, from issues into a new space for us, that we have now this momentum to grab and to collectively contribute with actions, with examples, and more, as I wanted to share with you, this partnership approach, collective engagement that put us in a thought leadership path.
Thank you so very much for that, Julia. So I get a sense then that, Julia, because part of me sitting in an export-orientated country like South Africa, when it comes to agriculture, my initial inclination when I saw the Green Deal, I had to think, is this the way of protecting the European farmers, or is it really about the environment? But I think you have given us something to reflect onto that, and thanks for that. And I want to bring in Dr. Samira on this point, because she spoke at length about the Africa EU Green Deal conversation in her remarks. But what I want to hear from you, Amira, have you given us, Samira, a thought about the implication of the Green Deal to some of the, on agri-food from the developing world, South Africa and the others? Do you get a sense that Europe is thinking deeply about that those implications, particularly from the global South in general? Are you getting that sense? Over to you, Dr. Samira. Dr. Samira, we seem not to be hearing you. Dr. Samira is having a bit of a connection issue, which is currently being sorted as we speak. I'm looking around in the hall to see if we have any hands of questions that we might take. And as we continue to do that, I want to bring in Laurie. She's a bit about some of these aspects. And Laurie, the point I want to bring to you is around the geopolitics and the risks that is on food security globally. You've mentioned the benefits, for example, that South Africa has enjoyed since the adoption of the GM crops, agrochemicals that we are currently using. But if you look across the borders in a number of African countries, there hasn't been as much enthusiasm as what we saw in South Africa. And I wonder now if you think the current geopolitics and the importance of self-sufficiency in food could change the sentiment in a number of countries about how do they think about agrochemicals, GMO seeds, and in general.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I share Julia's sentiment that I wish we were there in person, but this is good as well. To your question, I think that when something happens like we've seen recently with the war in Ukraine, it changes the policy discussions all over the world. I think that, you know, to your question, will more countries adopt new tools? I'd love to think so. I think it's really challenging to have a discussion that is a very, you know, one thing doesn't affect the other. And that's true of all policies as they're implemented. And impact assessments are very, very important. And we've seen a lot of consequences of policy decisions that have had unintended consequences. And I think, you know, Africa, if we think about Sri Lanka, I think there's been certainly some demonstrations of that around the world. So while I think people are having these conversations, what I hope they are also thinking about are the consequences of knee-jerk type reactions to some of this geopolitical events. And we've seen a lot of call for open and fair and resilient trade. To Julia's point around productivity, maintaining farmer productivity. And I do think this is an opportunity for us to talk more about productivity and new tools. And those aren't necessarily just the products and technologies that we support, but systems-based approaches, because one thing always affects another. And so that's why I was so encouraged to see that global conversation over the last couple of years really turning towards systems. And I think the point was really well made by Julia as well. There's not only one food system that's sustainable. And I think now is an opportunity for us to have countries, especially the export countries, step up and show the world that their existing food systems are sustainable. Certainly there is progress that can always be made, but I think it's an opportunity to have a conversation about productivity and the importance of global productivity and open and fair trade.
Thanks so much, Laurie, for those. I think your opening remarks at the start really displayed to us some of the countries at which we can look at to learn some lessons about how we think about greening agriculture and also just on a productivity side. I'm looking in the room to see if we have any question. We do have one question in the room. We're going to take that and then we'll come back to Rod because he also has a question he wants to present to you as a panelist.
My question, probably to Laurie, there's this anomaly between developed and developing, where we see developed countries looking at food safety, developing countries looking at food security. So the focus is definitely different. And sustainability, there's the anomaly between environmental sustainability, but then also commercial sustainability. If the grower can't stay on the farm, the food security is being compromised. So is there an acknowledgement of this dichotomy where one size fits all? And Wandile also referred to that. One size fits all is really not applicable here.
Thank you so much for that. Laurie, to you.
Thank you. Yes, that's a great question. And I do think we're seeing a growing recognition of that around the world right now. We've seen the European Union join the Sustainable Productivity Growth Coalition that I mentioned that came out of the outcomes of the United Nations Food Systems Summit. And so that to me is a really firm acknowledgement that Europe is having these conversations internally and also wanting to be engaged with them on the global stage around productivity. And so I think that, you know, well, of course, I can't speak for any government in the world. I do think generally there has been a lot more of a conversation about the intersection of climate change, biodiversity, food security, and productivity. And none of these can be pulled out discreetly from one another. You have to have these discussions together with many stakeholders, and also, you know, a recognition about the private sector contribution to these discussions is, I think, a little more prevalent than we have seen in recent years. And I think COP26, you know, the climate COP was an example of that, a recognition that the private sector has a really important role to play in these conversations. So overall, I hope that the conversation around the world keeps happening in terms of how do we work on all of these, you know, global issues together with multi-stakeholder approaches and partnerships that Julia referred to in her answer and in her presentation, and then also making sure that productivity really stays front and center in all of these discussions as well. And economic considerations to keep farmers farming are, you know, obviously key to this discussion. And something that is also really important is having farmer voices at the table. And I think hearing from farmers cannot be underestimated in terms of its importance. And so, you know, encouraging farmers to be part of these discussions, it's not easy. It takes time away from their business, and I recognize that. But having them at the table when these policy discussions are happening is crucial because they can speak to what's actually implementable.
Thanks so much, Laurie, for that. I mean, economic consideration, very important, because at the end of the day, these are people that are running farming businesses that needs to be sustainable. And on that theme, just before coming to Rob, back to Dr. Samira, because this point of economic consideration links nicely with the question that I would like to present to her, which is, do you get a sense that the EU, as they are thinking about some of these regulations that have been set out, there is economic consideration about the impact of trade in the developing world? And indeed, you can reflect from a perspective of the global south.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be here. And thank you for this question. As an industry, we have followed European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, and we have contributed to this discussion between Europe and Africa, Middle East in relation to this policy direction. And we want to help to achieve a green transition in agriculture. And our member company, as Julia and Laurie mentioned, are committed to United Nations Development Goal. However, the Renewed Africa-Europe partnership can help to unlock the potential sustainability. We hear how the European Africa partnership can achieve a sustainable transition of the Green Deal in agriculture in a way that can work for both continents. We very important that we have conduct impact assessment of the European in Africa. Parties are striving to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, but policies that suited to the need for one will not necessarily be suited to that of the other. So talking about limiting access to crop protection in a continent where most farmers don't use agrochemical does not resonate with the local reality. So, and also very important, we must allow Africa to trade rather than being left dependent on aid. Farmers in Africa are asking for improved market access to Europe, and there is concern from parties, including government from many nations worldwide, about the European approach to market access and adherence to international agri-food trading standard. So we encourage to farmers access to use of public-private partnership to achieve such goal, and we want that the Europe-Africa partnership can offer a platform both for best practice exchange and to offer capacity building in training of the ground. The European Green Deal or European policy needs to offer opportunity also to smallholder farmers for prosperity and for healthy future. And for that, we need to offer to the farmers tools to be resilient and competitive in the fact of involving the challenge that they are facing. So to summarize, I think that an impact assessment of all the European policy need to be conducted in Africa, and to ensure that there is a sustainable vision in our continent for a sustainable agriculture.
Thanks so very much, Dr. Samari, for that. Really, really insightful. And I think it displays the depth of work that still lies ahead and the collaborations that can be done for making sure that we adapt to appreciate the risk of climate change, but at the same time, there's a collective response onto that, which is cognizant of the productivity gains that needs to be protected, but also some of the other parts of the world where support is still needed and technology can assist in those productivity gains on those farming. So really useful points there. We appreciate that input. Rod, you had some questions from our panel for our panelists.
I do. Thanks, Wandile. So I'm going to carry on with Laurie before I skip across to Kobus. So Laurie, first of all, we know it's rather early in the morning in Washington, D.C. So again, sincere thanks for you joining us live this morning. We all appreciate it. I just want to go back quickly to the Green Deal. As you know, we have the chair of plant biotechnology here with us in CropLife South Africa. And when I first looked at some of the EU Green Deal parameters, there was quite a few points in there about plant biotechnology. Can you give us an update on how the EU sees plant biotechnology? Is it more acceptable these days in the European Union? Is it going to be a significant part of the EU Green Deal? Thanks, Laurie.
Thank you. And I'm sure there's many people that would love to have the direct answer to that question. And unfortunately, of course, I can't speak on behalf of the Commission or member states. I do think there's generally been more openness, especially as there's been discussions about gene editing. And I'm sure everybody has been following that news out of Europe. There seems to be generally, a little bit more room for discussion around the potential for gene editing. And I believe it was even mentioned in some of the language in the Farm to Fork as, a technology that could offer a tool for the future. Having said that, I don't know what the outcomes will be from those actual policy discussions, and implementation is still a way down the road, of course. I think it was interesting last week, there was some movement as a result of some of the challenges to get feed into the EU right now around removing some of those barriers. I think it was Portugal and Spain that were able to derogate from some of the requirements around GM crops because they needed to get some imports from Argentina. So I think that, possibly, I certainly hope so. And there does seem to be openness to new technologies, and it's actually in the language of the Green Deal. I think in general, we've seen globally a little more acceptance, or at least a little less, maybe acceptance is the right word, towards GM technology in general. We certainly haven't seen, at least from a global perspective, a lot of the anti-activities that were mentioned previously. We haven't seen as many or as much of that, at least certainly here in the Americas, but I think also maybe more in general. I think the safety of GM foods, after 30 years is pretty hard to beat. And certainly we've seen almost every single international scientific body, the FAO, come out with statements about the safety of that technology. So while I know there are still pockets and still challenges, I think, Africa is a good example where there's been some movement on acceptance of that technology in the last few years, which is encouraging. Not to say that there's complete global harmonization, which is always our goal, to see that there's this very cohesive import and export approvals on the same timeline. But, maybe someday, I hope before I retire, there'll be some type of global acceptance. But, there's still work to be done, but I think there has been generally a little less, a little more acceptance over the last 10 years since in my career anyway, towards the technology.
Thank you so much, Laurie. And I think we've spoken already a little bit this morning about the regulatory challenges with traditional plant protection solutions, but we haven't exactly the same with the plant biotech. So, Wandile, if I may, I'll skip across quickly to Kobus before we start taking any of the online questions. Kobus, the secondary regulators in Europe, the challenges and the risks we have with older products being withdrawn in Europe, which means our farmers can't use them, compounded by the fact we don't have currently an efficient regulatory system to bring replacement technologies to the market. Do you see any particular crop pest matrices in the country at the moment, particularly at risk for not having suitable solutions in the next year or two? Are there any critical areas that you see we should be aware of as the industry association and the members supplying the products into the agricultural industry?
Hello, Rod, and the rest of your group. Yes, we've been looking at this, what the implications of the removal of certain of the chemicals across the globe, what it impacts, what it has in store for us, and the two areas that I would like to highlight, and I'm standing to be corrected by my colleagues in the audience. But the two areas that I certainly like to focus on firstly is botryticides in the case of table grapes and some of the top fruit as well. We have a very limited arsenal of compounds that we at the present moment can use. And we are seeing more and more overuse of the so-called SDHIs. I'm pretty sure everyone in the audience knows what the SDHI group of chemicals are. And they are very prone to resistance, and we could in the nearby future see a demise in their efficacy very easily. The next area that have come to mind at the moment, I think, is Obviously, there are other fungi and bacteria problems that we are facing. But the most prominent ones, I think, at the moment would be the botryticides. The second thing that I would like to highlight is the problem with phytosanitary pests. We are more and more seeing phytosanitary pests coming to the fore, or we're seeing pests coming to the fore that we do not have a solution for at the moment, and that are being regarded as phytosanitary problems because they only occur in and around South Africa, or they have been introduced in the country as new pests. We do not have solutions for those at the present moment, and we certainly need some form of let's say, fast tracking as far as our regulations our regulatory issues are concerned, to ensure that we get a quick solution for those. Otherwise, it will just diminish our possibility or ability to compete internationally. And the third area that I would like to mention, which is acute and has come about just recently due to the demise of chlorpyrifos, is of course mealybug and scale insects. We are seeing an uprise in mealybug problems, especially in citrus and also in our soft fruit, deciduous fruit areas. And we certainly need to address that very, very quickly. Otherwise, we will be left with basically one compound that we can use, and that's also an organophosphate, also deregistered in Europe at the moment. And we certainly cannot live with that situation. May I say, to the benefit of our registrar, we've recently received a writing from him. In fact, on Friday, we received a writing from him with a very positive line at the bottom of the letter, which says, if the industry could put forward some suggestions for registration to cure mealybug and scale insects in the absence of chlorpyrifos, he would consider to fast track that. Now, that's very positive. And I think it's something to be applauded. We will be calling on industry. If I say we, you, Rod from CropLife, will pretty soon be calling on industry to specifically ask them for contributions, which we can put forward to the registrar. And I can go on forever and a day, but I think tea time is about on top of us, and we should respect the need of the people rather than keep on talking. Thank you, Rod and Wandile.
You are not yet relieved to go for tea. Hopefully you can be with us for a few more minutes. I'm looking for hands in the room to see if there's some questions, and we are already seeing those. And before I get to the questions that are in the room, Julia, I want to come to you, and you have some points to make in here, but I would like you to link them with one broad point. I mean, you're sitting there, you are CEO of CropLife International, which allows you to look broader into the world and really look at some of the macro trends that are out there. And what I would like to hear is whether sentiment as far as the investments in the agriculture, an accelerated trend, because what we observed, for example, during the health crisis was the fact that there was a lot of money and innovation and optimism about research and spending on research in that area. Now then, with food security back on the global agenda, I would like you to really comment on that to mix up with some of the comments that you were about to make. Thanks, Julia.
Wandile, I have to ask you to repeat the question because the line was not very clear on my end. So I apologize because I didn't hear the full question. So do you mind to repeat the question? Thank you so much.
No problem at all, Julia, the sentiment that I wanted to get is whether you are seeing a change in as far as investments in technology within the agricultural sector. And I was making an example of the health sector, where when the pandemic started, we saw many people rallying behind and putting money and really being open to technology. And I wonder now that with food being back on the global agenda, if there's going to be even more openness for us to actually use a couple of technologies and also spending within the technology side. And I'm presenting this broad general question to you because you have a benefit of looking globally in some of these things. That's the question, Julia, I would like you to link with the remarks you were about to make.
Thanks, Wanele. Thanks, great question. Allows also me to comment on previous important point Rod and people from the audience made in terms of future of technologies, future of gene editing, and whether sustainability is there is a dichotomy of sustainability, yes or no, because it's also this is links back to the investment piece. So let me say, we don't see a CropLife International with our CEO sustainability as a dichotomy. It's actually is an integrated approach. We see that, what we do to protect the industry in terms of license to operate and what we do in forward looking to is sustainability innovation have to be coherent. And sustainability nurture also the position on the license to operate of the industry. At the center lies innovation. Innovation in agriculture for a sustainable future. We cannot take this for granted. We have to push innovation at the very center stage of everything we do. If we don't champion this together with our partners, farmers, etc., it's not going to come easily, right? So this is links back to investments, because if we can put, again, agriculture, innovation in agriculture at the center stage of everything we do, a global, a regional level, future COPs and engagement, we cannot foster the investment piece. We need more public and private investments, because our industry is certainly leading in R&D and technologies, but we know it's not enough. We need also public-private coming more together. We need mechanism to buffer, what it means in terms of investment in agriculture and make it bigger at scale. And we need that these investments with enabling environment allows to deploy the benefits of the investments on R&D and technology. So we need to build an whole ecosystem, and that requires more efforts also on our end as an industry to step up and talk about the positive contributions we can make by working together. And this is something that it doesn't come automatically. I think we need to really to make the case in a collective and vocal way. Because the challenges and the opportunities before us are there, and we need to grab that. Also, I wanted to build on previous comments on the gene editing. We will expect the EU to come up with a policy on gene editing that will link the gene editing to sustainability. So what do we do? How we can address this in advance? A link with the investment piece is crucial. So we need more, and we need more scale. We need more impacts. Each of us needs to do its part.
Thank you so very much, Julia, for those points. And I think the audience and everyone that is in the hall here really takes that to heart. Thank you so much. We are heading towards closing, but there is a hand that is here at the hall. And in fact, two hands. We're going to start there, and then we come back to you.
Thank you. Good morning. My question is towards Dr. Samira. In essence, also to you, Rod, because it will go down to South Africa in essence. Going back to the Green Deal, in your discussions, EU-Africa discussions, one of your slides, you spoke about strengthening access to local language labels. That's what you guys are recommending. When you look at experience, it's easier when you look at other sub-Saharan Africa countries, for instance, East Africa. You can have a language, a label with English and Swahili. You go to West Africa, where most of the people there speak French, so you can have English and French. But if you move to the SADC region, which, the southern countries, where you have most countries, South Africa, for instance, or Namibia or Zimbabwe, they have quite a number of languages. South Africa, I mean, we have 11 local languages. How do you look at that as a recommendation? Because, for instance, a few years ago, South Africa would have English and Afrikaans in our labels, which was good for the farmers. But when you look at the people that work in the farms and actually use the product, they, in essence, don't speak Afrikaans anymore, and we're moving away from that. But how do you pick, because now we have this recommendation, how do we pick a sort of local language for Southern African countries to sort of move along with the recommendations that we're trying to make in these discussions with the EU. And also another level to add is we're moving away, now we're moving towards globally harmonized systems, where in our labels we're moving away from color bands, where it was easier for people in the farms to look at a red band, oh, this is really dangerous, you know, that kind of thing, we're moving away from that. How do we now, have you guys looked at possible solutions of, in that recommendation, how do you look at Southern Africa countries, for instance? Dr. Samira and Rod, in essence. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Dr. Samira, while we move to the second question, perhaps maybe you could start.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So maybe I can take it largely for my response. For us, we are looking to unlock the sustainable transformation and in Africa, and we need for that to strengthen our institution. We need to enable environment of agribusiness and increase investment to accelerate this agricultural transformation. For that, Africa requires implementation of the regulatory reform that adapted to its environments. So we need to work together with as private sector, with the public sector to improve our regulatory reforms, our regulatory policy that can be adapted to the needs of our farmers, to offer to them opportunity for prosperity and for healthy future. We are working as and we stand up as industry to be partner in all the capacity building and to strengthen as an institution that can enable the environment for sustainable transformation. So we stand up as partner to work for the harmonization system in regional in Africa. We want also to be a partner for all the capacity regarding the harmonization of labeling like GHS, and I know that South Africa is in good progress here. And regarding the smallholder farmers, we need also to support them with the necessary tools that can help them to use efficiently and in the responsible way all the technologies as solution.
Thanks so much, Samira. Rod, before we move to the question, if you could just add on to that.
Yeah, so I think I'll start first on the local language labels. I don't think it necessarily means we've got to have a regionally acceptable label. I think it's more a case of don't just import a label from Europe or elsewhere in the world that's got an English label and put it on the local market. So I think it's more a case of, is the product fit for purpose in the country, rather than just bringing something in. And then on the GHS, I think if anyone in this room who's seen what Fikile and the GHS committee has been trying to do for the last, well, you could even go back 3 years if you really want to go back to it. But anyway, if you see what that's trying to do is, yes, there is a globally acceptable standard for GHS, but can we influence the local regulators to have local tweaks that make more sense? And I think going forward with lots of things we've spoken about with the Green Deal, with Samira talking about interaction with the African Union and the European Union, it's back to the same thing. At local level, we have to try and influence the local regulators as much as possible. Yes, we need international standards, but we also need to keep things real for our own market and our own country. And Laurie said it numerous times, don't come in with policy that's good for one part of the world and it's absolutely negative impact in the rest. So for me, it's back down to trying to influence our regulators, which not that easy, but we have a lofty aim.
Thanks, Rod. We have the last question for you, sir.
Thank you, Wandile. My question's to one of the CropLife ladies. Quibus outlined very clearly the constraints that our farmers are having to deal with the products we're losing. And I don't share his optimism, I'm afraid, when you refer to the red scale and mealybug, that there might be a solution that could be fast-tracked. But the question is, internationally, is CropLife lobbying, or are you able to lobby to retain some of the chemistry which is being lost? Not always for sound reasons, scientific reasons, or even on a health basis. Or is that not your place, and is it perhaps a futile exercise to try and lobby to retain some of that chemicals, especially in Europe? Thanks.
Thank you so very much for that. Julia, can we base that to you CEO CropLife International? Perhaps you're well suited to assist us with this question.
Yeah, and I would like to also ask Laurie to comment on that, because she's very close to the EU agenda. So I would say we see this working with CropLife Europe. Laurie will explain more in detail. We see the engagement with the EU very, very closely. So we like to say we advocate, and we work to very closely to make sure that our voice is heard, but also we protect our products, but also we provide alternatives too. So it's a very, very thorough approach of engaging, which is, I would say, it goes beyond lobbying. So it's engaging, advocating, and working very closely. But I will pass on to Laurie that she can provide more detailed on specific questions around, for instance, MRL and other things. Laurie, back to you.
Sure, thank you, Julia. Yes, and that's an excellent question. And I think one of the strengths that we have at CropLife is the CropLife network. And so Samira is here on the call as well, and she can certainly also speak to this. But we do have a number of committees at the international level that allow us to engage with all parts of the world. Because as we've discussed this morning, a policy in the EU has broad implications all around the world, and that are especially felt keenly in the export markets. And so, yes, this is very core to everything we do. And this idea about impacts and trade-offs is also really important to our discussions as we have these globally. So CropLife Europe is the lead on all things in Europe, and we work very closely, and Samira and I are frequently on calls and discussions with our colleagues in Europe around what are they doing. But there's also an opportunity for third countries to get engaged in these discussions. And on some of these import tolerance discussions, we recently had a policy put out by the EU around mirror clauses. And I'm sure as an export-facing group, you guys were probably all familiar with that policy that was out for discussion. So what we do at CropLife International is we frequently try to align on some of those key messages, not the exact wording, but the key messages that we want to make sure that we as associations are putting forward from a private sector perspective, but also making sure that the respective governments where you all work, and for your case in South Africa, are aware of some of these challenges that policies that might happen in one part of the world could have in other parts. And so we have task forces directed to MRLs. We have a broad conversation, and we've talked with Chantal very closely around some of the GMO discussions around plant biotechnology and the importance of aligning and being cohesive all around the world if we're ever able to have open and fair trade. So yes, that's a very long answer to say absolutely we are trying our best to have cohesion and influence from a global perspective on some of these specific domestic policies.
Thank you so very much, Laurie. Thanks to Dr. Samira, Julia, and Cobus. I know many of you had to wake up, particularly you, Laurie, very early to join us onto this. The people joined us in the audience. If you didn't have an opportunity to pose some of the questions, You all know Rob's email address or Elizra's email address. You can send some of the points in there. They will definitely make sure that they convey those to the CropLife network. So we're very thankful for making the time, and everyone that has joined the session online, we're thankful for that. We're gonna go for a coffee break. We're also thankful to everyone that has joined us here in the hall. And for myself, on our side at AgBiz, we're very thankful that, Rob, you could involve us in this particular session. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just keep the coffee break shorter so that we can still come back. We're starting at 11 o'clock sharp, please. And we have Henk first up. So sorry for cutting your coffee break. And yep, thank you also for the participation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henk van der Westhuizen. I'm a MD of a company which is proudly a member of CropLife, and I want to thank CropLife for giving me the opportunity to discuss a topic of great importance this morning, and thank you very much. The topic that I will be looking at is stewardship and compliance. How far does the responsibility of the registration holder go? Let's start with some definitions. I looked at a couple of definitions for compliance and found one or two interesting ones. The act of complying to an order, a rule, or a request, Cambridge Dictionary. And then one that many of folks of my generation will be quite familiar with, as you can see from the little graphic on the bottom right-hand side there. Physics, the property of a material of undergoing elastic deformation when subjected to an applied force. This is equal to the reciprocal of stiffness. Now, I'm sure that many of you can recognize exactly what that means. And for this discussion, I will actually look at compliance and stewardship separately, because I believe, although they are intermingled, I believe there are two quite different spectrums that we need to have a look at. My wife used to watch the Oprah Winfrey show every single day, and Oprah Winfrey said that in any industry, or indeed any life, there are a few key moments that has an impact on such an industry or life, and that certainly holds true. So these may include, but are not limited to, birth, of course. Now, on December the 17th in 1903, Orville Wright became the first person to pilot a powered aeroplane, the Wright Flyer, which was built by himself and his brother Wilbur. Before them, there were guys that flew in hot air balloons and also some gliders, but the first powered flight was the Wright Flyer at Kitty Hawk on this particular day, and the plane stayed aloft for around 200 meters. Thank you. Then we move on to early growth and development. Now, a Frenchman by the name of Louis Blériot crossed the English Channel in his monoplane on July the 25th of 1909. Now, a monoplane, for those who do not know, as pictured on the right, is a single-winged aeroplane. And you can see that is quite a flimsy piece of machinery, and he managed to cross the English Channel, the first person to do so. Going into adolescence, the first prototype of the iconic Supermarine Spitfire took place on March the 5th, 1936, and that prototype is pictured at the bottom left, and on the right-hand side you see one of the most beautiful flying machines ever created, and it played a very significant role in the Battle of Britain. And then we reach the stage of adulthood, and I'd like to show you a video.
In October 1947, at Muroc Desert Test Center in California, history is made by this aircraft, the XS-1, and its pilot, Captain Charles E. Yeager. This airplane and this pilot are about to be the first ever to fly faster than the speed of sound in level flight. A B-29 will take the XS-1 aloft and launch her at an altitude of about 35,000 feet. The XS-1 is not a military aircraft, but a flying research laboratory designed to test the effects of supersonic flight upon airplanes. It is powered by 4 rocket engines. Its weight empty is less than 5,000 pounds, but it carries 8,000 pounds of fuel. B-29s have done a lot of memorable things, but none of them ever before had a mission quite like this one. And no airplane ever did what the XS-1 is about to do. Cracking the sound barrier in level flight will be more than a spectacular feat. It will also give the Air Force valuable knowledge of the resources of new propulsive systems. Captain Yeager gets aboard the XS-1. It can't be a long flight he's going to have in the little aircraft. At full power, the flight can't last more than 2.5 minutes. But it's going to be a fast one. radar crews are ready too, to do the timing, the only possible method for timing aircraft at extremely high altitudes. There she goes, a big moment in a history-making flight. Now she's approaching the barrier. The speed of sound at 35,000 feet is 660 miles per hour. The really big moment. Through the sound barrier. The first time ever in level flight. For the first time, except in dives, a man has flown an airplane faster than the speed of sound. It earned Captain Yeager many honors, and the historic plane, the XS-1, earned a resting place in the Smithsonian Institution.
Aviation enthusiasts refer to the breaking of the sound barrier that you've just witnessed as the most important turning point in aviation. And a few months before Jack Yeager broke the sound barrier, the turning point in the industry that we are involved in today occurred on January the 17th, 1947. Now you may well wonder what aviation and our Act has in common. Well, there are quite a few common grounds. As you will see, compliance and stewardship are critical to the safe aeronautical industry, and they are also critical in our industry. And I also share this video and this information about aviation with you because together with my passion for aviation, I have a passion for our Act and our industry and compliance and stewardship towards our industry. So there it is, Act number 36 of 1947, promulgated in 1947. You may wonder why I use the comparative or the comparison with aviation when looking at the responsibility of the registration holders. It is because these are two of my real passions, aviation, but also the Act 36 and our industry. And there are some comparisons because both industries can only survive and can only move forward and improve their image if they comply in all aspects to the relevant acts and regulations, and if they have a high sense of stewardship that they also apply to their industries. As we know, just as per a recent example, compliance issues led to the grounding of some of the airways in South Africa. Fortunately, that has been lifted, but that was just an example of the importance of compliance in this industry. Act 36 of 1947, the definition and the name of the Act was to provide for the registration of fertilizers, farm feeds, sterilizing plants, and certain remedies, to regulate the importation and sale of fertilizers, farm feeds, seeds, and certain remedies, and to provide for matters incidental thereto. In 1970, the title and the contents of the Act was changed to include agricultural remedies with the following definition: any chemical substance or biological remedy or mixtures or combinations of any substance or remedy intended to be used for the destruction, control, repelling or prevention of any undesirable virus, bacterium, algae, nematode, fungus, insect, plant, vertebrate, invertebrate or any product thereof, but excluding products controlled under the Medicinal, Dental and Pharmacy Act, Food, Drug and Disinfections Act, and Drugs Control Act. The Act has gone through various upgrades and changes, and many regulations have been published over the years, but I will only focus on a few of the points where the role of the registration holder may sometimes be misunderstood or unclear or not properly implemented. Advertisements. This is any printed material whatsoever, or any oral statement brought to the members of the public intended to promote the sale or use thereof or draw attention to the nature, properties, advantages or uses thereof. Please remember that no advertising message or claims that you make that do not appear on the approved label may appear on any advertisement. I unfortunately see quite a few adverts where this is transgressed. The question always comes up if a handout such as a pen with purely a product name printed on it is considered an advertisement and should be approved by the registrar. Well, I certainly believe, although it is an advertisement, there's no need for approval. I think approval starts when a claim pertaining to that particular product being advertised is being made. The label. Any written, printed or graphic matter attached to any container of an ag remedy that states the particulars which are to be furnished in respect of the ag remedy concerned. I more frequently see printed labels which do not conform to the regulations in terms of the layout. These are very clear, stipulated in the regulations. And as I mentioned, I see more and more labels that no longer adhere to these regulations. Each and every proposed change to a label must be approved by the regulators, including changes to the acts or the regulations promulgated by the registrar and the regulators themselves. Please keep this in mind. Sell, goodness gracious. There are many transgressions regarding the sale of products purely because I think we tend to forget what exactly the definition is within the Act. This includes agree to sell or to offer, advertise, keep, expose, transmit, convey, deliver or manufacture for sale or to exchange or to dispose of any consideration whatever or to transmit, convey or deliver in pursuance of a sale. Making a recommendation or delivering a product to anybody to use a product is clearly a sell. In other words, if you take a product that is not registered to a farmer and you deliver this to him and he uses that product, although it's not registered on your recommendation, then it is considered a sell. No person shall sell any of the above unless it is registered under the Act under the name under which it is registered. It is packed in such a manner and mass or volume as registered. Container in which it is sold complies with prescribed requirements, and the composition and efficacy specified in the application for the registration and the label complies with the requirements. Furthermore, the sale of fertilizers, farm feeds, ag remedies, and stock remedies, no person shall for reward or in the course of any industry, trade, or business use or recommend the use of any agricultural remedy or stock remedy for the purpose or in a manner other than specified on the label. So it is very clear that this portion of the Act includes any staff member of the registration holder of the said product, any staff member of a distributor of said product, the farmer or the grower or any other end user. And here we should also include consultants. And I think this is an area where CropLife and the registrar have to look at very carefully. We know that some consultants do not adhere to the Act very, very closely. So this is definitely an area which we need to investigate. Some other relevant acts. The Hazardous Substance Acts number 15 of 1973 to provide for the control of substances which may cause injury or ill health to or death of human beings by reason of their toxic, irritant, corrosive, or strongly sensitizing or flammable nature. This act was promulgated in 1973. And that is the year, looking at the aeroplane on the right-hand side there, that this aeroplane, which is a Tupolev 144, was flown and displayed at the Paris Air Show for the first time. This aeroplane was a copy of a Russian version of the copied Concorde, the supersonic airliner built by Britain and France. Unfortunately, the Tupolev 144 crashed, broke up in midair and crashed during the Paris Air Show of 1973, putting an end to the production of that aeroplane and the dreams of the Russians. The National Road Transport Act number 1993 of 1996 to provide for road traffic matters which shall apply uniformly through the Republic and for matters connected therewith. Now, in 1996, ComAir, aeroplane pictured on the left, and British Airways, pictured on the right, merged to form a company called British Airways, managed by ComAir in South Africa. Now, they were recently in the news, as you know, because of compliance issues. Fortunately, that has now been cleared. Some other relevant documents or codes published which I think we should take cognizance of include SABS number 0228 and SANS 10231, the transport of dangerous goods. The aeroplane you see there is an Airbus Guppy. This is a transport aeroplane specifically built by Airbus to transport various parts of the Airbus airliners that we see today to Toulouse in France, where they are assembled. It comes from all over Europe, Italy, England, France, different parts, transported in that little aeroplane. Well, it's not a little aeroplane, it's quite a big aeroplane. Then SABS 0229, packaging of dangerous goods, and there you can see a huge amount of packed material ready to be uploaded into a cargo aeroplane. You can see these parcels are well labeled, and these will definitely confine or will adhere to the restrictions and the regulations of the packaging of dangerous goods. The aeroplane in the background is an Antonov 225. It is the biggest and heaviest aeroplane ever built. It has a load capacity of about 250 tons, which equates to between 50 African elephants that can be loaded on this aeroplane. Unfortunately and sadly, this aeroplane, there was only one ever built, became one of the first victims of the Ukraine-Russian war when it was destroyed while standing in a hangar in the Ukraine. SABS 0263, the storage of dangerous goods. On the right-hand side, an American site called the Boneyard, where the Americans store military aeroplanes that are no longer used. Now you can see they store them in the desert. It's very dry. There's very low humidity. So the actual problems with the non-performance of these aeroplanes over a long period is not a problem. And you'll see there are a massive amount of aeroplanes. In fact, there are more airplanes in the American boneyards than the South African Air Force has had in its entire lifetime. So, in conclusion, looking at compliance, I believe the registration holder has a responsibility, and these include to obtain, expand, and maintain the registration as prescribed under Act 36, to ensure the product label attached to the container reflects the contents of the container and all other relevant information as required and registered under Act 36 and in the prescribed format. And as far as possible and practical, to ensure that the product is recommended and used as per the registered label. So, let's look at stewardship. There are a couple of definitions of stewardship, but they have a common thread. The responsible overseeing and protection of something worth caring for and preserving. Stewardship is an ethic that embodies the careful planning and management of resources. The concept of stewardship can be applied to the environment and nature, economics, theology, etc. Stewardship is a life cycle approach to crop protection product management to ensure safe production, transportation, storage, handling, application, and use of the product, as well as the proper disposal of waste. This is the definition that can be found on the CropLife South Africa website. What is the life cycle approach? The life cycle approach to stewardship is a responsible and ethical way to manage crop protection products from their discovery and development to their use and the final disposal of any waste. The overall aim of the stewardship approach is to maximize the benefits and minimize any risk from using crop protection products. So you can see it starts with research and development, where brand new materials, brand new actives are discovered, through to the manufacturing process and the plants that manufacture these, the storage, transportation, distribution, packaging, etc., of these products, integrated pest management and responsible use on application, and the relevant products being applied to relevant areas of control, container management, and management and disposal of the obsolete stocks, a life cycle approach. Thank you. Apart from the life cycle approach, what should responsible registration holders do to ensure proper and thorough stewardship? These are just a few points that I think are very important and I'd like to bring to your attention. A well-constructed and a practical disaster management plan. This can happen at any time, and registration holders should be responsible, very responsible in this particular area. Implement quality control measures, not only for the technical grade materials, but also for the formulated products. Audits on formulators, transporters, storage companies, all these people should from time to time, I believe, undergo some sort of audit managed by the registration holder to ensure that all relevant acts and regulations are adhered to. Then legally binding distribution contracts which address risk areas such as product liability issues and responsibilities. We all know that from the minute that we lodge a claim, one of the first things that will be asked by the insurers is to have a look at the product liability issue and responsibilities. And I'm sure Mr. Brian Kerner will address that later on tomorrow as well. Intertrading of products and supply to poorly trained agents. This is cause of concern for many of us. Training of people in the value chain, for example, the safe handling and the responsible use of products, and if applicable, specific storage and shelf life conditions. Pertaining to training, there are incredibly helpful pieces of learning that can be downloaded from the CropLife website, and I implore people to visit the website and to make use of all those materials. They really are excellent. So, apart from the life cycle approach, what should responsible registration holders do to ensure proper and thorough stewardship? There should be more involvement in the efforts of CropLife South Africa, and I cannot emphasize this anymore. I've been a member of the ExCo committee of CropLife for many, many years, and I find it very sad to see that there is still not sufficient involvement in all of the CropLife activities and committees by the registration holders and other members. So please be part of the solution, not the problem. We always see the same people serving all the committees. Come on, people, this is in everybody's everybody can gain from being more involved with CropLife activities. So be part of the solution, not the problem. A responsible registration holder should only be satisfied that a proper stewardship program has been implemented once his product has been used in accordance with the label and results obtained as stipulated on the label have been achieved, and after the empty containers have been collected for recycling. And just in conclusion, my pet hate, never, ever, ever casually refer to the products that we sell as gif. Just last night again in a television program, there was a leading farmer that said the prices of gif have increased incredibly by 50 or 100% this year. I cringe when I hear people use the word gif. We're not selling gif. We're selling registered agricultural remedies. In conclusion, just another comment about my passion for aviation and inclusion of aviation slides in this presentation. This presentation, I think, would have been incredibly boring if I didn't find something interesting to tell you people and to try and keep you awake as well. So, thank you very much again for the opportunity to make this presentation, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you, Henk, for this informative presentation and your comparison with aviation and our industry. For interesting, our Act is from 1947, Act 36 is 75 years old this year. So is it old or is it new beginnings? I think there's quite a few questions regarding the Act, and please, you can comment, send your questions in a comment column, and we as a panel will address it later. My next speaker is Umfani Meyer. He's an export producer, but he's actually a director of the company called Unifruti. It's a big enterprise in the fruit industry. He's got extensive knowledge in the crop protection industry and also on the export of produce all over the world. And I think Umfani, he's got his knowledge. He would like to give it to us today. I think we can learn a lot from his experience. Umfani, thanks a lot. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, maybe good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator, Mr. Croft. My topic is, what does the export producer expect from the registration holder? Now, I'm going to talk about the citrus production because that's my field of expertise. As a starter, I would like to give a quick overview of the Southern African citrus production. When it comes to the world's global citrus production, we only come in at number 12. And that's behind the biggies like China, Brazil, and India, who've got umpteen times more citrus than we have. However, when we come to global citrus exports, and this survey was done in 2019, 2020, you will see that Southern Africa fills the number 2 position behind Spain during this survey. Also, our main competitors from the Southern Hemisphere, and they've got the same marketing window as us, are Egypt, mainly with oranges, and Argentina, mainly with lemons. Okay, the production areas in Southern Africa. Limpopo leads the way with nearly 40% of the total hectares in Southern Africa. And the first 3 regions, that's Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, make up 85% of the total in Southern Africa. We call it Southern Africa because Zimbabwe and Swaziland's production is included. Swaziland now is Eswatini. Okay, export tons, if we look at the differences with a bit of history, a 10-year history, we see that oranges, which includes Valencias and Navels, as well as grapefruit that includes Star Ruby and Marsh, they're fairly stable. And their output is fairly constant. However, if we come to the the lemons and the mandarins, there's like almost exponential growth in volume. And there's a lot of young trees still to come into production. And the big question is, where's the market for all this fruit? If we look at the target markets, where we market our fruit, Europe, or the EU, is still the leader with 36%, but with severe phytosanitary restrictions of 0 tolerance on CBS, citrus black spot, and FCM, false codling moth. So 1 black spot in a container is a disqualification, and 1 live larvae in a container is a disqualification. You've got to reroute the fruit away from the EU. Also interesting there is the current situation in Russia, which takes 8% or 13 million cartons of our fruit. And where that's going to end up, probably in other markets, is still to be seen as of at the moment. An advantage that has happened in terms of Brexit is that the split from the EU has favorable terms for us in terms of residues and phyto restrictions. They don't have the black spot and the false codling moth because probably there's, well, I know there is no citrus production in the UK. And that makes it to easier access. The Middle East, very important market, but it is mainly Saudi Arabia or Abu Dhabi, as most people think. North America is a combination of the USA and Canada. Okay, if we look at production costs in citrus, this was a benchmark exercise in 2020 of participating producers in the Letsitele and Hoedspruit regions. And the participating units showed an ag chem value of 281.4 million. If we take all the production costs, we're looking at a 1 billion pie chart of those that were participating. Now, ag chem represents 28% of the production costs. This used to be much lower. And again, the 28% is an average of all the farmers. Another way of putting it, the average benchmark was 23,865 Rand per hectare spent on agrochemicals, or 754 per ton. So the ag chem you have as number one, and then the labor cost split between production and harvesting, and then fertilizer, maintenance, there's some other production costs. At the moment, fuel and oil and electricity are way below, and the expectation is that those segments will rise with the current situations. Okay, now the question of my is, are you a responsible registration holder? And the producer doesn't always know who has the registration. Is it the manufacturer? Is it the distributor? Or is it the representative? And then also the whole meaning of stewardship compliance. In the ag chem business, the companies have to comply with the relevant laws, regulations, standards, and ethical practices. Okay, now, however, there's a limitation of warranty and liability on most labels that says you've got to read this limitation and warranty before buying or using the product. The term, if the terms are not acceptable, return the product at once, unopened, and the purchase price will be refunded. And then another one, cannot be responsible for losses or damages resulting from the use of this product in any manner not specifically directed by the company. The user assumes all risks associated with such non-directed use. So the user assumes all risk and the registration holder is not responsible. Okay, as a exporter, we also have compliance, and the first one is Global GAP, which is international, and that's an annual audit that keeps on getting more complicated and more strict. First of all, there's also compliance to the South African national standards for agrochemicals. There's hurdles that you have to jump over, like water quality, sanitation facilities, filling point pollution, that's where you fill the tanks or the sprayers, as well as protective clothing for each category of farm worker. Health and safety requirements, and then also specifically for the ag chem industry, annual blood tests for organophosphate presence. That is the test that looks at choline esterase, but there's nothing else that blood tests can reveal. The second compliance we have to do is the CESA audit, which stands for Sustainability Initiative of South Africa. You have ethical and environmental audits. They look at accommodation of workers, working hours, as well as overtime hours, sanitation facilities, and protective clothing, conditions, freedom of association and collective bargaining, that's unions, strict measurements of water quality and soil, and also where do you discharge after using, and then all-encompassing farm ecosystem as well as biodiversity on the farms. Also energy, materials and waste with an accent on waste. So the CESA audit is a firewall between the supermarkets and the producers. Because before CESA, you would have multiple onto the farm and looking at different different conditions, and especially with accommodation and sanitation, etc. People like Tesco, Lidl, and Edeka, as an example. The CESA audit depends on the frequency. If you have either a silver, gold, or platinum status, and that determines your frequency. If you've got a gold status, it's every 2 years. A platinum is every 3 years. Then CESA is also the same as Global Gap, getting more complicated and voluminous. It just becomes more and more. Then we come to market access, which is becoming the most important aspect of farming these days, especially if you're an exporter. So apart from efficacy, the MRLs, maximum residue limits, are the most important. MRLs constantly change and affect market access. Representatives don't always have the up-to-date knowledge and are reluctant to recommend a solution to the problems. There's big differences between the countries with the same chemical. And you cannot prepare an orchard for a market because different sizes of fruit have different markets. You could have market access to the EU, but then also supermarkets have their own restrictions, and this is particularly true for the German supermarkets. The drive is to have zero residues, but still unblemished fruit, a very tall order. Another thing that is problematic for us is the huge lack of residue analysis after the expiry of a patent. And the question is, whose responsibility is this? There's also a constant change of maximum residue levels, and usually that goes downwards and less. The other thing about residues in citrus, it is mainly concentrated in the rind of the fruit. And as we all know, normal people do not eat citrus peels. However, you've got to cater for the housewives and the factories that make marmalade. Jamie Oliver that uses zest of lemons and oranges without wax. So that is why the whole fruit is tested. However, it all sits in the rind, which sometimes seems a bit unfair. If a patent expires and the generics appear, there is generally no further residue analysis that takes place. Now, as an example, buprofesin, or applaud, is a critical chemical or a tool against mealybug in citrus that's becoming more and more important. For instance, the Korean market for grapefruit is very important, and they don't want any sign of a mealybug, and even sooty mold should not appear on the fruit. So, when it was registered in the EU, the residue was 0.05 parts per million. And at 28 days, the fruit was suitable for export. Now, the residue has been lowered to 0.1 ppm, and nobody knows how many days that takes to be safe. Okay, if I understand that if you have generic active registrations, in other words, new generics, you've basically got to prove chemical equivalence and only do 30% efficacy on the crops and uses registered on the original product. Okay, then there's this other thing that we used to call the 3M products: muck, manure, and mystery. Now this includes all these adjuvants like wetters, stickers, pH buffers, etc. It's got an influence on cost as well as MRLs. And then also the half-life of chemicals. There's a lot of talk about that. I used to have a friend which says, if you give someone a ball of steel wool or certain people, they will knit you a stove. And that is sometimes happening with half-life of chemicals. Then you get the whole story of biostimulants that claim yield increases. So the addition of wetters and stickers, is this really necessary? And what is in the product formulation, the original one? Because we believe the formulators are top-class chemists, but the labels are totally silent on adjuvants. And the effect of prolonging the breakdown of the residue can be influenced by the addition of wetters and stickers, but we don't always know, and that can disqualify you from having market access. The same with half-life of chemicals with all these pH buffers. Again, what is in the formulation? Isn't it already incorporated? And then to claim yield increases without statistical analysis is actually useless. The latest one is nets. More and more citrus production is taking place under nets, and it has been shown that because of the milder climate inside the nets, it also takes the product longer to break down. The representation of the registrations, this is where the rubber hits the road. We as exporters get most of our information from the representatives, chemical companies that visit us. And this is overwhelming our contact point with the registration holder. My normal question is, what value can you add? What can you bring to the farm that can add value? The thing they want is integrity and honesty, individual. Now that's also for someone who's selling product. Then the knowledge, the expertise, and the network they rely on is also important. The stock situation. A lot of farmers feel that they are using them as storage. They come with the argument that the product is in short supply, so buy now and buy enough. And then you sit at the end of the production year with a store full of chemicals that cost a lot. They also expect the representative to regular visits with the producer in the orchard to share his knowledge and expertise. The representatives are also a fine fountain of what are the area trends. They know, they move around, and what is working and what is not. Remember, the farmer is sedentary, he's sitting still, but the representative is moving around. And then finally, there's a perception that they live like rock stars. It looks like that with the amount of profit they make. And one of my friends said when he comes back to Earth in reincarnation, he wants to be the gifsmous because it looks like they have heaven on earth. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my talk. Please, questions, I am open for them, and I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you very much.
Vani, thank you very much for that practical insight. I think you had a point of view on the practical side, on the receiving end of the registration, and we really appreciate your honesty. I think there will be quite a few questions that we can discuss here in the panel. I would like to ask El May, part of our panel, to just what is your take on these two presentations and your view, as I mentioned a few on the global gap issues and the international regulatory affairs.
Yes, thanks, Ben. Are you okay? Have you survived the last comment? I really appreciated Henk's presentation with the analogy to aviation. In our industry with Global Gap, focusing on food safety and covering that way not only food safety, but also workers' health and safety and sustainability, environmental sustainability, as well as social sustainability. We use the wording HACCP, Hazard Analysis Critical Control Points, and aviation has also been used in aviation. Sorry, aviation has been used in HACCP also to develop those methods. And so some of the underlying elements that Henk brought in makes you wonder where the Act is, if it crashed in 1973, is it too heavy, what's happening? A long discussion that can follow on that. In terms of Fani's presentation with Global Gap, yes, of course, I need to say something. Yes, the standard is getting heavier. As I said, we cover certain elements, and we believe that the compliance from a producer side and the stewardship that they need to show in terms of the use of plant production products or the remedies, they need to show that they use the materials in a consistent way, that they're responsible. That not only links up with food safety and the safety of the consumers and the due diligence that the retailers have to show. And we look at all the different acts that come into play for those that buy the products from the producers. So there's such a long supply chain, and every one of these need to show their due diligence and that they are complying with many, many, many requirements. And yes, unfortunately, it starts with producers at some point in time. And using responsibly the plant protection products is very critical for us as well. We know that there are many issues in terms of complying with maximum residue levels, like Fani mentioned, especially the German retailers focusing on zero residues. Is that even possible? How do you measure it? Does it make sense? The industry is already measuring the toxicity and all the things that they have to do. So what does that mean? You know, I many times have the question, so if it's zero, does it mean it's safer? For whom and what does that mean? And the answers are not there. So yeah, there's many things that we can argue about. It's interesting, the citrus industry is an interesting one with its own challenges. And then even if we talk about vegetable production, in South Africa we have our own limitations, also in other countries, when we talk about the specialty crops or minor crops where there's not even registration. So that's a different step and a different level where producers have a lot of issues of complying with the requirements of Act 47, for example, or then also with Global Gap requirements, because our first and foremost requirement is to comply with local regulations.
Thank you, Elmay. Gerard, what is your view on, make a few comments on these two presentations?
I found them quite interesting. Both Henk and Fani touch on topics which were broader than what the idea was for this particular session, and it was quite a good idea for them to broaden the perspectives and the scopes to illustrate to all of us what is the the issue that the farmer faces on the ground, because we always talk about stewardship within the agrochemical arena or call it the crop protection arena, because we also include biologicals there. But at the end, there's the farmer who's got to use all these products, and he's got a lot of compliance issues, also stewardship issues. But I think one thing that came out for me in terms of what both Henk and Fani said was this: you can call it a near disjunct between the principle of compliance and the parallel principle of stewardship. And if you look at pure compliance to me is that you have to abide by the statutes of the country, whether it's an act or regulation or a policy or an SAB standard. That's what you have to do. You don't get away from that. The stewardship thing is, like Henk said, and Fani also brought it in, it's more of an ethical thing. It's what do I want to do? What do I need to do to create a better image of myself and to produce a safer foodstuff and to look after my farm workers and all that sort of stuff. And I don't think we always have that clear understanding in our entire value chain market, from the manufacturer right down to the farm level, of this parallel avenue we've got to follow. In other words, you have to abide by the law. But what is the right thing to do? In CropLife SA, we developed the concept of we do things not because the act is there, not because the government is there. It's because it's the right thing to do. And we can see it coming out at certain farm levels. And I talk to many farmers. I'm privileged to be able to talk to farmers from the small level right up to the big commercial level. And I see this quest on the agricultural side, the producer side, to do the right thing, with or without this sword hanging over the heads of the compliance issues. When I go back into our own industry and listening to what Henk said, is that there's a very clear conscience, I think, in our members in CropLife SA, and for that matter, for the broad agricultural arena, for the crop protection industry, is we have to comply. Yes, some people will never comply. It's not in their nature to comply. Most people want to comply, even though there are a couple of hiccups, and they try their best to comply. But the stewardship thing is hanging there nebulous. And I don't think this stewardship thing has really hit home internationally, because I've had meetings with international and I've had meetings with local. I'm a stewardship manager for our industry, and I don't think the stewardship thing has really hit home yet. And we can look at, for example, things like what Fani now mentioned, the MRL issue, the residue issue, the PHI issue. And working through Agri-Intel with Shana Liu, who's our manager for Agri-Intel, we audit labels and we come across serious issues with labels where you can't find an MRL, you can't find a PHI, you can't find a withholding period. And that is coming back to where is that ethic at the level of the supply company, who is mostly the registration holder. So that is something which I think we should bring back to the book, that the registration holder has a very serious ethical issue, not just a compliance issue. It's an ethical thing to say, if I send my product to market, right down to farm in the farm, am I happy that eventually the foodstuff will be produced edibly, safely, tasteful, cost-effective, without that potential risk coming out to the consumer level like this? And I also want to ask our industry, I'm talking about the crop protection industry, to look favorably towards the producer, because the producer is in that set of hands of the agrochemical industry. And Fani mentioned something very important here. They often do not know who is the eventual responsible party. Is it the registration holder who holds the L number? Is it the marketing company who markets it out there? Or is it the representative called the crop advisor? We don't use that very dangerous word that Fani used, because we're trying to move away from that ethos. But the farmer is not often sure who is the ultimate responsible party. And unfortunately, the whole value chain from manufacturer right into the farm, I think sometimes the representative might be the weak link. And unless the enforcement for the ethics come down from the registration holder down to the farm, it's not going to change. The compliance issue is not good in our country, because compliance is there, but our enforcement is very poor. So we have to work towards a situation we say, we work because we want to do the right thing, not because Act 36 or Act 15 or the SABS standard is hanging over our heads. And that is what I would like to summarize from the two presentations. But one thing I would like to throw into the market out there is, why do we always have to ask the question, but if I do something, is that going to be done by a competitor? It shouldn't be a question. It should be a case of, I do something, because it's the right ethical thing to do. Not because my competitor is doing it or not doing it. It's because I have the right ethos to say I should do it because it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Gerard. I think, Henk, I've got a question for you on that point. Are we as the suppliers or the registration holders of the products, crop protection products, and we also refer to as agricultural remedies in the broader sense, bound by any statutory requirements to maintain control over the marketing, the sales, and the application of these crop protection products, down to the value chains, right to farm level?
I think I just want to start off by saying this gifsmous is dead and long live the representative or crop advisor. The Act very clearly states that nobody shall make any recommendation or for a product to be sold that is not registered. So I think that in itself passes on some responsibility to the distributor company to absolutely not make any false or strange or unregistered recommendations. So in that sense, I think it is. But also, I think in the sense, if you go broader than that, if you look, and Brian Kerrin will address this tomorrow, I'm sure, there are certain liabilities if you do not adhere to the product label. So for sure, I think the Act clearly states that it shall not be sold by anybody or shall not use the product unless it's registered for the purpose of using it.
Maybe like a question to Umfani. Umfani, you there? Is it cut? Okay. All right. We've lost Fani. Maybe maybe on the international arena, is a crop protection product stewardship embedded in the international trade agreements or certification frameworks to give effect to adhere to suppliers?
I would say yes. The intent is there, for sure. All of us, all those certification schemes out there, whether it's Global Gap or CISA or any other international one, has the aim to align with legislation, to align with stewardship, to have these things in place. And I know that from what Henk is saying, that is definitely something that we want to bring in. We want to make sure that those representatives do it in the right way, and that's also why we ask those questions, whether there is a qualified representative, and then we get questions on qualified. And with CropLife, we've had many discussions, CropLife International as well as here in South Africa, about what can we do about the qualifications of those representatives and advisors. We have found that there's a lack in that, in the control of that specifically.
Okay. Thank you, Almay. I would like to give to the floor and the audience. Is there any other questions? Chris, in the front.
It looks like Fani is back. Are you back with us, Fani? If he can hear or not, I don't think we can let him get away with some of the statements he made. Okay. Fani, as I understand it, in the last decade, you were one of the rock stars. If it was that lucrative, what made you jump the fence and go farming?
It's more practical, on the labels it says you must start spraying at 50% petal fall, and before I got involved in the industry I thought 50% petal fall is on Wednesday, and then when I got into the practice I saw, hey, this is much different. But yeah, beside that, I don't know, it's a difficult question, or it's a bit of an unfair question.
Funny, maybe a question from my side. Do the growers or the farmers or the producers of fruit view crop protection product stewardship mostly as just a guarantee of product performance?
Yeah, it's necessary, but I don't think it's a guarantee.
Okay. Any comments?
That guarantee thing is quite a nebulous thing. Again, I think it was Fani who mentioned that on the labels there's that clause which absconds the registration holder of any responsibility if the product is not used strictly according to label directions. Now, we've always maintained within the crop protection arena the principle that the development work going into a product before it gets to the shelf onto the market is enormously time-consuming and expensive. And I would say 80% of that work is done to ensure that the product will do the job for the farmer if the farmer or the producer then follows label directions. So there is an intrinsic responsibility on the part of the registration holder to maybe by label guarantee that if you use my product according to label instructions, it will have the desired effect with a very limited risk to the human health and environmental health. But the clause is there, particularly to address that issue, to say that if you do not use my product according to label, then me as registration holder, nor Actarisics, nor my value chain can guarantee the outcome of your actions. Yeah. And me running a poison center apart from my work at CropLife SA, I get these calls day to day about something happening. We've got an issue now with a certain herbicide, again, having impacts on crops. And every single case is where there was a slight or a strong deviation of the label recommendations. So I don't think that any member of CropLife SA who is a producer of a pesticide is reluctant to guarantee the outcome of the responsible and the label-directed use. But the moment there's a deviation in the form of a recommendation or an off-label sale or a marketing ploy, then no one can bind the registration holder to what happened with that particular chemical, whether it's a crop failure or crop damage or poor performance or human health impact or environmental health impact. And I think that is also enshrined in our constitution in the country, that everybody should conduct themselves as a proper citizen. If you don't do that, don't expect the compound to work. It's like buying a vehicle, which is a diesel vehicle, and you put paraffin in the tank. It's not going to perform. And our agrochemicals are not different from that. They're not different from pharmaceuticals or stock remedies or industrial chemicals. They all have a label to direct you to make sure the outcome is what you expect it to be.
Yeah, the one, Ben, the one point I want to make here is, especially with those adjuvants like wetters and stickers, you could have a recommendation that add the following to this, and then it happens that you get probably phytotoxicity. And, the registration holder says, no, but I didn't stipulate on my label that you have to put a wetter.
Okay, thank you, Fani. There's another question out of the audience.
Thank you. Fani, you raised something interesting in your talk because you were asking what does the producer expect from the registration holder? And you came up with the fact that a lot of more and more citrus is being produced under nets. Now the question is, agrochemicals more often than not are produced and are tested and registered under normal outdoor conditions, and the residues that are done, the work that is done on the residues, and the MRL, or rather the PHI that is determined, is based on those outdoor conditions. Now, whose responsibility is it when the farmer decides, I'm going to put my whole orchard under nets, and maybe it's going to have an effect on the breakdown of residues? Is it the industry's responsibility, or is it the farmers to try to see what should be done and what sort of PHIs should be observed in the case of citrus, for example, under nets?
That's a very good question.
Very good question. I can't see who asked it, but from many moons ago, the voice sounded like Rob Wood. Is that so?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Look, Rob, it's a trend, and the trend is increasing exponentially. There's not enough net material in the country to supply the demand. So, yeah, whose responsibility is it? It's a good question, but it's happening.
Gerard, any comments from your side on that one?
Yeah, I smile at all the comments and the statements and questions here because to me it comes back to two things. First of all, again, label reductions, and linked very strongly to that is the good agricultural practices. Now, the way or the moment you change your agronomic practice, don't expect to have the chemical performed according to label directions because you change, in the case of the net, you change the microclimate out there. And we know that a chemical or a biological on a plant surface or a fruit surface has a certain breakdown curve, which is determined by the solar energy, determined by the solar heat, determined by UV radiation, and also by the sort of humidity in the atmosphere. And the moment you move away from the open air agriculture and you go into a netted situation or into hotels, it changes. And you will see, for example, in the case of tomatoes, just to take a general crop that most people know about, there are certain labels that direct you to only use it for tomatoes in a tunnel situation. Other chemicals only for tomatoes in an outdoor situation. So the fact that Fani says it becomes a trend is not a valid argument, despite the fact that Fani might be a very good farmer. We can't allow a trend to continue without addressing the trend. So if there's a trend which developed now, it says, but we have to change the economic practice because of whatever to produce our citrus more effectively and more cost effectively, there has to be a very serious debate between producer and registration holder without anybody else in the value chain talking about this, because I don't think the value chain people know much about this. So there's got to be a discussion on what do we do to address the issue of the breakdown curve, which will affect the PHI, which affect the MRL, because in the end, it is beneficial to both the manufacturer of the crop protection compound and also to the producer of the fruit. That they will both benefit. Otherwise, you sit with this issue of a chemical having an unexpected MRL. It affects the export market, and when you affect the export market, it runs up to the value chain again to the manufacturer of the chemical. So we might lose a chemical because of a change in economic practice. And my plea would be, let's talk openly to producer, right to the manufacturer of the compound, and leave the other people out, the marketing people, the guys with the sniffy, smelly feeling stuff, because it's a technical issue between the producer of the chemical and the producer of the crop to sort out what do we need to do to address that issue.
Henk, your comment?
Can I make a comment? Yes, please. And what I'm about to say probably will get me either kicked or driven over outside here, but let's go. When it comes to a trend like Fani is mentioning, I'm sure that most of the responsible registration holders will in future include in their residue trials will include the study of residues under these major trend things like nets. We are required now to obtain a registration to do 5 residue trials at least, and now soon it will be GLP trials. And just to burst Fani's bubble a little bit, those 5 trials will cost a company in the region of between 600,000 and 700,000 rand for a single active ingredient. And having said that, I believe the Act should be changed in respect to award intellectual property protection towards new developments that cost such a large amount of money. Intellectual property protection does not mean other companies cannot follow suit with the same PHI, etc., etc. It simply means it cannot be copied for a certain period of time, and any company can obtain the same results, but they have to do their own work. Because there has to be some form of initiative or geelwortel, what's that in English? Incentive for companies to start doing these types of trials, which cost that amount of money. So that is my view. I think companies will definitely start incorporating nets as part of their residue studies going forward.
Thank you. I've got a question from one of our online guys. Yeah, just maybe. I'll maybe just while we get the questions from one of our online participants, I've got a question for you on that point. Let me get quickly on. Yeah. Okay, is it right? Yeah, this is one for you. We have the same molecules registered in the EU without a PHI on certain crops. In which context should a PHI be based on if the MRL results support the PHI is not required based on the molecule behavior? You get that question? It's quite a heavy question.
I suppose, well, I'm not sure if I get it 100%, but is it maybe about the fact that if there is a very specific active ingredient that is registered here, but maybe not overseas in the destination country, and so basically can you use it here and still get certified, right? So as I said before, in terms of, I can only talk about certification, right, and observing the legislation here. So if it's registered in South Africa for the product, for the pest, for the target, then you can use it. And if it then complies with with the local legislation, yes. If it complies with your country of destination MRLs, then yes. If there is something set, the baseline for us at Global Gap and what we can do is that you have to comply with your customer, first of all. I mean, first of all with local legislation, but I mean beyond that is with your customers' requirements and then any legal requirements that's in that country. I think something that Gerard said that's very important for us as well is this, the risk assessments that needs to be done. I think it links up a lot with, okay, can I apply this pesticide, herbicide, fungicide, whatever you're going to apply, can I apply it in South Africa legally? And then what's the effect for my market where I'm going to sell this? Will it be accepted or not? And sometimes producers don't know where they're going to send their produce, but they unfortunately need to know these things so that they can have a legal trade, basically. We don't try to be a barrier to trade, but some of these things are in nature barriers to trade.
Okay. I think also if I can comment again, I think the purpose of obtaining a residue profile for a product on a specific crop is to look at as many as possible situations where the product is applied to a specific crop under specific growing conditions that can differ from one climatic zone to another. And therefore, I don't think it's always applicable that residues from overseas can be used or just transposed to the South African market.
Right.
So I don't think that is something that can happen. I support the idea that local residues have to be produced locally under local conditions. Of course, there are some molecules which are exempt from MRLs and from residues in MRLs, and then you can just apply to have that extended into South Africa, and sometimes that is granted.
Thank you. There's just a comment from one of our online guests. The speaker's comments on generics is misleading. The generic does not have to be 30% effective. It must show a bioefficacy of 30% of the crops on the originator's label, and residues are required where relevant. Gerard?
Yeah, I think there was just a little grammatical error in what Fani presented there. So a generic company cannot claim a 30% effectively. It must do at least 30% of the crops and still show the required efficacy as according to the guidelines of Act 36.
I apologize, that's what I meant. Didn't come
Gerard, while we're on that topic, is there sufficient responsible use training offered to growers and their staff by suppliers, or does that responsibility lies elsewhere?
I'm very happy to say that despite us not getting very good stats from our industry in the last 2 years, if I speak to individual companies, both at a supply level and distribution level, there is enormous training happening all over the country. And this is not only to the spray operators and the farm workers and the store people that manage the pesticide stores on the farms. It is very often aimed at the farm owner level and farm manager level. So our distribution companies, many of them, our supply companies, a lot of them, and even CropLife SA, we offer training to literally tens of thousands of people per year. And in CropLife SA, we promote this. We have a training module that we offer to our members, and then they become trainers themselves. So I think we're doing pretty well, but it doesn't mean that we are totally happy. We must always do better and better and better. And over the last 2 years, I've seen, I would say, an escalation of possibly 500% training from our whole industry. In other words, CropLife SA distribution and supply chain going out to farm level. And I see more enthusiasm building up. So I feel very positive about this, even though I don't think we at a good ballpark yet, but I can see a definite escalation. I think we're doing pretty well.
Wonderful. Fani, I've got a question for you out of a grower point of view. Do you think growers are prepared to pay a little extra for crop protection solutions from suppliers with good stewardship principles, or is their crop protection products acquisition purely based on price?
No, I think the big farmers, the 20% that represent 80% of the production, they are willing to stick to the products that have good stewardship, that come from reputable companies, the original registration holder, rather than just going for price. Because the difference at the end of the day is not that much in terms of production costs.
No, really very point. Is there any other questions from the floor, in the audience?
Ben, may I add something on to what Fani said now?
Yeah.
I hear what Fani says about the 20% doing 80% of the production. Now, I have the privilege of getting the calls from thousands of farmers every year, and I'm very pleasantly surprised at how farmers' mindsets are changing to not going for price alone, but going for that total. I think Kobus Hartman mentioned this morning, we don't sell chemicals, we sell a solution. And even with upcoming farmers that are mostly the black farmers of the country, I ask them, but why do you want to buy this particular product? And I don't talk about price. They say, because I trust the company. And that's something which is good. And I see that trust becoming a very important part of the farmer's decision. What do I buy? It's not just what is the shelf price. It's about, is this thing trustable? Do I trust the company? Do I trust the support they give me? And I think this is an awareness which is rapidly gaining momentum in South Africa.
Absolutely. There's a question from one of our online guests. All amendments to labels are possible to suit different trends. The question rather is, how will the registrar keep up? They take 3 to 4 years to get the product registered. I think that's what everybody's on the same page here. Yeah.
Could we maybe treat that as a rhetorical question?
Yeah,
I think it was one.
Okay. Yeah. Henk, here's a question for you. Maybe there's a session later in the program covers the product life cycle. How do you view the stewardship responsibility of the grower and the supplier in this regard?
I don't think there's much difference in the stewardship principles between the supplier and the end user. I mean, some basic principles such as storage under good conditions, under conditions as specified on a label, use it only in accordance to the label. You know, once you've used the container, it's a plastic container, triple rinse. These messages should be the same from the distributor to the end user, and the end user should adhere to it as well. The end user certainly also has a huge responsibility when it comes to stewardship, and I'm very happy to see, and I'm very happy to say that because of the focus and the drive from Gerard and Rod and other people within CropLife, we are rapidly moving towards a more stewardship friendly milieu society arrangement, and it's driven by the recycling of the plastic containers. So I think both of them have a huge responsibility.
Yeah, yeah. I'd like to distinguish between the growers that produce food and fiber for the local consumption versus the farmers or the growers that's mainly for the export market. That sometimes I feel that the growers for the export markets, they have to adhere to certain global gap audits. Otherwise, they cannot have market access for the produce. Mate, do export growers fully understand the stewardship principles that Henk mentioned here, and the key role that the suppliers play in these stewardships from an export grower's point of view? I will come back now to the local guys.
Okay, yeah, because I would also like to come down to the ones that's not exporting. I think well, I don't know, I cannot speak on behalf of export producers. Fani can tell you more about that, but I think more and more they do understand the requirements from, especially when we look into exports into Europe. There's a lot of demand on the Green Deal, there's lots of things coming into place where they need to show that they are responsible, that they are implementing these things, whether it's with or without a Global Gap certificate. We are just a means of helping that producer to show that they are actually having the stewardship and doing their due diligence and actually implementing this. I mean, nobody can show something unless they have a certificate. You know, I've been audited. I'm not saying the audits are foolproof or anything like that, but that is a way of showing that the producers are doing that. And I think that's also where we as a certification program owner would like to go to, is to not say you're only doing this to have market access, but rather you're doing this to show that you are taking on these responsibilities. You want to be a responsible farmer. You are doing these things for not only for yourself, but for the whole industry, for your kids' kids, for everybody who needs food, for everybody who wants to farm in future. Because any scandal is not only for that producer, coming down to that producer, but to the whole industry, and it's a knock-on for the whole farming industry. So it's
the right thing to do.
Exactly,
what Gerard mentioned. But your view on the local growers only for the local market?
I would hate to say that what you sort of implied in the beginning is maybe there's this differentiation in terms of how they see their responsibilities. I think the exact same responsibility is there for a producer who supply only the local market. Whether you're big, small, fresh fruit and vegetables, I don't care what you grow, you need to have that same type of responsibility. You need to take the same responsibility. I always, when I used to do training, say, these things are not only there for the European retailers or for the retailer, it's also for you and your family. You also eat the same food, you do the same things, so it's show that you're doing the right thing to everybody. So locally, internationally, it doesn't matter.
There's still a lot of work to do.
Yes.
Especially in South Africa. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Gerard, maybe...
Yeah, I agree with Elmay. Whether you produce food for local consumption or for export, the standards are exactly the same. So Africans are no different to Europeans or people in China or Russia or North America. We're all human beings. We all have the right to safe and healthy foodstuffs. Our problem lies in I wouldn't even say the compliance, because the compliance I just mentioned is something you have to do. It's the ethos. And the export markets are driven by an ethos which I think was largely catalyzed by Global Gap, with the local producers haven't developed that ethos yet. I can see when you look at our container management program, in the Western Cape, it is 92% plus. It's a joy to work there. Where if you look in, I'm not going to mention the province because somebody might shoot me, but a certain grain province, the compliance is not even 40%. So we battle there, and tomorrow you'll hear from our recyclers how they battle to get the ethos established there, our container management. So it's a case of, I think, many moons ago, Global Gap catalyzed this thing. It was basically a compliance thing, but it moved over to a Global Gap ethos. And if you speak to big Global Gap farmers like Fani, and I've got friends in the Ganubi area in the Eastern Cape, they do container management not because it's a Global Gap requirement, because it's the right thing to do for them. And they like to show, but I've had every container on my farm triple rinsed, recycled, and turned into some other commodity. So I think it's a very important thing to understand that we hold the stick over our farmers and over our members sitting here today of the compliance issue. But there's a rapid move from the compliance understanding to an ethos that I've got to do the right thing, simply because I want to be a good corporate citizen or about to be a good farmer. And I like to tell you also that in my discussion with many farmers that call me, I start getting it from all farmers, where they produce one little plot with their own cabbage in the backyard, or where they produce tons and tons of export. It's a move to that. And I think from CropLife SA and our members and the agriculture producer organization, Global Gap and CISA, it's all driving this thing to get away from the compliance thing to becoming an ethos thing. And that makes me very excited for the future, because it means we're going to do things simply because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. But then I'm just asking, it's the right thing to do. I mean, you've got that in your presentation, that first slide at the stick, like the teachers, you can use a stick, but maybe must we look at regulating of stewardship? Is it something that needs to be regulated, or is it something that should be ingrained in the business practices of suppliers, growers, distributors, even the logistics. Everybody must do it, or you don't think that regulation of stewardship is the way to go?
I don't believe firmly that you regulate stewardship. Stewardship is an ethos thing, and you cannot regulate somebody's ethics. Ethics is a personal thing.
Yeah.
We live in a country which is absolutely over-regulated. If you look on the scale of regulation, our regulatory environment in South Africa sits at the topmost 10 of the world, even though our enforcement is the bottommost 10 of the world. So more and more regulation is not going to help anybody. So stewardship is something which I want to do, not because the government or State Department tells me you should do it. And we can see with our container management, long before we got to the idea of an EPR, which we will discuss tomorrow and so on, the container management developed because it's an ethical thing. In the beginning, yes, we had a couple of uphill battles. We climbed a steep mountain. Now, it's plain sailing because it becomes an ethical thing for people to do. So I don't believe stewardship can be regulated by any party.
No, it's coming from inside. It's not from the outside.
It's a culture.
It's a culture, and it's from inside. Okay, we've got a question there from Rod.
Just a comment more than anything, Ben. So I'm sort of running the risk of being like Henk and getting kicked and run over in the car park later. But it's a comment that Kobus and I have just been looking at over WhatsApp. Just because Act 36 is 75 years old doesn't mean it's inherently a terrible piece of legislation.
Absolutely.
If the Act had been regularly updated with new regulations over the last 75 years, there's some really cool things in the Act that are great. And as Gerard has just mentioned, if we had a inspectorate service that was correctly funded, both with money and bums on buckies, the compliance would also go through the roof. So I just want to make the point, it's not just because it's an old act that things aren't working at the office of the registrar. Absolutely not. So I don't think we need that perception to be in people's minds after today. And then just a comment, the draft regulation was out for comment, the new one in support of Act 36. It's waiting for it to be published. Fikile sits on the registrar's head regularly to find out when we're getting it, but there is going to be some form of mention of stewardship in the new regulation. The registrar has told us that, so it's not just going to be ethos or ethics, it is certainly going to be written into the new regulation. We're expecting it, but I just wanted to make those points. The Act is not inherently bad just because of its age.
Absolutely right. There's just a question here in the front. Chris Thompson.
Thank you. I have another question for Fani. Fani, with what we've been talking about with the delays in getting new registrations and also the number of products we're losing, can you give us an impression of how it's impacted on you at Unifruit itself and you very close to the citrus industry, to the rest of the citrus growers? Has it made it more difficult and perhaps made farmers go into more risky type of applications to try and overcome the shortage of registered solutions?
Chris, it's becoming more and more difficult. We have less tools in our toolbox to get a squeaky clean fruit into the market. If you want to do risky decisions, the market's going to sort you out. They're going to find residues or something like that, and the market will sort you out. And I couldn't agree with Gerard more that stewardship is an ethos. It comes from internal. So yeah, it's becoming more difficult, and the drive is, especially the German supermarkets, they want no residues, nothing. But they would like very, very clean fruit.
Any other questions from the audience or from our guests online? I think I'm going to wrap up this session. Gerard, maybe your last comments for the session.
Just to reiterate what I said earlier on, that stewardship is, like Fani said, it's an internal thing. It's for me as an individual, or for me as a company, or for CropLife as a family of companies. And I wouldn't like the state or the government to come and start imposing certain sanctions also in terms of an act or regulations. They must do what they have to do in terms of the current act. So it's our job to perpetuate this idea of stewardship and to build it up and to work with groups like Global Gap, which has been, I think, one of our best catalysts for stewardship in the agriculture arena. So stewardship is there. It's just a case of we have to live stewardship day by day and expand on the stewardship initiatives without the stick hanging over our heads.
Thank you, Gerard. Elmay?
I think Gerard summarized it very well. Yeah, we as Global Gap, we really see it as good agricultural practices and the implementation of that by producers for the right reasons. To get the market access, as Fani said, you do risky things, the market will sort you out. Sometimes it's quicker than other times. We're looking forward to work with CropLife International and on local levels to maintain the initiatives that we have, and also to see how we can strengthen that. So wherever there's an opportunity to work together, we'll be more than happy to connect.
Henk?
I agree with all that's been said. I think us South Africans are quite a hardy bunch of guys. We always seem to find solutions for very difficult problems, and we are faced with major problems in the industry. But I believe there's only one way in which you can overcome this, and that is through very honest and very straightforward and very thorough communication amongst all role players. And then I just want to reiterate, the only way that this can happen is if there is more participation by members of the AgChem community in the business of CropLife. I think very few people realize how much information there is available on the CropLife website. Very few people realize how many people and experts participated to get that all together. There's an enormous amount of knowledge out there, but we need the participation of the members.
Thank you, Henk. Fani, laaste woorde?
Yeah, the one thing that baffles me is this bottleneck at the registrar, and you can't get things going. You know, I come from the era of Dr. Bott and Jan Vermeulen and himself. They had very supportive staff, and it didn't take that long. I cannot see how the whole AgChem industry can tolerate this blockage, and it sounds like it's one person, but I'm speaking under correction. There needs to be an urgent discussion with the Minister of Agriculture and even higher.
Fani, thank you a lot. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this session. We're off now to lunch. I would like to close and say thank you to everybody. There's a lot of work to be done, and especially on the participation in CropLife, all the members. Thanks, Elmay, for your input from the Global Gap side. Really appreciate it. Gerard, thank you very much. Henk, Fani, thanks a lot. And the next session will start in a due course after lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this afternoon's session. This is the post-lunch session, so please, if you do feel energy levels are low, feel free to grab a cup of coffee. There's lots of it outside. So this afternoon session, we're going to deal with integrated pest management. A very fitting topic, considering the discussions that we had earlier today on sustainability as well as stewardship and compliance. So we have an excellent lineup of speakers this afternoon. And so, without wasting too much time, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Andrew Bennett, who's the General Manager of the South African Bioproducts Organization. This is a pre-recorded presentation, so please, note your questions, jot them down. And for our online participants as well, feel free to post those questions on the chat. And so I think we should be having that pre-recorded presentation coming online right now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Bennett, and I'm currently the General Manager of the African Bioproducts Organization. I'd like to thank CropLife for inviting me to speak this on the principles of integrated pest management, or IPM. So IPM has a very wide, so this is actually going to be a rather broad coverage of that. I would like to cover the brief history of integrated pest management, or broad history of integrated pest management. We'll dive into some of the principles and strategies, and then look at the pest management tactics that are available. And once we've covered all that, we'll see how it all fits together. And then I'd like to conclude by looking at what comes after integrated pest management. So integrated pest management is one of the most robust constructs to have emerged from the agricultural sciences. And the abbreviation IPM doesn't even need an explanation today. It's a household term. The term integrated control was first ascribed to Mitchell, Baker, and Bacon way back in 1952. And series of studies of walnut pests, they stressed the importance of considering the entire entomological picture in developing a treatment for any particular pest. IPM to the fore when an over-reliance on synthetic organophosphate and carbamate insecticides started leading to resistance and environmental contamination. And the failures of these new synthetic insecticides led to a resurgence in the work of biocontrol researchers, particularly at the University of California, but also here in South Africa as well. There was a desire to reconcile the use of insecticides with biocontrol options into the concept of pest management rather than complete pest control or extermination. On top of all of this, the publication of a book called The Silent Spring by Rachel Carson accelerated the acceptance of the integrated management concept. Look on the left-hand side of the slide, we can see that basically prior to World War II, there were no synthetic pesticides, and the only way one could attempt to control pests was using biological approaches. Following World War II and the advent of synthetic pesticides, this whole concept of being able to completely control a pest came to the fore. And the real aim here, and scientists felt that these pesticides were so effective that one would really be able to exterminate the pest. Now, in agricultural fields, that was also the thought, one would be able to achieve 100% control, but also in the medical fields, in controlling diseases that were carried by insects, particularly flies, the idea was one would be able to terminate these vectors and thereby control the diseases that were apparent. Unfortunately, most of these pesticides led to resistance, and that's where the biological approach started then coming into the picture. And this concept of integrated control, of using more than one approach, using a biological approach together with a synthetic pesticide, led to this sort of concept of integrated control. The emphasis here was still on control and extermination, though. And this was like late 50s, early 60s. And continued use of pesticides led to continued development of resistance. So the idea then started coming to the fore, also, around the 1970s, that one needed to rather manage pest populations. It wasn't necessary to exterminate them completely. And this led to the concept of an economic or some kind of threshold level below which you wanted to manage your pest population to. The idea of a threshold was that, and particularly an economic threshold, was that the cost of the control measure that you took had to be less than the benefit that it delivered. If the cost was more than the benefit that it delivered, then there wasn't much point in applying that control measure. So all of this together led to the ultimate integrated pest management concept, which was very popular from the 80s onwards, and is still, as I say, one of the pillars of how we manage and control productivity in agricultural fields today. And this integrated pest management really relies on managing pests below an economic threshold, relying on understanding the pest's ecology, and also aiming to reduce the environmental impact of the control measures that we use. So in general, by the end of the 1960s, there was basically agreement. Integration meant the highest use of multiple methods to control pests, as well as looking at the impact of multiple pests. Pests were considered any organism detrimental to humans, including invertebrate and vertebrate animals, pathogens, and weeds. IPM was considered to be a multidisciplinary endeavor, so many different scientific branches conducted 2 IPM programs. The idea of management rather than of control kind of refers to a set of decision rules based on ecological and economic principles and considerations. And then the backbone for this whole management concept was the reliance on the concept of an economic injury level or an economic threat to which you wanted to manage pest population. A good overall definition of IPM, which emerged in the 70s, was that IPM is the intelligent selection and use of pest control actions that would ensure favorable economic, ecological, and sociological consequences. This whole idea of IPM was based on a bunch of principles and strategies. And amongst those principles was the appropriate selection of a pest control method used either singly or in combination to manage this pest level below a set threshold, which had to be determined. There had to be economic benefits to both growers and to society and to the environment. And often these environmental benefits were not that the environment was enhanced in any way, but that it was more about reducing the impact of agriculture and in particular the use of pesticides. And so reducing that impact was taken to be a benefit to the environment. There needed to be decision rules that guide selection of control action that one ultimately chose. And there was this idea of considering the impacts of multiple pests. This really means if you control one pest, what impact does that have on perhaps a secondary pest that now emerges as the major pest? And also in this bucket, once later the of control measures on natural enemies of the pests is also required to be taken into consideration. In order to IPM strategy or program together, a number of strategies or concepts were also very central to this, and these had not been there in the past when one just applied pesticide. So one of these, and perhaps the most important, is the idea of monitoring the pests and the natural enemies in an agricultural production area. It's very important to know what levels those pest populations are reaching, and together with that, the idea of a threshold level aimed at reducing the use of pesticides. So these thresholds could either be based on an economic threshold level. As I mentioned earlier, this is where one would evaluate the cost of applying a control measure versus the benefit that that cost delivered. And the other kind of concept around this was an injury level. How much injury could the crop take without becoming non-profitable for the grower? The other strategy was the integration of many pest management tactics, and all of these tactics can really be lumped into two big groups: the sort of preventative or prophylactic practices, and then the curative practices, and we'll go into that in a few moments. And then part of all of this as well is that you need to apply a continuous feedback throughout the season. So once you've basically applied a control measure, one needs to be able to monitor the pests again and determine whether that control measure had a positive effect or not. If it didn't, obviously you need to try something else. And if it did, then there was no need to continue with the control process. So this idea of feedback and continuous monitoring throughout the season was a very important part of IPM. If we look at these that I've called tactics, the various control measures, and we put them into two different buckets, interestingly, the preventative or prophylactic measures that should be used routinely and should not be based on whether a pest is present or not in the field, or what the level of that pest population is. So these measures include things like cultural control or management, such as rotation and intercropping, in other words, providing changing habitats for pest populations, manipulating the planting or harvest dates to avoid the peak populations of known pests, and then some new ideas, solarization, which is the heating up of the soil using plastic or other means in the sun to deliver heat to that environment and thereby control or kill various pathogens, and things like phytosanitation as well, which is the removal of crop residues after the seed, so as not to provide a habitat for either insects or other pathogens. Then quarantining and regulatory management, also very important, particularly crops where the plants are very susceptible to diseases, in particular viral diseases. So I think of something like tobacco, where you make sure your hands and boots are clean before you go to a tobacco field, because the chances that you're carrying a virus with you is very high. Probably the biggest pillar around this whole group of measures is plant resistance and breeding for host plant resistance in crops. And where we see that crops have a good value, normally a very intensive breeding effort behind that. And the breeding effort is not only related to developing higher yields, but it's also aimed at delivering resistance to particular pathogens, often diseases, but sometimes insects and so on as well. And in turn, this obviously makes those varieties more valuable and allows the breeding or seed companies to charge more. Again, ultimately, the aim is to reduce the effect of a pest to such an extent that using this method is more economic than not using it. And then perhaps a particular instance of host plant resistance is the use of biotechnology to impart particular resistance characteristics to a crop. And we've seen the development over the past 20 years or so of herbicide resistance and particular resistant traits as well. So all of these preventative measures should be used routinely, irrespective of whether the pest is there or not. Once we do have a problem and you need to apply a curative measure, these should really only be used when the pests exceed this set economic injury level. These curative measures are also manifold. Many of them are physical or mechanical, for example, using tillage to expose pest larvae out of the soil so that they die and reduce the population for the coming season, or such things as mechanical weed control as well. Some of the more interesting ones include the inundative release of biocontrol agents. And in South Africa, we have a number of organizations that actually breed up parasites and parasitoids for release in orchards and greenhouses to control pests. So that's a nice one to see as well. But by far the reliance is still on chemical applications, both for insect control, the control of diseases, as well as weed control. And an important aspect of the application of chemicals more recently has been the development of the idea of being able to manage resistance. So within CropLife, as you well know, there are various working groups, global working groups, that look particularly at how to manage resistance and prevent it from developing in various crops and to various insects. So moving in, how do we put all of this together into an IPM program? And the place to start is really with the preventive measures. As we said earlier, you really need to use these irrespective of the level of the pest population, whether it's there or not. But together with the preventative measures, there should be some activity to monitor the pest populations. So pest surveillance measures are really important, and these can be put down in various ways. So scouting, where you actually sample a number of in the field and check each plant for the presence of the pest, is a pretty basic way of doing it. Some of the more usages of modern technology include pest modeling, where you put a whole lot of it into a computer program, and the program predicts when the pest is likely to be at a damaging level, and then this tells you when you can go and apply a control measure. Similarly, we use pheromones to attract individuals to a trap, and the changes in those number of trap captures gives you an indication of the level of the pest in the field. Even more modern technology in this sort of bucket is the use of satellite and drone monitoring to take, in many cases, infrared pictures of a crop field and to determine the areas of that crop field or orchard where the crop plants are under stress. And then this leads you to that area to see if that stress has been caused by a particular pest or not. So the preventative measures and the pest surveillance measures come together in the threshold. And this threshold is really the critical success factor around any IPM program. You need to have a way of making a decision as to whether you need to apply some level of control or not. Unfortunately, these thresholds are really difficult to determine. They require a lot of research. And even once you've determined a good threshold, this changes from season to season, particularly if it's based on economies, profit. So just the mere increase or reduction in the price of the commodity you're producing, i.e., for example, the maize price goes up, that would change the economic threshold. Or if the maize price came, it would change the economic threshold. So, as I say, this threshold is difficult to determine. Once you have determined it, it's subject to change from season to season. And this is probably the place where we fall down a little bit when we implement true integrated pest management. Anyway, out of all that, you get to a point to make a decision. You need to apply some curative measure or not, and then those curative measures come into action, and you choose the most suitable way of doing that. These days, as I say, we still rely heavily on chemical applications, but because we're making a decision based on a threshold, we do actually reduce the number of chemical applications that are required. Even newer technologies these days coming out of the, let's say, machinery side of agriculture is really interesting, where camera technology and artificial intelligence is used to actually recognize a weed and then spray that weed. So one's not covering or broadcast spraying the whole field anymore. I think this is an exciting new addition to this whole IPM process. As I said, you still need that feedback loop back to your surveillance measures. So once you've applied your curative measure, you need to keep monitoring to see that it's had a positive effect and reduce the population below the threshold level. If it hasn't, then obviously you need to choose another measure and apply that. So that's really how IPM fits together. But what comes after IPM? As we've said earlier, it's been around basically since the Second World War, some 60 or 70 years. And although it's recognized as one of the most robust constructs, although it's recognized as one of the most robust constructs to have emerged from the agricultural sciences, it does still rely heavily on the use of synthetic pesticides and a kind of curative approach. Since the early 2000s, the harmful effects of pesticides on human health have been assessed and continue to be assessed and continue to be more and more in the spotlight. And rightly or wrongly, these have become major concerns. So today, the issues of ecological sustainability of agro-ecosystems and respect for health are as important, maybe even more important, than the sort of classic issues associated with sustainable development. If we have a look at the number of publications, scientific publications that have come out, in the center there, the blue shows those related to graded pest management, and they reached a peak in the early 90s and have since been declining. And the only other real field that is generating a lot of interest is that around or associated with agroecology. So one of the new concepts that has come out is this idea of agroecological crop protection, or ACP. And this is a concept where the biological and agronomic components of ecology are superimposed on those of the social ecology. And it's really a concept of crop protection based on whole cropping systems and the combination of those cropping systems and how they put together to improve the sustainability of the overall agro-ecosystem. So where IPM is really maybe crop and season focused, if I can put it that way, the idea of ACP is to have multiple crops and how they interact together to reduce the impact on the ecology. So ACP aims to promote the ecological health of whole agro-ecosystems by optimizing the interaction living communities both below and above the ground and combinations of cropping systems. It's built on two pillars, namely biodiversity and soil health, in order to make agro-ecosystems less susceptible to stresses. And in this concept, priority to preventative measures, both in space and time, as opposed to curative measures. So the more preventative measures can bring into your pest control operation and have these preventative measures applied to multiple sequential crops on that field, the more that this agro-ecosystem framework can work towards reducing these impacts and improving health and the sustainability of these agrosystems. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, for that insightful presentation on the history and the fundamentals of integrated pest management. I think we'd like to just see if there's any questions coming from the folks in the audience or in the auditorium for Andrew. Okay, if not, I'll just abuse my privilege that I have on the podium and maybe just pose one question to you, Andrew. You referenced that, IPM is intelligent selection and use of pest control actions. It's one thing to preach the principles of IPM. I'd just like to know from you, are our farmers adequately equipped and empowered to make those decisions on the farm? Because essentially that is where IPM is implemented.
Yeah, that's a really good question and a tough one to answer.
Apologies.
No, I think, sure, I guess it's my opinion at the end of the day. I don't think that farmers are all that well equipped, I have to be honest. And I think they rely heavily on let's say, the suppliers of pesticides to assist them in making choices. But, there's always a spread across the population of farmers. So the sort of top-end farmers are probably doing a lot of stuff, and certainly in high-value crops like orchards and so on, I'm sure they're pretty much on top of it. Yeah. However, I don't know that they actually spend a bunch of time sort of thinking out this IPM program and how it's all going to fit together, and they really do rely on advisors to a large extent. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying there's definitely room for improvement on that front.
Yeah, my opinion.
Okay, excellent. Okay, last chance for any questions from our audience. Okay, there's one question.
Yeah, I think that will be really, I think that will be really down to the choice of what curative measures are available and which have been registered and so on. So there will definitely be pressure on chemical companies, for want of a better word, chemical producers, to deliver and make available products that are maybe less impactful and that meet the requirements of Global Gap and Euro Gap. And that would drive the farmers to really consider those, let's say, curative measures in their IPM programs. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely, I think we're already seeing stuff like that. If you take the old organophosphates and so on that have been banned, they're not available anymore. So that is driving that program in that kind of direction, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I think we will let you off the hook for now.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, and I don't know what I sounded like up there, but I don't normally talk like that.
Okay, well noted. Thanks, Andrew. Okay, so we're moving on to our next group of presentations, and these will be from the Resistance Action Committees. So I'd like to introduce just Rolene Legranzi from the IRAC. She's the chairperson for the IRAC. Cullen Boertes from the HRAC, and then as well as Audrey Antonissen from the FRAC. And so the next three presentations will follow one after the other, and they will essentially be giving us some updates on the topical issues that are being discussed in those committees. So if we could just have those online presentations come up.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lilian, and I'll be giving you some feedback on the key focus areas of IRAC South Africa. So with the current audience, I don't think IRAC needs a lot of introduction. I'll just say that it stands for Insecticide Resistance Action Committee. And the role of IRAC is to prolong the effectiveness of mostly insecticides by implementing resistance management principles. So the key focus areas of IRAC South Africa at the moment can be grouped in 5 broad categories, namely lepidopteran pests, sucking pests, group-specific resistance management, referring to the mode of action group of the insecticide, nematodes, and improved resistance awareness and media coverage. So the first pest that we're looking at is the fall armyworm. So the fall armyworm was introduced into South Africa around 2016, and as soon as it was introduced, a call for emergency registrations was circulated by the registrar, whereafter numerous new chemicals were registered for its control. The pest is known to be difficult to control and notorious for resistance development. So IRAC immediately composed an integrated pest management and resistance management information document to inform farmers and agents and anyone interested in fall armyworm and guidelines on resistance management using the newly registered chemicals. So in addition to that, Northwest University, under the leadership of Prof. Hannelian du Plessis, also known as Prof. Takis, in collaboration with the Maize Trust, did resistance studies with the fall armyworm. They tested the fall armyworm susceptibility to some of the chemicals when it entered the country, and then again more recently, I think it was last year, to check if resistance has increased since the pest entered the country. And shockingly, it has for several of the chemicals increased, with resistance confirmed to beta-cypermethrin, indoxacarb, and methamyl. And methamyl actually increased by 7.3 times the LC80 value, meaning that the concentration to control the pest increased significantly since the baseline studies were conducted. So this is just to show you the methods that were used to do these studies. So all of the resistance testing is done according to IRAC International testing methods. And these methods are pest and chemical specific and freely available on the IRAC website. The second pest that we looked at recently is the potato tuber moth. So bad agricultural practices in the potato production regions resulted in difficulty in controlling the pest, and consequently IRAC, together with Potato South Africa and CropLife, compiled information documents with just some information regarding the pest and bad agricultural practices, as well as the insecticides that's registered and how they work, and then resistance management in general to control the pest. Were published via CropLife in the CropLife Circular and also in the CHIPS magazine. And further, we're also planning on having a road show across the main production areas to just take all of this information to the farmers and agents where it's needed most. One of the other things that IRAC looked at is nematicide labeling. So IRAC International published new nematicide classifications. So IRAC decided to compile a document that's applicable to local pest species. This was done in collaboration with a few of our local nematode specialists. So the document contains a bit of information on local nematodes and the chemicals that are registered to use against these pests, and also then guidelines on how to update your nematicides according to the new classification scheme. At the moment, this is not yet being implemented though, so we're just waiting approval from the registrar for implementation so that we can change the mode of action groups without having to submit full label extension applications. So this is just an example of what the new nematicide classification looks like. So on the left-hand side, you can see the mode of action groups that starts with the N. That is the nematicide classification. And then on the right-hand side, you have the IRAC or FRAC mode of action group, seeing as most of the nematicides are also used as insecticides or fungicides. So the classification that you would have on your label would then be dependent on the claims that you have on the label. So another pest that IRAC looked into is the tobacco whitefly. So tobacco growers struggled severely to control the pest on tobacco, especially as they had a limited amount of chemicals that were registered to control the pest, with 2 of the chemicals not being used anymore because of market restrictions, which left tobacco growers with only 1 chemical that they could use throughout the season, which obviously didn't work well in terms of resistance management, and it also only resulted in suppression of the pest. So emergency registrations were done for chemicals to control tobacco whitefly on tobacco, and IRAC decided to compile an information document and resistance guidelines to use these new chemicals in the spray program so as to prolong the effectiveness of these chemicals for this use. So the document has not yet been finalized. It's mostly done, but it will be finalized soon and circulated to everyone. This is just an example of the spray program in the information document incorporating the newly registered chemicals that can be used to control tobacco whitefly. The Russian wheat aphid used to be controlled by resistance breeding of wheat cultivars. So most of the cultivars were resistant to Russian wheat aphid. However, due to the development of new biotypes of the insect, this is no longer proven to be effective. Consequently, farmers are more dependent on the use of chemicals, and only 2 IRAC groups are registered for the control of this pest on wheat, and there seems to be some problems with controlling the pest with these chemicals. So the ARC, under the leadership of Astrid, is looking into susceptibility studies to determine whether there's any resistance development of any of these chemicals. IRAC is also looking into product-specific resistance management, and the current example is for Group 6 mode of action insecticides. This imamectin benzoate and abamectin are both Group 6 chemicals. However, they're used to control very different pests. Imamectin benzoate is mostly used for the control of lepidopteran pests, whereas abamectin is used for the control of thrips and mites. So resistance management of these products in a spray program might not be as obvious. So consequently, IRAC drafted a resistance statement to be included on all of the labels of the products containing imamectin, benzoate, or abamectin, just to create awareness. This has not yet been implemented. However, the resistance statement has been circulated to all of the registration holders, and then hopefully soon we can send it to the registrar for approval. A few other things that IRAC has done or is looking into doing in the near future. Firstly, the emerging pest meeting was established to discuss insect problems that are not directly related to resistance. So during the IRAC meetings, a lot of problems of insect-related issues were discussed. However, that didn't really fit within the IRAC meeting, but we felt like it was still needed to have a platform to discuss these issues. So the new and emerging pest meeting takes place directly after the IRAC meeting, where any insect-related problems can be discussed. Future projects that IRAC is looking at is investigating suspected resistance of thrips to some of the registered chemicals, as well as tomato leaf miner, and then just in general to increase awareness and media coverage on resistance management. So all of the resources that I referred to and that I've shown you on this presentation can be downloaded from the IRAC website, and you're also more than welcome to contact me and I can send it to you, or any of my colleagues, Caroline van Sale or Tia, and you can also report any resistance to any one of us so that we can look into it and investigate it. Okay, with that, I want to say thank you so much for listening, and also a big thank you to all of the participants in the IRAC meeting, without which this could not have been possible. Please feel free to ask any questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Cullen Boetes, and I'm the chairman of the Herbicide Resistance Action Committee of South Africa. HRAC South Africa is an active committee with more than 50 members that meet biannually to discuss all things pertaining to herbicide resistance in South Africa. Today, I'll be giving a high-level overview of the key focus areas of the Herbicide Resistance Action Committee in South Africa. HRAC South Africa is a regional HRAC that forms part of HRAC Global. HRAC Global is an international body which was founded by the agrochemical industry with the main aim of protecting crop quality as well as yields worldwide throughout the continued support of all efforts in the fight against herbicide-resistant weeds. HRAC South Africa, being members of HRAC Global, sit on all of the meetings whereby we can gain insights on what's happening all across the world as far as herbicide resistance is concerned. This also opens up a wide network of experts to assist with regional resistance issues. Feedback is then given at the biannual HRAC SA meetings. The main objective of the Herbicide Resistance Action Committee in South Africa is to maintain the effectiveness and the sustainability of herbicides by coordinating and supporting research, education, and communications to prevent and or delay the onset of weed resistance. This then includes a major focus on communication with those that influence farmer decisions and behaviors, including weed science academics, consultants, agrochemical industry representatives, as well as crop advisors. While some of the information provided by HRAC may be useful to farmers directly, the primary effort is to assist those that spend most of their time working directly with the farmers. In 2020, a new herbicide mode of action classification system was developed and implemented from Global HRAC. So the first question is, why was the herbicide mechanism of action classification changed? The previous revision of the Herbicide Resistance Action Committee mode of action classification was last performed in 2010. This update was necessary to capture new commercialized active ingredients as well as to reflect the current state of knowledge for mode of action and chemical family classification, which ultimately creates a harmonized system that is more globally relevant. This update ensures stakeholders have the latest information on mode of action so that they can develop effective herbicide rotation as well as mixing strategies to manage the development of resistance. So what has changed in the new classification system? With the update and revision, HRAC will transition from legacy alphabetical to numerical mode of action codes. Other important changes include the addition of 5 new or reclassified mode of actions, the rationalization of chemical family names, as well as the addition of 15 new active ingredients. Who proposed the changes? HRAC appointed a working group of herbicide technical experts in herbicide chemistry, weed biology, plant physiology, as well as biochemistry from CropLife International member companies to prepare the update. Additionally, input was incorporated from regional HRAC organizations as well as the weed science societies such as the Weed Science Society of America to ensure global consensus going forward. So why the change from letters to numbers in the new classification? HRAC believes that a numerical coding system is more globally relevant and sustainable compared to an alphabetic code based on English or Latin letters. Another concern about the English alphabet is that there are only 26 letters, and today there are 26 recognized mechanisms of action. Over the next 10 years, we anticipate up to 4 new modes of action to be commercialized, which will then exceed the 26-letter maximum. So when will these changes take place? Countries currently using the legacy system will require a long transition period, including education and communication, before a change to numbers can officially be implemented. During this period, ATRAC will continue to support the legacy alphabetic codes. However, we hope to fully implement these codes onto our labels by the end of 2023. With these amendments, the mechanism of action classification poster also needed updating, hence the development of a new poster in 2020. The new 2020 poster is seen on the right-hand side of the slide, next to the old poster as developed in 2010 with the previous revision of the mechanism of action classification. Following these amendments, ATRAC South Africa then compiled a new mechanism of action poster detailing the alphanumerical mechanism of action group codes alongside their old legacy letter counterparts as a comparative tool to use locally. ATRAC South Africa has finalized the e-poster in collaboration with CropLife South Africa, which is now available on the CropLife South Africa website for further dissemination to all parties involved. A key focus for ATRAC South Africa will be to identify problem or at-risk weeds and compile resistance guidelines to educate the end user on best practice to manage resistance development. Weed species such as Coniza species, Lolium, Plantago lanceolata, and Comolana bengalensis have been preemptively identified as key candidates going forward, with the Coniza pamphlet being in its final stages of development. Part of the forum's mandate is to preserve the sustainability of herbicide chemistries by identifying potential cases of resistance in weeds. Once a weed is identified, ATRAC compiles weed resistance guidelines specific to the weed in question. One of the weeds which we have focused on was Coniza species, and are in the final stages of the Coniza pamphlet, which will contain resistance guidelines for best practice. During 2021, the next weed that was widely reported as being extremely problematic was Plantago lanceolata, particularly in the winter rainfall areas of South Africa. As a result of this, during the second ATRAC South Africa meeting held in September of 2021, researchers and industry experts gave a presentation on the background of the weed, as well as additional data from work done on glyphosate and paraquat resistance in Plantago lanceolata biotypes. In February or March of 2018, Palmer amaranth, or Amaranthus palmeri, was positively identified on a farm in the Douglas district. This was the first time that the weed was identified in South Africa, which raised serious concern. Following the positive identification by a well-respected weed scientist in South Africa, ATRAC South Africa, in partnership with CropLife South Africa, jumped into action, as can be seen in the tables depicting what actions were performed by the committee, as well as when they were performed. The approach that ATRAC South Africa followed in dealing with this noxious weed species was a three-pronged approach, namely, to initiate research on the weed, to limit the spread of the weed, as well as to disseminate information about the weed to all sectors so as to raise awareness as widely and as quickly as possible. Research efforts was initiated and aimed to understand the weed, as well as to determine whether it showed any signs of herbicide resistance. Between March and September, seed was collected and the first set of glasshouse herbicide resistance screening trials commenced, with the results being shared in October 2018 during the ATRAC SA meeting. Following these results, scouting by specialists started to determine how widespread the weed occurred and ultimately how big of a problem it currently is. This is an ongoing process, and thus far the weed has unfortunately been positively identified in Douglas, Howick, along the Limpopo River, as well as more recently in Potchefstroom. The second major focus was then to limit the spread of Palmer amaranth. In May 2018, a meeting was held with various stakeholders, including DAF or DALOD, the DEA or DEA, SAMBI, Grain SA, and ATRAC South Africa to inform them of the current situation around Palmer amaranth. In September of 2018, a letter was sent to DAF and DEA, again informing them of the weed's presence, as well as emphasizing the importance of changing and implementing legislation to officially declare the weed as an invasive species. Before this was done, no legal steps could be enforced around the management and removal of these weeds. Despite this, HRAC South Africa, CropLife South Africa, as well as Grain SA initiated various campaigns, from creating identification manuals, as well as training on these manuals, farm visits to the affected areas, as well as field trials in an attempt to best limit the spread of the weed to other production areas. The final focus was on informing the wider public of the weed through identification manuals, fact sheets, eradication plans, public press articles in popular press, including magazine articles, radio interviews, and scientific publications, in an attempt to notify the public and halt the spread of this weed. On this next slide, you'll see examples of informative documents compiled to raise awareness and advise end users with all facets related to Palma amaranthus. On the left-hand side of the slide, you'll see a fact sheet on Palma amaranth detailing integrated control as well as herbicide management of the weed in South Africa. In the middle of the slide, you'll see an eradication plan which was put together detailing ways to minimize the Palma amaranthus on South African soil. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that there were identification guides that were put together by Professor Charlie Reinhardt in his capacity with the SARI project. These are all tools in getting further information out to the public and ultimately the growers regarding this noxious weed. Despite all of these ongoing efforts, the weed seems to still be spreading to economically important production areas. But thanks to research efforts and various publications on, amongst other ways, to combat certain populations of this noxious weed, HRAC South Africa and CropLife South Africa have been hard at work fighting the spread of Palma amaranth. Following the positive ID of Palma amaranth in Potchefstroom earlier this year, CropLife sent out an emergency alert and continued applying pressure to get the weed classified as a Category 1 weed under the CARA regulations. This was then achieved in February of this year, which now allows for further legal actions to take place in restricting the spread of this weed. If you have a look on the slide, on the left-hand side of the slide, the first document was an example of the emergency alert informing on the spread of Palma amaranth around the summer rainfall region of South Africa. In the middle of the slide is a government notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development indicating that the Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act number 43 of 1983, has been amended to include Amaranthus palmyrea as a Category 1 declared weed, which is a big step in the right direction in combating Palma amaranth. And on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see an article titled "A non-native Palma amaranth population in the Republic of South Africa is resistant to herbicides with different sites of action," which reports on research that has been conducted on the initial identified Palma population and its resistance to various herbicides. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the key focus areas of HRAC South Africa. For any further information, all the resources as discussed in this presentation are available or will shortly be available on the HRAC Global or CropLife South Africa websites. And for any further information, questions, or suspected herbicide-resistant cases, please contact myself or Marika Craven at the email addresses as seen on the slide. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adriana Antoonissen, and I'm the chairperson of the Fungicide Resistance Action Committee, or FRAC, in South Africa. On this side, we can see the structure of FRAC South Africa. Recently, we decided to change our structure as we had a structure based on crop groups, which were small groups that met individually and discussed any resistance problems within the crop that they were dedicated to. However, the new structure is similar to FRAC International, with groups based on mode of action. So we have 3 groups at the moment in South Africa. We have an STHI group run by Rita van der Merwe. We have a QOI group run by Dirk Eys. And we also have a triazole group that unfortunately doesn't have a chairperson in place yet, but we hope to remedy that very soon. On the next slide, you will see our ambitions and our key actions for the future. Firstly, and most importantly, is monitoring of resistance development in our industry. One of the main drives of FRAC South Africa is to bring together organizations within South Africa with the expertise and the equipment to do resistance testing, with the experience from our international colleagues who have been doing this for many years. This we will do by facilitating connections between local and international colleagues with the collaboration of CropLife. On the next slide, you'll see one of our other main focuses, which is education. FRAC South Africa feels that we need to educate our industry on, firstly, what resistance management truly is, and secondly, where risks can be identified and how we can mitigate these risks. It is also important that we look at FRAC International's guidelines for resistance management and communicate those to our industry partners so that they can be followed and we can be sure that we are doing resistance management correctly. This is one of our more important roles, even though not one of our major roles, and that is risk assessment. As we speak to the industry and we get feedback from our members, we can identify areas where there is a risk for resistance development. Once we've identified these risks, whether it's due to the actions of our industry, whether it's misuse of a single mode of action, we can identify this and we can try and put some mitigating actions in place so that this does not develop into a full resistance risk. On the next slide, you will see our next ambition, and that is to get collaboration within our industry. This is a quote from Henry Ford that says, "Coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success." This is important for us. We are coming together as FRAC, as a whole industry. We've been keeping together for many years now, but we need to start working together more so that we can achieve a success and make sure that there's no resistance buildup. And if there is, that it's managed correctly within our industry, as this will be a benefit for everyone, whether we are farmers or chemical producers or agents selling these products. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you to Rolene, Cullen and Audrey for that update, and also for informing us all of the important work that you do. We really do appreciate it. Okay, so there are no questions after this round of presentations, but we do encourage you to channel those questions either to the contact details that were provided at the end of those presentations or also on the CropLife website. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to our next speaker, who's Dr. Nicholas Storer. He's the Global Seeds Regulatory Advocacy Leader at Corteva AgriScience. And his presentation this afternoon is going to talk to how plant biotechnology is part of the IPM toolkit. Nicholas's presentation is pre-recorded, but I think Nicholas should be online as well, just to answer one or two questions following his presentation. So I think that would be the cue to listen to that online presentation.
So firstly, my name is Nick Storer. I'm with Corteva AgriScience based in the United States. I lead our global seeds regulatory advocacy work. And I'd like to thank the organizers at CropLife South Africa for putting this conference together, for the invitation to contribute. By now, you'll have heard what integrated pest management is and how the practice of IPM is important in delaying and managing resistance to pesticides. Now I'm going to talk about how the products of plant biotechnology can and must be used as part of the IPM toolkit. So first I'll recap the principles of IPM using the classical pyramid model. So integrated pest management is the approach to protecting crops from pest losses that accounts for the entire agricultural production system and is focused on economic efficiency as well as long-term sustainability and compatibility with environmental goals. IPM emphasizes using diverse tactics in a holistic way to manage pests, incorporating practices to, on the left, prevent, monitor, and intervene. So at the bottom of the pyramid, we have measures to reduce the potential for damaging pest populations to develop. So making sure that the soil and field health is preserved, using cultural practices to minimize the potential for pest infestations, using pest biology and ecology to our advantage, using biological control, and in the center here, using host plant resistance. In the middle, we have measures to detect and monitor for changes in pest populations and crop injury. So monitoring the crop for signs of pest infestation, detecting and identifying the pests, and scouting over time to monitor for changes in pest population density and changes in crop injury. And finally, at the top, when necessary, the ability to apply pesticides and other control measures only when economic loss is threatened. To be successful, IPM must consider all of the pests that are present in the ecosystem and recognize that interventions to protect one pest may on one hand help in managing others, but in contrast may also exacerbate other pests. For example, the application of an insecticide to manage one pest may interrupt the biological control of another pest. So let's take a step back and look at the big picture. What are the goals of IPM? Well, first and foremost, the goal, of course, is to manage pests. The way pests are managed needs to also meet the objectives on the left. They must optimize crop productivity, be economically efficient, be environmentally sensitive, and be ecologically sustainable, as well as economically sustainable. So IPM is a way of working with the environment and with agroecology. Some of the possible outcomes are listed on the right. IPM may lead to increased farmer income, either through lower input costs or improved yields, or ideally both. IPM may lead to reduced environmental effects. It may maintain biodiversity and beneficial organisms. It may prevent or delay resistance, as you just heard. It may lower chemical residues on produce, which in turn can improve access to markets of those products. And it can enhance the responsible business for the industry, and also ultimately lead to enhanced consumer confidence. But again, those are possible outcomes of IPM. The purpose of IPM is to manage pests in an economically and environmentally sensitive manner. Let's just look again at the principles of IPM. The basic management unit of IPM is the agroecosystem, not individual fields. So any management action that does not consider the system as a whole may produce unexpected and even undesirable effects. IPM recognizes that most pest populations cannot realistically be eliminated and must be tolerated at some level. And intervention should be based on economic injury levels and action thresholds. IPM emphasizes strategies that avoid or inhibit the growth of pest populations as much as possible, and only when pest populations threaten economic damage or interventions considered. And I think really importantly, as we think about biotechnology, as the agroecosystems evolve, pest populations change, but the tools to manage them also change. And IPM must evolve with the agroecosystem and recognize that the tools such as biotechnology provide new options for IPM, and the classical approach to IPM that I've described can be adapted to work with biotechnology. And that's what we will look at today. So what are the properties of biotech crops that make them a good component of an IPM system? So first, let's think about insect-protected biotech crops. So this is your BT maize, BT cotton, and BT soybeans. These provide varieties that are resistant to insect pests. At the same time, they're protective of beneficial insects, and they reduce the need for insecticide applications. And we can also think about the other major group of biotechnology crops and traits being the herbicide tolerance traits. The ability to apply a herbicide to a crop and not cause damage to the crop and only control the weeds. This allows more effective weed control. It simplifies pest management, facilitates reduced till agriculture, and all of these we'll go into in a little bit more detail. And finally, at the bottom here, we can think about biotechnology used to deliver agronomic traits that can provide crops the ability to withstand and tolerate environmental stress such as drought, and creating a healthier crop, which in turn is able to tolerate pest attack under less favorable environmental conditions. So this is what biotechnology can bring to agriculture and can bring to IPM. And let's look at these in a little bit more detail. So first, let's look at insect-resistant crop varieties. It's important to point out that many of the properties listed here may also apply to native resistance traits, just as they do to biotechnology traits. But the level of protection and the specificity that biotech traits can bring is often significantly greater than native traits. So biotech insect-resistant crops express insecticidal proteins derived from naturally occurring sources. Again, consistent with the principles of IPM, using natural mechanisms to control pests. So the CRY1 proteins, the CRY2 proteins, and the VIP3 proteins are derived from this common soil bacterium named Bacillus thuringiensis. And that's the BT, and these are the proteins that are expressed in BT maize. These proteins are highly specific to the targeted pest species that feed on the crop and only affect a narrow spectrum of insects. They have a favorable environmental risk profile. Proteins don't bioaccumulate and don't present a hazard to organisms that aren't actually feeding on the crop itself. They're also harmless to beneficial organisms. All of the BT maize products, BT cotton products, BT soybean products that are available today have no effects on insect predators, on parasitoids, on decomposers or pollinators at realistic environmental concentrations. This means that they can fit very nicely into that classical IPM pyramid, preserving the biological control functions. And what we've seen over the last 20 years that we've been deploying these crops is in some cases that where they provide very high levels of protection against certain pests, they contribute to area-wide pest suppression. We have examples of European corn borer in the United States, which has been suppressed to such an extent by the use of BT maize that even non-BT maize farmers are seeing a benefit in reduced pest pressure. A similar situation with tobacco budworm in cotton in the United States, where tobacco budworm is becoming increasingly difficult to find when we do resistance monitoring. There's good documentation of suppression of Helicoverpa species in the eastern United States as a result of growing BT maize, where the vegetable producers are suffering less loss from Helicoverpa, from corn earworm, than they were prior to the introduction of BT maize. And recently there's even indications that Asian corn borer in the Philippines is being suppressed by the production of BT maize in that country. So they sound great, but it's really important to remember the BT crops are not a standalone solution. These crops are not immune from pest feeding. Firstly, the targeted pests must consume some of the plant tissue to receive a lethal dose of the insecticidal protein. And most of the pests that are affected by these proteins are not highly susceptible. And so they may require additional management to reduce population pressure. Importantly also, only a subset of the pests is affected. The proteins I mentioned earlier, CRY1, CRY2, BIP3A, they all affect a subset of the lepidopteran pests in maize and in cotton and in soybean. But they don't affect other groups of pests like beetles or aphids and thrips. And then there's always the potential for resistance to evolve in target pest populations, so it's very important when we deploy BT crops that we're monitoring for and taking steps to mitigate the potential for resistance evolution. So this means that we need to develop what we call best management practices in association with growing biotech crops. And these are based on the same IPM principles that we've already heard about. This is an important component of biotechnology in agriculture. So using those same cultural practices that reduce the intensity of pest pressure, continuing to monitor and scout just as with conventional crops, intervening, in this case applying insecticides, only when economic injury is anticipated, just as is done with a conventional crop, although because of the resistance that's provided against the insect attack, the need for insecticides is dramatically reduced. And then again, adapting those pest management practices to changes in pest pressure, invasion of new pests. And fall armyworm is obviously the most high-profile example of a recently invading pest that requires adaptation of IPM and biotechnology to manage it. And also, as resistance emerges to the BT traits, need to adapt the pest management practices to account for resistant populations as well. So just a word on resistance management. As you're likely aware, the BT crops require a refuge to be grown alongside them to provide an area where susceptible insects can survive and reproduce and reduce the selection pressure for resistance. Obviously, adding in alongside your BT crop a crop that is not protected with biotech traits creates additional complexity for the growers and requires some separate management practices. But what we're seeing is, if for primary target pests, those that really drive the economic decision of a farmer to purchase the BT trait, those that are expected to be regularly present in the system and regularly require control in a conventional maize, in BT maize, the refuge can be very effective in delaying resistance. But as I said earlier, most primary target pests, BT crops, are not high dose. The insects are not highly susceptible or highly sensitive to the BT proteins. So additional management is likely to be needed right from the start for those kind of pests that, again, are regularly present at damaging levels and only somewhat reduced by the BT traits. And then there's a whole suite of secondary pests which may be affected by the BT traits as well, but aren't reliably going to be present in the system. But growers will continue to need to be aware of the potential for them, scout for the secondary pests, and as necessary, intervene with insecticides. So the pest complex really needs to be considered as part of this IPM program. Okay, let's switch gears to the other major group of biotech crop traits, and that's the herbicide-tolerant traits. These can also be seen as a foundation for IPM, and some of the properties are listed here. So just like with BT proteins, the proteins expressed for herbicide tolerance, which are actually act as enzymes, they're derived from naturally occurring sources. So an example of EPS-PS, which is the enzyme that gives tolerance to glyphosate, was derived from an agrobacterium strain, very commonly present in the soil. Enzymes themselves present no environmental risk. Their activity is biochemical in nature, not biological. The ability to manage weeds in the season means that pre-planting tillage can be greatly reduced. So they do really enable it, and we've seen over the last 25 years how no-till and low-till agriculture has come to dominate in countries where herbicide-tolerant traits are used. And this means that the health of the soil and the soil structure can be maintained across seasons. These traits improve the ability for farmers to be flexible in the timing of their herbicide application. Instead of being concerned about the herbicide injuring the crop, they can really target the applications for when weed control is really needed based on the presence of the weeds and the density of the weeds, rather than thinking about the crop. And this means that they can also enable later herbicide applications. And there's a beautiful study from the UK from around 2000, where they looked at using herbicide-tolerant crops and the ability to allow weed populations to develop and then be sprayed with glyphosate, and saw a great increase in the biodiversity in those fields, as both the living and the dead weeds can provide habitat for beneficial organisms. And another big advantage in this flexibility in herbicide applications is it saves labor and it saves fuel with fewer passes across the field. This means less disruption to natural processes and contributions to reducing the effects of reducing carbon emissions and the effects on climate change. Herbicide-tolerant crops aren't a one-size-fits-all. They're not as simple as perhaps a grower would like. Best management practices based on IPM, again, are important. First, and probably fairly obviously, use the right herbicide. If you have a glyphosate-tolerant crop, it's glyphosate that you should be applying to manage the weeds without harming the crop. But you can adjust the application rate and timing according to weed pressure, again, without the concerns that the higher rates may affect the crop. Applications in favorable weather conditions are also important to avoid off-target effects and runoff. Avoiding applications that harm natural vegetation at field margins. Natural vegetation can be very important for maintaining biodiversity, particularly in the natural enemies of the crop pests, and that's where we link back into the insect traits. We can preserve the biological control function. Importantly, selecting and using herbicides with different modes of action within the season, both to manage hard to control weeds that may not be easily controlled with the main herbicide, but also to counter the development of resistant weeds. So it's very important that a grower planting a glyphosate-tolerant crop doesn't only apply glyphosate year in, year out, because that will select for resistance, as we've seen in the United States and South America. Growers need to be using a diversity of herbicides across the season. Scouting the fields after application for weed escapes to make sure that if those escapes are a result of resistance, that they can be taken care of. And then, of course, always following label instructions and wearing personal protective equipment. And then we can put these two crop trait types together in a single crop through stacking. Growers really are looking for the benefits of insect resistance and the benefits of herbicide tolerance in one plant. And through just conventional breeding, we can combine these traits. And this leads to certainly simplification of some aspects of IPM, but IPM still remains important to achieve the full benefits. And then just a word on pyramiding of traits, which is a special form of stacking where the traits that are being combined together serve the same function as one another, but through a different mechanism of action. So multiple modes of action against target insect pests provide additional control, additional protection from resistance development, and in this case can reduce the size of the refuge needed to preserve the durability of the technology. And then in the case of herbicide tolerance to multiple different modes of action allows growers to use different herbicides within the season, and again provide protection from resistance development, as well as control a broader spectrum of weeds. So let's come back to the IPM pyramid that we started out with, and how do the biotech traits really fit within this? So firstly, let's look at the herbicide-tolerant crops. They, I said earlier, because of reduced tillage, they can protect soil and field health and reduce nutrient loss. The timing and rates of herbicide applications could be more flexible, enabling the interventions to be more effective and more economically efficient, driven by the status of weed populations rather than the sensitivity of the crop. For insect resistance traits, these can be regarded really as part of the foundation of the IPM pyramid as host plant resistance. They also facilitate biological control, being non-hazardous to beneficial organisms, and they in turn reduce the need for insecticide applications for the intervention at the top of the pyramid against the targeted insect pests. And then, of course, of critical importance, other IPM tools must also be used. In particular, pest monitoring and scouting are just as important in a biotech IPM system as in a conventional system. So let's put it all together here. It's looking at integrated pest management and how biotech crops contribute to IPM. And so on the left really is a series of steps that growers should be taking as they plan for and manage pests across a growing season. And on the right is how biotech crops can contribute to that. So firstly and foundationally, knowing your environmental conditions, knowing your pest complexes, knowing what challenges you're likely to face in the season. And then secondly, choosing crop varieties that thrive in that local environment. And clearly, when biotech crops are available, looking at the insect resistance traits that herbicide tolerance traits and the stress tolerance traits that a grower has access to improve the way that the crops thrive. For IPM, planting at a time that maximizes availability of natural resources and minimizes pest pressure. That applies equally, if a biotech crop is being grown. And maintaining a healthy crop clearly is vital to IPM. So it's important to understand how the biotech traits that are included in the crop contribute to crop health. Monitoring and scouting fields for pests, insects, weeds, and diseases. In the case of crops with insect traits, they're less likely to have high pressure, but it's still important to continue monitoring and scouting. Applying pesticides only when economic loss is threatened. Again, insect traits require less pesticide application because of the protection provided by the trait. And as we've discussed, herbicide tolerance allows flexibility in timing and rates to really target the weed populations. Choosing effective products with the least impact on beneficial organisms. Extend that in the case of herbicide tolerance traits to choosing products that actually match the tolerance trait. And then in all cases, following pesticide labels and using PPE. So I've tried to make IPM with biotech crops appear to be as simple as I can, but we must recognize that IPM does introduce complexity, and it does require knowledge and expertise, and it requires engagement of everyone that influences crop production. It's not just a farmer left to work it out for themselves. So on this slide, I'm showing the recently updated IPM model developed by Surendra Dara in the United States that explicitly recognizes IPM must account for economics, for the environment, and social responsibility. And in turn, it must involve not just producers, but also sellers and consumers. It's perhaps part of our responsibility in the crop protection industry to make sure that all of these pieces of the puzzle fit. So biotechnology can increase the demand for knowledge, it can increase the need for planning, and certainly it raises societal considerations that are different from conventional crops. And transparency becomes really important. So the farmers and the developers of these traits must engage with food manufacturers, with supermarkets, and with consumers and the public in order to build trust both in the technology itself, but also, I think, critically, how the technology is used to improve agricultural production, as well as improve economic and environmental sustainability. And I'll just wrap up with my take-home message, which is really IPM stands as a key approach to managing pests, preventing pests, monitoring, and interventions. So biotech crops enable productivity improvements and have a smaller ecological footprint than most other crop management practices, and therefore can enhance the success of IPM. And with that, I will thank you for your attention and look forward to any discussion.
Good afternoon, Nicholas. I believe you are joining us online, or should I rather say good morning?
It's morning here. Hello to you too.
Okay, so firstly, thank you for that insightful overview on how biotech fits into the IPM system. Definitely some interesting points that you've raised there. We will take some questions from our audience, if there are any. I don't see any show of hands, any takers? Oh, there is one. Okay.
Good afternoon and good morning, Nick. Thank you for representing us in this Congress. I have two questions. One of the things that actually came up in CropLife conference in Europe was that the biotech that we're developing today is mainly maize, cotton, and soya. Do we have plans to actually move this technology to other crops, to actually put some advantage for the farmers in other sectors? And then another thing that I would want you to clarify also, one of the things that was discussed in the conference was the gene editing and biotech. Is gene editing bringing more? And it seems as if in Europe, it's actually being seen as one. Can you clarify that for us? Thank you.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you. So firstly, yes, the multinational companies, which I represent one, certainly focus on the global high-value crops, maize, cotton, and soybean. But there are a lot of efforts underway, either in the public sector or in public-private partnerships to expand the range of crops that are benefiting from biotechnology. So there's disease resistance in cassava. There's papaya in Hawaii that is resistant to disease. There's a lot of work going on. I'm sure you're all aware of the Golden Rice Project as well, which is not bringing pest management benefits, but certainly very important human health benefits. So there is a lot of work going on in other crops. Again, the multinational companies are focusing on the largest acreage crops. I think we'll see progress in additional crops in the future. Touching on the gene editing question, I like to think of two categories of these tools. One is moving genes among species, and that's what I've been talking about in my presentation. Moving a gene from a bacterium and putting it into a plant. So those are really the transgenic applications. Using gene editing tools like CRISPR, you can use those same tools to also move genes among species, but they provide additional flexibility to edit genes that are already in the species and not have to move genes around. And I think that the implications of gene editing used in that way, it's far more similar to conventional breeding. The outcomes are the same in many cases as can be achieved with conventional breeding, but it can happen a whole lot more quickly and with much more precision. So what we hope to see in Europe and elsewhere is this continued recognition that gene editing is not the same as transgenics. GMOs are really the transgenic end of biotechnology. Gene-edited products are really more closer to the conventional breeding and probably improved over conventional breeding, and should be associated less with the concerns that some people have raised around GMOs.
Okay, thank you for that response. And maybe just to add on is to say, in terms of on the African continent, we are seeing insect resistance also being approved in Nigeria for cowpea, and we are looking also at developments in cassava in Kenya. So I think definitely Africa is moving also towards the adoption of the technology, but geared more towards crops that are of economic importance to those populations. And I think I don't know if there are any more questions from the auditorium. Maybe I could just add on before letting you off the hook, Nick. Just to add on to that, we are seeing adoption of BT crops in African countries, select African countries. Just from your experiences at Corteva, the adoption of these crops does, a key IPM feature of adopting these crops does require, strong focus on resistance management. From your side, are there any, I would say, best practices or key learnings, in terms of what you could share with us where BT technology is now coming online and, it's a new experience for some of the smallholder farmers that are adapting the technology. Do you have any insights to share with us?
I think, it's critical, and I touched on it in my presentation, to recognize that BT crops are one part of, or the BT traits are one part of the crop and the crop management system. as fall armyworm has invaded and spread through Africa and Asia as well now, a recognition that BT crops bring a high level of protection from fall armyworm, but again, they're not immune. We know that resistance can develop. It has developed in the Americas in fall armyworm to these BT traits. And farmers really need to continue to monitor their crops and be prepared to intervene with insecticide applications or other management tools when indicated by the level of pest damage that's occurring. So again, these are not a silver bullet. They're an additional tool that farmers can exploit and reduce some of the burden on the need to apply insecticides. But see these as part of the whole picture, not as a standalone.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas, and thank you for making yourself available and lending your expertise to the discussions this afternoon. I don't see any more questions, so I guess that would be it from our side. But thanks again for your participation. And so we'll move on to the last presentation of this session. And we will be hearing more about how biologicals fit into the IPM toolkit. And that presentation will be given by Sean Thackeray, who is the Business Development Manager at River Bioscience. This is again a pre-recorded presentation, so please do listen carefully and jot down some questions if you have any for Sean, who will take a few questions after his presentation. So we should be loading up that presentation right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. My name is Sean Thackeray. I work for both River Bioscience and Exit as part of the RBX group and look after the product development and business development portfolios. So today we're going to be having a very brief look at biologicals as part of the IPM toolkit. We obviously need a lot longer than 18 minutes to do this topic significant justice. So it's really just going to be an exposure as to how biologicals can be used within an integrated pest management program and some of the mindsets that go into structuring a successful IPM program. So I'm sure this would have been touched on earlier on in the seminar, but let's just have a quick recap on the definition of IPM. So it's always quite nice to default to what the European Commission regards as the definition of IPM, because this drives your new farm-to-fork strategies and the European Green Deal that we've seen coming into our recent agricultural mindsets. So the key components really is that it's a careful consideration of all available plant protection methods and the subsequent integration of these methods. And this is to ensure that what we're doing is both economically and ecologically justified to reduce or minimize the risks of both human health and the risks to the environment through crop protection practices. And one wants to ensure that we are striving towards the growth of a healthy crop with the least possible disruption to the agro-ecosystem, and also encourages the natural pest control mechanisms that are now available to us in the modern era. So on the right-hand side of this slide, you'll see that CropLife has a fantastic diagram of an integrated pest management, let's say, portfolio or mindset. And one of the key things that I'd like to bring our attention to is that there's three components. So the first one is a prevention. So these are all of our agricultural practices that prevent the requirement for additional inputs. We then have various methods of observation. And then right in the middle, we've got an intervention should we need to go over any of our economic thresholds. Now, this economic threshold is quite an interesting, let's say, perception in South African agriculture, because in my experience, RPM is most dominant in environments where we are exporting to first world countries, and that's normally within our high-value fruit and nut tree crops. And the economic threshold may be lost and almost exchanged with a phytosanitary threshold. And this almost undermines the concept of RPM. And it's something that we all need to be extremely cognizant of going into the future. So some key challenges of adopting RPM. This is a fantastic paper that was published last year that looks at challenges from a cultural, a knowledge, a user preference, industry, technology, and policy perspective. But one of the key things that came out to me in this was the significant difference in the types of challenges within these pillars between the northern and southern hemisphere. And one thing that we all need to be very cognizant of, especially when bringing new biological products to the market, is that one cannot just address a challenge in the northern hemisphere through, let's say, developing a certain type of knowledge, and then try and shift that knowledge to the southern hemisphere and expect to overcome the challenge that one did in the north. They're very different environments, and one needs to take a very focused approach to the challenges that one has to overcome within a specific geographical area or within a specific crop or culture that biologicals are trying to get incorporated into an RPM program. So when we start having a look at the RPM toolbox, there are three core areas that one needs to cover to implement an RPM program. The first one is knowledge of the target pest and the pest ecosystem and the overall agricultural ecosystem that this pest management practice is trying to take place in. So the types of knowledge areas that we would look at specifically with a focused pest would be the life cycle. This could vary between crops and between cultivars. This could vary between crops and cultivars. We would look at pest behavior, the seasonal cycle. This could be influenced by the immediate surrounding environment and also environmental parameters within the area of focus. We would look at population dynamics within that pest species. And then finally, the interactions that we see between this pest and other potential pests or beneficial organisms, as well as how our overall spray program can have an interaction between these different target and non-target effects. The next level is decision making, and this is driven by decision making aids. Some examples here is making sure that we've got the proper pest identification. What pest monitoring methods are we using? Are we only using scouting data, or are we able to monitor flight peaks through the use of cards or pheromone traps? There's also environmental monitoring, so this would be using degree day models. We would look at economic injury levels or some phytosanitary levels, which is more common in our part of the world. And then we would have action thresholds, where when we exceed one of these thresholds, we would start to do something about it. Then we need to have a look at the toolbox of pest management tactics that are available to us. And this consists of biological controls, cultural controls, mechanical controls, and chemical controls. And how do we integrate all of these together for sustainable crop production and crop protection? When we have a look at the biological products within the toolbox, we really have a broad range of products available to us. Now, one of the main reasons for this broad range of product is that biological products are often quite species specific or perform well within niche type environments. It's not something that one can just apply to a broader landscape. It needs a lot of thought and a lot of research into finding out exactly what is this niche that this specific active ingredient or type of product can really deliver value on farm. There's three overriding categories of biological products. This includes biofertilizers, biostimulants, and biological control products. So biofertilizers really consist of microbials used to enhance plant nutrient uptake from soil. Nitrogen-fixing bacteria do make up the largest component of this group. Others include mobilizers of specific nutrients such as zinc and sulfur, and also mycorrhizal fungi. And biofertilizers are regulated under country-state fertilizer regulations. And we know that we've just gone through a revamp of our local regulations in South Africa. The next category is biostimulants. So in this one, seedweed extracts make up the largest component of the group. There's also microbials. This is primarily bacteria, and it's often used as seed or soil treatments to aid nutrient assimilation. We then have organic acids, and these are humic and fulvic acids used as soil amendments, and these are formed by the microbial degradation of plant matter. And the definition and regulation of biostimulants is still under development in many parts of the world, but we have made significant progress in this in South Africa in the last few years. The next category is biopesticides. Now, biopesticides are derived from natural materials such as plants, bacteria, and certain minerals. Biopesticides target specific pests and are inherently less toxic than synthetic pesticides in most cases. The categories within biopesticides are firstly biochemicals. This includes plant extracts. This is minerals and others, plant growth regulators, potentially semiochemicals and organic acids. And plant extracts make up the widest segment of this specific group. We then have semiochemicals and specifically pheromones. And pheromones have the largest number of actual product types because these are so species specific. So basically each pest that one is wanting to target will have a specific pheromone associated with it. And then some of the largest challenges of plant extracts is the manufacturing and the consistent quality required for a commercial type product with an active ingredient. Then moving on to microbials. This is also quite a big section. We have bacteria, fungi, virus, protozoan, yeast. In more recent times, lipids have become another prominent area of research. Bacteria followed by fungi make up the largest groups of these types of products. So it's about over 90% of the commercially available products consist of both bacteria and fungi. And microbials are the largest market of biopesticides, and this is estimated to be about $1.3 billion if you go and have a look at the Dunham and Trimmer reports from the last few years. And some of the biggest challenges for microbials are formulation related. So how do we ensure that we're getting the longest shelf life in a non-refrigerated environment? Majority of these microbials need to go through the supply chain in a refrigerated manner. We also need to focus on stability and lastly performance enhancement in various environmental conditions, because some of these microbials do face significant environmental degradation once they're applied. When one looks at macroorganisms, so this consists of insects, mites, and nematodes. Insects followed by mites make up the largest groups. They're unique in that it's a live organism in the forms of egg larvae or pupae, which is used for subsequent control of another target pest. And the most important challenge with macros is logistics. So how do we ship these living or live organisms that have a really limited, let's say, period of life around the world, getting to the farmer, getting through the farm gate and applied in time for the grower to derive the most value out of these specific types of products. Now, this is quite an interesting thing to consider when we start talking about sustainable agriculture. Yes, one can start using macrobial type products and we are using an environmentally friendly product. There are no residues associated to it, but there's potentially a massive carbon footprint that goes with shipping these sorts of insects around the world. So now that we've been introduced to the various types of biological products that are available and we've been exposed to what the RPM toolbox looks like, I thought that the best way for us to try and understand how we can start to put all these moving parts together is to have a look at a case study. And the best, in my experience, the best way to look at case studies is where there's a significant amount of information available. So for this, I've chosen false codling moth. It's an insect, a pest that we are intimately familiar with here at River Bioscience. And it's also a very broad-ranging pest of citrus, avocados, capsicums, stone fruit, table grapes, and tree nut crops. Now, these are all pretty much exported from South Africa. As an example, citrus alone brings in about over 30 billion rand each year into the country from its exports. So market access is a very important component of citrus exporting. Now, false codling moth is one of our largest challenges for maintaining market access, because from 1998, we've seen an increase in the number of countries, and these are key markets for us, where FCM is now regarded as a regulated quarantine pest. And this fundamentally undermines the practice of economic thresholds for FCM. We're now working on phytosanitary thresholds, and when you consider just the quantum of crops that we export into the markets listed below here, one interception is too many. So there's been a complete systems approach developed for false codling moth. And what we'll be focusing on today is the in-orchard part of that systems approach. At a quick overview of the life cycle itself, you'll see that we start off with an adult. This adult then goes and lays or deposits its egg on the fruit or a nut itself. And then once this egg hatches and the neonate larvae exits the egg, it starts to look for a suitable site to burrow into the fruit. And once this larvae is penetrated into the fruit, you lose all opportunity of control other than cultural control measures, because this larvae is now protected by living within the fruit. Your next opportunity for controlling this pest is in its soil-dwelling life stage, where wandering fifth instar pupa or wandering fifth instar larvae and pupae will spend an extended period in the first couple centimeters of your soil layer or leaf litter layer. So when we have a look at the biological toolbox for false codling moth, I've split it up into the different life stages. So from an adult perspective, there is a sterile insect technique program that is available in South Africa. We have various mating disruption products available. We have an attract and kill product, and there are a few lures on the market, and these are pheromone lures, which allow us to monitor the population phenology over the season, and we can start using this information to inform our pest management practices and structuring our RPM programs. Moving on to the egg, so there is an egg parasitoid that is available. When we have a look at the neonate larvae, so these are the larvae that have just hatched, and then we're wanting to control them before they go into the fruit. The majority of the products used here are virus-based products and entomopathogenic fungi. And then when we look at fifth instar larvae and pupae, so this is the soil life stage, there are some entomopathogenic nematodes that are available. So over the next few slides, we'll look at each one of these life stages and the potential biological toolbox that could be used to target each one. So moving on to the adult life stages. So as an example here in the top left-hand corner, you've got what a typical FCM flight activity looks like over a season. And this information, which is critical to pest management practices, is gathered through the use of pheromone lures. Now, in the bottom left-hand corner, this is an example of efficacy gained through the use of mating disruption and attract and kill. And what we can see is that we get an efficacy ranging between 30 and 55% within this specific trial through the use of either mating disruption or attract and kill. And then the next option, our sterile insect technique, is widely used in the eastern, western and northern Cape. There's about 16,000 hectares of susceptible FCM crops under the SIT program. And this graph doesn't give you a season's data, because the benefits gained from sterile insect technique is compounded interest. So we suppress the population over time so that we can soften the overall inputs into our integrated pest management program. So an important measure here is infested fruit. Now, this is data from one of the valleys where we've been evaluating FCM levels since before SIT, and then all the way up to the 2021 season. And what you can see is that the yellow bar pre-SIT was almost 1.7 fruit per tree per week. Now, this is a significant amount of infestation for a grower to manage within a phytosanitary pest environment. And what you can see is that after almost 11 years of implementing the SIT program, we have pretty much made infestation negligible at an area level. Yes, there will still be individual orchards within this overall area that may still have infestation. What you can see there is a significant reduction on the incidence of infestation within an area. Now moving on to the egg life stage. So here we've got a real neat organism called Trichogrammatodia cryptophobia. So it's an egg parasitoid. It is endemic to our part of the world and is available through a few outlets in South Africa. One of the biggest challenges with using parasitoids is that they're very susceptible to synthetic pesticides, which are included in Canada spray programs. So this limits the use period to certain times of year. When we start looking at specifically citrus production, you've got it in the northern parts of the country. You have calendar citrus black spot sprays, and these calendar citrus black spot sprays generally drive what an overall RPM program looks like. And it's not easy or not very effective to be releasing these parasitoids while you're still having frequent CBS applications. So that potentially compromises the ideal time of initial release, and one now needs to shift this release to a different time of season and understand what the impact of that is at an orchard level. But in essence, this is some work done on the right-hand side by Dr. Sean Moore at CRI. You can see there that when releasing parasitoids in an augmented manner over a 18 to 19 week period, fruit infestation was able to be reduced from about 3.5 fruit per tree per week, all the way down to less than 0.5 fruit per tree per week. And this is just with one single organism. So it's a fantastic option to target the egg life stage. Moving on to the neonate larval life stage. So this is just before the larva from egg hatch to when it penetrates into the fruit. And it really is the only option to protect the fruit going into the pack house. So when we start considering the phytosanitary components of false codling moth, we do not want any infested fruit going into the pack house. Now, the use of mating disruption and the use of trichogramma don't necessarily protect the fruit. They suppress the overall population so that one can get the highest level of efficacy possible out of our other inputs, which are applied as foliar sprays and in essence limit infestation taking place. So there are a few options available here. There are some virus products, there's bacteria, and there's entomopathogenic fungi. However, the frequency of application required for efficacy is generally a driving factor for use here. Certain active ingredients require frequent applications, normally 3 to 5 applications, 7 to 10 days apart, to give the sort of efficacy required to manage a phytosanitary pest and limit infestation going into the pack house. Now, obviously, in an environment where a producer has 400, 500, 600 hectares and they're trying to get through their orchards with a spraying machine prior to harvesting, it's very difficult for them to implement those repeated applications in such a short period of time. So what we see is that certain products are being used later on in the season compared to early on in the season. And a lot of virus products are favored as a pre-harvest application because they come with a single application that gives fairly good efficacy, and they also don't take any residues into the pack house. And one major thing that we've got to consider with these biological products included in foliar applications is that they do have environmental degradation over time. So in my opinion, it would be almost impossible for someone to make a statement along the lines that you're guaranteed a certain level of efficacy in terms of fruit protection for a certain period of time, for example, 6 or 8 weeks. what we see is that over time, there is a reduction in efficacy due to environmental parameters. Now moving on to the soil dwelling life stage. So this has been an area that hasn't necessarily been a major one of focus due to the expense of products that can be used in this area. So there are a couple of entomopathogenic nematodes that are registered for use against false codling moth. But when one looks at that specific life stage and the timing of the program, as well as the environmental conditions of both the orchard and the substrate in which you're applying, it can be a slight hit and miss exercise. And it takes a lot of commitment by the producer, the supplier, and the technical advisor involved to ensure that the grower is getting the best value for money when using these products. But what you can see here is that this is from Milan and Moore from 2016. They showed that basically after 21 days and 35 days after application, you can get over 60 and 80% mortality of FCM larvae using entomopathogenic nematodes. Now, the bottom graph is just an example here of some research that's come out of the Center for Biocontrol at Rhodes University, is looking at a different mode of action here, or a different product type, and this is through using soil-dwelling entomopathogenic fungi. So what was really interesting out of this work is that they evaluated two commercially available EPF products, and what they found is that when applied to soil at the registered commercial folio rate, they didn't add much benefit to the grower, and one needed to significantly increase the rate per hectare, and also use a isolate that was found or isolated within the local environment to start getting sufficient reduction in FCM infestation from soil applications. And what you can see here is that this ranged from between 23 and 60%, depending on the rate and also depending on the isolate that was used. This is really a framework for how a producer would start to structure an RPM program using the biological inputs that we discussed in the previous slides. So the first thing that one would do is start looking at monitoring. How do we monitor adult activity? And we do this through the use of the pheromone lures that we introduced as part of the semiochemicals. Now, this will give us some interesting data, which an example is shown in the bottom part of the slide, on when our key areas of flight activity are. Now, once we've got an understanding of our key areas of flight activity, we can start understanding when we're going to need to control the adult, when the pupae may be susceptible to control in the soil, when these adults may be laying eggs, and then when these eggs may be hatching into larvae. So once we've got our monitoring system set up, a core component for a successful RPM program, especially using biologicals, is our cultural practices. Now, we haven't spoken much about that because that's not the topic of this presentation, but I just want to highlight that implementing a biological RPM or biological tools within the RPM program relies on good orchard sanitation practices. Once we've got a strategy for putting this in place, we can start looking at how we're going to be controlling our adults now, or suppressing the adult population. Now, one would traditionally do this between October and April, because in the months of May through to September, it may start to get too cold for the use of semiochemical-based products, and also the use of sterile insects may be confounded by your cold nighttime temperatures. So when we have a look at that October through to April period, we need to decide, are we going to be using an attract and kill product? Are we going to be using a mating disruption or SIT? And the overall goal of that adult suppression is to reduce your population as much as possible so that you get the highest utility or the highest return on investment for any other control or intervention measures that are put down over and above your adult control strategy. because this is probably going to be the most expensive part of your RPM program. We could then start looking at the release of egg parasitoids, and this would be augmented. One wouldn't want to start this while you are still doing a calendar fungicide program, for example, citrus black spot. So the timing of this could be anywhere from February through to May. Now, once again, this is not going to limit, it's going to reduce the overall population. It's not going to protect your fruit from infestation. Then we can start looking at ideal times for soil applications. Now, this is a fantastic time for this would be prior to starting off the next growing season. So doing an August or September application, you're catching your overwintering larvae, your overwintering pupae. So once again, the use of egg parasitoids is not going to necessarily protect our fruit from infestation to the levels required through phytosanitary pest management. The next option that one has is controlling the soil life stage. This can be done through the use of entomopathogenic nematodes, and a fantastic time to do this is in August and September, once our previous season has ended, and there may be quite a lot of overwintering pupae within the soil, and one wants to do a population knockdown before our first flight peaks start happening in October, and before we start doing area-wide management focused on the adult population. And then the last option available to us is inputs focused on the neonate larvae before fruit penetration. So the timing of these needs to correlate with flight peaks so that we have the most viable active ingredient on the surface of the fruit as possible, timed for when our eggs are hatching. Then one would start looking at cultivar susceptibility and harvest periods and try to work out a strategy that limits infestation going into the packhouse. So when we start having a look at the compound effect of RPM, so we've discussed that RPM consists of various different control measures. So what can our RPM program almost give us before we even start going into the packhouse, where we would start sorting out infested fruit from non-infested fruit? So if we started off with 100% infestation, our first part of the RPM program is orchard sanitation. And let's say that we get a 50% reduction in pest pressure through just good orchard sanitation. We can then use parasitoids, and this would reduce it by a further 50% at a minimum. Then incorporating SIT, mating disruption or attract and kill, we can reduce this by another 50%. We could then use a baculovirus, and this would reduce it by at least another 50%. And then lastly, a chemical spray, should we need, and this would have another 50% reduction in a worst case scenario. So what you can see here is a very compounded effect of what you can see here is a very conservative, let's say, expectancy of what efficacy we would get from these various different parts of our RPM program. And at the end of the day, we've been able to reduce FCM infestation going into the packhouse by 97%. And that's assuming a 50% efficacy, which is quite low for all the various inputs here. So to finish off, I'd just like to share our internal philosophy here at River Bioscience on how we approach an RPM program. So the first one for us is that one needs to understand the risk on farm. Their farms are of various sizes, they're in various geographical scenarios. There may be a high level of alternate hosts surrounding the property. There may be no alternate hosts surrounding the property. We may have a range of cultivars. There could be one or two very susceptible cultivars, or there could be non-host cultivars within the overall orchard infrastructure, which may erode on the efficacy of our area-wide management practices. So once we've got this risk on farm, we can start committing to an upfront program. So this is something that we're going to do regardless of whether we see high or low pest pressure. It's an upfront commitment, and that's how we start to manage our agricultural input budget for a specific pest. Now, there are three different components here that one needs to consider when looking at a foundation program. The first one is risk management. So this is influenced by the risk of the farm, really the cultivar and the fruit type and pest pressure, and it's also influenced by the market that one is exporting to. Some markets may have FCM as a phytosanitary regulated pest, other markets may not. Then we need to look at residue management. We've seen a lot of downward pressure from our European retail outlets, limiting the number of residues that one is able to have on their fruit going into a market. This is going to fundamentally impact what products that one can use and how one structures a spray program. And then lastly, price management, because we can't, RPM and sustainable agriculture needs to consider both people, profit and planet. And if we are producing our agricultural products in an unprofitable manner, then the business is not going to be sustainable in the long run. The next one is to establish these site thresholds. So I call them site thresholds rather than economic thresholds, because economic thresholds may have no relevance to managing phytosanitary pests. So a site threshold would be something that only really the producer or someone who's intimately involved on farm would be able to establish. So looking at their historical information or insight into the area that they are producing in, what triggers an additional or corrective action? Is it out of season rain? Is it a few hot days in May that they've seen in the past? If this happens, we have higher FCM pressure going into June, July. And once one's got these site thresholds in place, the producer or the farm manager needs to commit to some sort of intervention should these site thresholds be breached. And this could be additional orchard sanitation, it could be a commitment to additional sorters with fruit going into the pack house. It doesn't necessarily always have to cost you money or result in additional ag inputs being applied to the crop. And then we need to allocate our resources wisely. So considering all of the above, what products are we going to select that gets us to our market in the most efficient and effective way possible? Once we've selected these products, we need to understand what the label says and how the label instructs the end user to get the best results possible. Because at the end of the day, these labels are what drive efficacy of a product. And if we are not at least aware of the parameters discussed within the label, how do we make an intelligent decision to use them effectively in the field? And then the last one is incentivizing staff. How do we incentivize our staff to ensure that they're doing the best thing possible for an RPM program to be successful? And then lastly, realistic expectations. So one thing that we found heavily in our business is that when a producer or farm manager commits to a large expense of an area-wide program, they start getting an expectation that this is going to solve all their problems. Well, as we saw earlier on, through area-wide management, we're only addressing a very small part of the season, but that investment is to ensure that we're reducing the population later on in the season so that any other inputs are more effective than what they would have been under very high pressure. So whenever discussing an integrated pest management program with a producer, if one is cutting corners or not committing to a baseline or foundation program, one needs to ensure that they have realistic expectations of what the results are going to be. Because the worst thing that we can have for RPM going into the future is growers writing off certain products because they were supposed to be used in an RPM program and they've actually been used as a standalone silver bullet. So thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this with you today. I look forward to hopefully interacting with you in the panel session and hope to see you out in the field.
Good afternoon, Sean, and welcome to the IPM session this afternoon. Yeah, I'd just like to thank you again for the presentation, the comprehensive overview of biologicals and how they are used in the citrus industry to tackle false codling moth. I think I'd just like to take a scan of our auditorium to see if there are any questions from our audience. I see there's a few hands, so maybe we can start with you, Gerard.
Sean, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Gerard.
Looking at your last slide, that slide which you showed the reduction of the false codling moth using the different biologicals and then eventually the chemical control. From your personal perspective, give us your opinion. Is biocontrol at all compatible with the use of synthetic and natural pesticides? Thanks.
Gerard, that's an essay question, and my talk already went on long enough. So my opinion is that as soon as one gets away from calendar spray programs, specifically calendar fungicide spray programs, it is possible to adopt a significant biological control program on your farm. As long as our citrus black spot calendar spray is taking place, it's going to be very difficult for RPM to be implemented as intended from the beginning.
Okay, thank you. I think there was another question in the audience.
Hello, Sean. Chris here, I don't know if you can see me.
Hey,
I've got
Chris,
a comment.
I recognize your voice, yeah?
And it's in two parts, really. I guess the second part is a question. One of the things we encounter a lot in the field is similar to what you put up as a suggested IPM program that you could present to a farmer. And this is very often put forward by a consultant, for instance, and their names have come up earlier in the day for being irresponsible sometimes. But as a suggested solution where there's not necessarily a registration yet, and I'm not sure if your entomopathic fungi are registered. So that's my comment, and I don't know if we have a way to counter that, but the question is, in terms of macrobiologicals, are we any closer with all the hindrances and the inefficiencies at the registrar's office of getting macrobiologicals registered? And do you think that's going to happen at all? Is it something that's being pushed from SABO's side? Maybe Andrew Bennett should have asked.
Yeah, because to answer that, I'll have to stir the pot a bit. So I didn't want to incorporate any of our own river bioscience information within that presentation, or else it could have just sounded a bit like a marketing spiel. But I can tell you that both of our EPNs are now registered, and not necessarily commercially available due to the fallout in the supply chain we've seen from Europe. But yeah, both the SF and the HB are registered with Act 36. And as far as the other macrobials code, let's say your insect biocontrol agents, that's also something I can't really give a generalist opinion on. I can tell you from our experience, we do have 4 different macrobial insects now registered with Act 36. As far as the other input suppliers go, I'm not sure how they're progressing with their registrations, but it is time consuming, it is expensive, but it's what's required to be compliant. And it's a difficult one where the majority of the industry is operating outside of that compliant ground, because then there's no real incentive for the regulators to clamp down. And the only way we're going to get some momentum is if the whole industry decides that this is the way we're going to go. We're willing to get regulated in a small way, and we're going to write our own story rather than having some guidelines that are just being applied without deep consideration into how applicable they are. Hopefully that answers your questions. Any follow-ups?
Okay, now I think that concludes all the questions from what I can tell. So thanks again, Sean, for participating this afternoon. I think that essentially concludes our IPM session for today. So thanks to all our speakers for your participation and excellent presentations. Also, thank you to our online participants and those of you in the audience, and thank you for staying the course. I think right now I'd just like to hand over to Rod Bell, who's going to wrap up the day's proceedings for us.
Thanks, Chantal, and thanks to everybody who's weathered the whole day. There's been one hell of a lot of information that was thrown around today, so thank you. I'm just very briefly going to summarize some of the key points I'm taking away. We started the morning off with Julia, Laurie, and Samira from CropLife International and CropLife Africa Middle East, respectively, providing us with an excellent overview of the EU Green Deal, the possible impacts on South African agriculture, how industry has and will continue to engage with policymakers in the EU to try and mitigate any negative impacts that the EU Green Deal is going to have on our country. We then had an excellent local flavour from Kobus, giving us a specific view on the challenges for South African producers, having a look at the potential impact on trade with the Green Deal. And also, we asked him to give a few examples of where he sees trouble looming quite soon with lack of control options for certain crop pest matrices. Other point I took away from Kobus is the huge pressure that NGOs around the world are bringing on regulators and policymakers. So that's something we need to continue to be aware of. And when we talk regulators, it's not just the primary regulators, but also secondary regulators such as supermarkets. So Wandile was the facilitator of our first session, and I think he did a great job of getting some interesting discussions going. We took away from that a multifaceted approach is going to be required. We can't just chat to the EU. We've got to come with all sorts of different stories and approaches. Singles approach will not work. Laurie mentioned it a few times, and I believe it's something really key that we have to take back to regulators and policymakers, and that is we need to be very careful that a so-called good policy in one part of the world is not a detrimental policy in another part of the world. So for me, that's something key that we need to take to the decision makers. Session 2 was entitled, Are You a Responsible Registration Holder? And Henk started the session with his thought-provoking, insightful and high-flying presentation. Thank you, Henk. As a long-time supporter of CropLife South Africa, Henk made the excellent point that to really get this industry association going, we need a lot more participation on our members. So thanks for getting that in, Henk. It really was a good punt for the industry. And you also pointed out that the reason that it's worth doing is that all of the initiatives that the industry association do are for the benefit of the whole industry, not just for certain parts. So thank you again for that. Fani then kindly addressed us with the voice of the farmer, if I can call it that, or voice of the customer, to use some of the corporate jargon. And he gave us some of his insights as an export farmer. He outlined the many hurdles that are facing export farmers. And he also gave us good information about the size of the citrus industry. He did pose a pretty good question at the beginning of his presentation, as who is actually the registration holder. So I think that's going to help Al Reza and the rest of the team and the marketing committee of Exco. We can start looking at our communications out there. So if a pretty important export farmer doesn't know who owns the registration, we are not getting a good communication out there. Almay then provided some comments about the goals of a certification organisation and confirmed that standards are continuously being raised by these certification bodies. And a lot of that is as a result of demand from regulators but also consumers. Gerard gave the great overview that stewardship and compliance run parallel. Compliance is the big stick and stewardship is the right thing to do. That is your ethical part of doing it. I was very pleased to hear Gerard saying when he speaks to these multitudes of farmers these days that there does seem to be a shift towards the more ethical part of stewardship rather than the big stick part. So thanks for sharing that with us, Gerard. After lunch, we moved into the IPM session. Andrew got that going with an overview of the history of IPM, today's principles of IPM, and introduced a concept which was new to me of the agroecological crop protection. So thank you for that one, Andrew. I'm going to have to go do some homework. We then had the leads of our 3 main resistance action committees, giving a brief overview of what they're doing. And I was particularly concerned with Cullen's comment that he sees HRAC focusing down on the people who are making recommendations of our products to the farmers. Now, the reason I'm particularly concerned is those of you who do dial into our various RAC meetings, we get virtually zero support or participation from our crop advisors at those RACs. And I think that's something we're going to have to focus on and change. If the people making the recommendations are not participating regularly in the RACs, we're not going to make too much progress. Nicholas then shared with the conference his thoughts on how plant biotechnology can fit into the IPM strategies, which was really quite interesting because I am seriously not the biotech expert. That's why we have Chantel with us. And then we've just had a very thorough overview from Sean as to how IPM toolbox with biologicals can be considered going forward. So I would just like to sincerely thank all attendees today, whether you're here in the room or virtually, all the presenters and all the facilitators for keeping us mostly on track today, and of course to Brand Republic for running such a great session. Reminder, we start again tomorrow at 8:30. We kick off at 8:30, so if you're coming in here personally, please get here on time for tea, coffee. And we're looking forward for a great second day of our conference. I'm going to steal another 30 seconds. Those of you who are planning to come to the AGM on Thursday and you have not yet responded, please do so that we can make sure we have a quorum. And if you can't come and you would like your company's voice heard, please get the proxy forms into either Nadia or myself by close of business tomorrow. So thank you all for your participation. Drive carefully and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you.